This one is. It's zombie green. And I was also really tired. I was a walking zombie.
It's the Hamvention forum. All the different people on Hamvention. A couple of them are here. Josh, the one that runs the whole show, he's about 5 feet away from me, right in front of me. And the camera is doing it right in front of me. Well, I'll try. So, yeah. Oh, I left from 9 to 5. After 5, I go to the kids' restaurant, go to the banquet. And there is my hotel in France. Probably I'm going to do about half a day. They have 9 to 1. I might do a couple hours.
Hey, George. You want to hang out for a little while? Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to join us up here, or I'll call you up, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Well, I just it's so big, and it's family.
Right on. Okay.
I know. So, how's the weather up there? Yeah, I ran into some about 50 miles north of Levels, and it was like with the lake. Yeah. Forget about it, but I ate my stuff at Waffle House. So I was so bad. Probably about 6 or 7. Yeah. Maybe a little. Maybe a little. Yeah. I'm all right. I made it without a scratch. About 1. And I was at Waffle House about 4:30, about 5:15. And mobile away right here. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool about 65 degrees. I have one of my sweater long sleeves. That needs some food, and it's on the data.
Don, can you still hear us?
Yeah, I just want to tell you that you like this too. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, well, you mind idiot. Yeah, we're talking to other hands. You're the terrorist. He's been jacked.
Don, can you still hear us okay? All right.
All right, I'll call you tonight. Oh, maybe I'll strike that. If I didn't have express. Yeah, I'll call you in the morning. Before I head back to Fairfield. Okay, love you guys. I will. Bye-bye. Touch the door. About 6 feet. Out under the sun.
He's on. One of the guests is on.
Oh, okay.
So we're just trying to get his audio out. We've tried HDMI and we've tried this. Don't know which one. Oh. Wait. Nope. That was him.
There's Amanda.
So that's the volumes. Basically, it's hot. Nope. There's Amanda. Hi, Amanda. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Well, I'm trying, it's too early for that nonsense.
Yeah.
I've got foolishness going on over here.
Very good.
It's nice out here on the porch this morning.
Is it? Well, it is nice here too. It's still a little cool this morning, but
The sun has come up and gone behind the trees a little bit. Not so harsh on my face. 78 degrees right now.
nice. Oh, I hear like a big audio
Going
hall echo.
up to 91.
91.
Yeah. Big room.
No, I heard down in the hall through the microphones. It's no big deal. It's not like, it just sounded.
Yeah, we're here in the room. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Amanda, did we get confirmation that Gordo was going to be on? I don't remember.
He said he was going to try to be here, didn't he?
Okay.
It's awfully.
No, that's over. Oh, okay, no more.
Stove should be walking in.
I saw her last night. She was at the Hope Hotel. She said she'd be here.
Nice.
Cool. She's the best. We are so lucky to have her.
Oh, and she was looking good during CTU.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and see if I can find the replay on that on YouTube.
Yeah, see if George did it, so I'm sure he has it archived. He could.
Oh, it'll be, yeah.
I have some fun hammer candidates for mostly all pertain to Dayton already. All the fun stuff I found online.
Oh, good.
Can everybody hear them good? You're all good? The way the speakers are pointing, it's a little bit harder for me, but okay. Okay. Oh,
I had no idea how we look to them. Are we?
now I've got this monitor. Perfect.
Pop that right on. Look at it.
We
Huh?
love awesome.
No. Okay. But I can really quick. Will that work?
Oh, that hardly ever works. Right.
They can see me.
Check out my coffee cup, man.
I love that. I just have a Starbucks.
You know how I got that? I was Oh, you have Starbucks. I was talking to some woman, a customer service on Amazon, about something that wasn't here in time, and it was ham radio related. And so I was talking about ham radio and Ham Nation and Newsline, just a bunch of stuff, and just randomly, this popped in with a really nice thank you note from her, from the order taker at Amazon. So I guess they have the leeway to send stuff like that every now and then. And yeah, I just thought that was the coolest thing. So yeah, I enjoy it.
From like above and beyond.
Oh yeah, it really is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what you prefer,
Oh, there's.
hosts, if you want to see the room, or
Yeah.
I guess I could do this. Let's see, can I do this a different way?
With the choice between looking at the room or looking at you, I'd look at the room.
Okay. Easy,
They're much more attractive.
easy.
No offense or anything.
Yeah,
Because I
no
can still
problem.
see Amanda. I don't.
I can, but I don't want. Then I'll have to drive the whole thing. So I'll get something else going. We're waiting on Gordo anyway, so we're good. Okay, this needs to go away.
You got a nice crowd to be so early already.
I'm sorry. What? Yeah.
Of course, I was there. I had a dream about that the other night.
But
I did. I dreamed I was there.
did you come home with some nice gift too? Or?
I think I got them both now.
No, it was just random crap about being. It was weird. One of those things where the alarm had gone off, and I listened to the news station in the morning, and so it was the news station audio kind of intermixing with whatever was in my dream stick head, and it turned into dating. Very weird.
You still hear us okay, right? Okay,
You sound great.
excellent.
Melatonin does weird things sometimes.
Gets your weird dreams.
But at least it helps you sleep nice.
Yeah. I have melatonin headache. Not headache, but a hangover of some form.
Well, so no Gordo yet.
I would say just start and maybe he'll
Yeah,
join in.
I think we'll do that. I'll keep an eye on the main room.
The masses waiting.
Go ahead and you can go ahead and start.
Yeah. We can get a heads up if he pops in.
Yeah. Let me just grab this real fast. This is probably a cool view for everybody.
Anyway. Not that you can see it, but I'm wearing my Hamvention 2019 shirt. Last time I was there.
You need to get your ARVs back in there.
So where's
I know.
George is here too. Where's George?
What are these?
There he is. Okay. I think we're good.
George is there.
I'm hearing
Randy's there.
myself. Hold on. That'll drive me crazy if I don't fix that. And you can still hear us? Hello. Test, test, test. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh, it'll fix itself in a second. Hello, can you hear us? Okay, they can hear us, but we're hearing an echo. Test.
Morning, Tamitha. Wow, that was delayed.
No. How about now? Echo? Can you still hear us? Did we lose Amanda and Dawn? No, it's just me messing around. Test. Can you hear us, Amanda?
Is there a chat? Type.
No, it's okay.
But she'll know to say something if she can hear you.
Can you hear us, guys?
Adrian.
Can you hear us?
Adrian?
Yes.
Wait, you can hear us? Dawn and Amanda?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
No.
good.
okay.
Okay, now we don't hear you.
It's like better. Try to make sure that they don't get it. Get them what you're talking about.
Yep. All right, have a seat. Backseat driving over here. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to Hamvention. Saturday, full day. Thank you for coming. I think we got lots of views. We got lots of and friends. This is a really good and friends episode of Ham Nation. So we'll start off on the top here with Amanda. Say hi, Amanda. How you doing? So now they can't hear us. Amanda, can you hear us? This is why we're not doing this live. This is live to tape, as we call it.
I don't read that sign language, do you? Was that crazy, this, or?
I can't hear it.
Yeah,
I
hold on.
didn't either. Now I'm thinking he's saying raise the roof.
Hold on.
I don't know. I have 5 fingers, look.
Can you hear us, Amanda?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard that though. Oh,
You hear us now?
now I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
The room can see you. Hopefully you can see the room. We're going to say hi at the top to Amanda. How you doing, Amanda?
I'm fantastic. How's everybody else doing? It's a great crowd there, and hopefully you had a fun time yesterday, and I'm looking forward to having a better time today.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us. This is going to be kind of special. I think, Amanda, do you have a couple of Hammett, Cannett, or Will Ammets for us?
I do. This is kind of the Dayton special. I don't know if everyone is familiar or not, but I love to pick up photos from social media and share them with our host. And we decided to Hammett or Cannett. I think we're gonna have a lot of Cannett or Hammets today.
Very good, very good. And Dawn, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm sitting out on the porch this morning, a little vitamin D from the sun up there, and just having a great time. Happy to be here. I wish I was there in person, though. Not that you can tell, but I'm wearing a 2019 Hamvention shirt, so I'm there in spirit and attire.
All right. You can still hear us, guys, right? Okay. Those are our folks online. So we're going to take your questions and all that. And this Hammett or Cannett is going to be you guys' participation. We do have a number of and friends with us. Tamitha, I think you have to go quickly to another thing and then come back, right? So, yeah. So why don't you? Well, I think you're the only one that has a tight schedule, or do you have to bail out too? Okay. Tamitha, why don't you come up first and we'll have a chat with you. And then we can let you you're free to move around. So I'm gonna.
Free to move about the cabin?
That's right. Yeah, you clip yourself.
What is this? Is it mine?
It's the mic so they can hear. Yeah. Okay, so how are you, Tamitha?
I'm good.
Thanks for joining us. We did have a question before starting. Who was it? Was it Skeeter? Oh, sorry, Paul. It was Paul, right? Did you have the question for Tamitha? Well, hold on. Let me get the mic. Yeah, that's hard.
So you're the one with all the connections to the sun and everything. You're on first, close.
I'm on, yeah, first
Can you
name
talk
basis.
to it?
So,
And
not bad.
get it to stop doing what it's doing because the bands are empty right now.
no, sadly, right now you're going to get a lot more of that.
Gotta get on that one.
Yeah, sorry. Sadly, right now you're going to get a lot more of that
So there's
because
nothing you can do about it.
personally, well, actually, I mean, I've had a conversation with the sun, but the problem is the sun is of two minds right now. It's got cycle 25 and 26 on the mind.
Awesome.
And so they're fighting amongst each other. So you won't listen to me.
All right, well, if you can't do it, then we're kind of sunk.
Well, I don't know if we're sunk. We just got to wait a few years.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I don't want to put you on the spot for live sun information, but
I'm
what
used to
can
it.
we expect, I guess, coming up here? And I know you just said it's pretty chaotic, but what is the recommendation for all us hams?
My recommendation for those who did not see my antenna forum yesterday, I know it wasn't in the book, so I've got a lot of people coming up and asking me, have you given a talk yet? And I was like, yeah, yesterday, but I wasn't listed. The whole antenna forum wasn't listed for some reason, so sadly. But for part of the talk, I actually gave kind of an update on where we are in the current cycle. And basically the bottom line is get your QSOs in before the end of 2027. Because likely the solar flux was going to fall below 100 starting around then. The sun is about 6 to 9 months ahead of schedule. And I actually like this part of the solar cycle because it means I can actually be like correct once in a while. The sun is going through the declining phase now. If you notice that drop in F10.7 recently, right? It went from like 160 or 170 down to the teens, 100 teens something, right? That's the indicator. Okay, we're officially in the declining phase. So big coronal holes, so the big dark holes on the sun that take up like 3/4 of the sun, right? Those are going to start getting bigger, and they'll continue to get bigger over the next about year, and then they'll start fading. But those holes, they co-rotate with the sun, so they go around with the sun's rotation. So every 27 days we get a storm because those coronal holes send fast solar wind. And that fast solar wind is just like if you have a boat in a river and you're plowing through that slow water. That's what fast solar wind does ahead of the slow solar wind. So you get this bow wave, okay? And that bow wave, when it hits Earth, acts just like a big solar storm. So you get basically solar storms every 27 days. And if there's 2 coronal holes, one on either side of the sun, you get a storm every 2 weeks, okay? So this is going to be the stormy season. Now, that being said, right, I know. Ugh. Yeah, solar flux drops, storms go up. This is not a good boding well for radio propagation. You should get an increase in sporadic E because now we're being bathed in solar storms and particles all the time, and that has a tendency to make sporadic E increase a little bit. So that should help a little if you're doing if you like the E layer, right? It has to be you have to be E ticket.
Yeah, I just made a contact on sporadic heat.
Did you?
200 miles before hopping on a plane and coming here. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so there you go. Proof positive. See? Hey, I'm right. I'm right. Oh God. Anyway, but the nice thing is expect that space weather for the most part, except for those eruptive events, right? The big coronal mass ejections that occur. We still can't really predict those, but the coronal hole, the fast solar wind, we can predict those. And there actually is a way. If you've been to Contest University, I also gave a little bit of a tutorial on how to predict which of those fast solar wind waves will actually help radio propagation, because northward pointing field from the solar wind actually helps radio propagation. It kind of stabilizes that ionosphere. Southward field is what you don't like. So BZ positive you don't like, or excuse me, you do like. BZ south, BZ negative you don't like. And there are certain ways of telling that with the coronal holes. You can tell what kind of wind you're going to get, especially near the spring and the fall equinox. So if you see, you can actually remember this acronym. It's called SNAP, S-N-A-P. Uh-oh. And what it means is in the spring, if you see a coronal hole on the SWPC puts these big drawings out. Have you guys seen the big drawings? They're called synoptic charts. If you look at them, they're hand drawn every single day, and they'll draw pictures of the coronal hole. And in the coronal hole, they'll have a plus or a minus. And all you have to remember is snap. Spring, negative. Autumn, positive. That's when you storm. So those are the coronal holes you don't like. Okay? So if you're in the spring and you see a negative coronal hole, something that has a negative sign in a coronal hole, that's one's going to give you a storm. If you're in the autumn, right, if you're in fall, and you see a positive in those coronal holes, that's going to give you a storm. Okay? So look for the ones that are the opposite of that, and you don't have to go, oh no, not more fast wind. Okay? Because you'll actually find that it might actually help you. But that's what we get for the next couple years, and then expect a couple last gasps. We'll have like some big solar flares, like probably the biggest of the cycle, right before we go into solar minimum. And that's pretty much the typical behavior of the sun. Outside of that, I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you, Tamitha. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. At some point, she may have to leave and come back. So we'll take questions towards the end. I know we don't have like a full hour, but you know, we'll try and take any questions we get. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I will need that. Yeah. Thank you. Well, we'll just hear you walking down the street. And the problem with these is if you're live and you're like, you know what, I'm going to go to the restroom really fast. That's not good. After multiple years of doing live streams, I have done that exactly one time, right? It was an after chat, I think. Not good. But we were hours into it, so nobody was watching anyway, so it was fine. Steve Goodgame is here as well. We're going to get an update from him. And then I see Ray Novak in the back. He's joined us as well, so he's going to hop on camera in a second as well. I really appreciate everybody coming in. We got a lot of Ann friends. This is fantastic. I think is this our third year of doing this one? Yeah. Oh, I got to get a picture of that later. Come on in, Steve. Let me clip you up here. And our host on the phone, you still hear us, right? Okay.
Park the coffee.
Yes, just fine.
Oh my goodness, hold on. There we go.
This is for vertically challenged people.
Yeah.
We're good. I can bend.
You got it?
Yep. All right. I'm Steve Goodgame, K5HA. I know most of you. Shut up. I can't drink real coffee.
It's right there.
Oh, thank you. So I'm the Education and Learning Manager at ARRL. I'm going to go ahead and start by saying thank you. The Teachers Institute program is completely donor funded, and a lot of those donors are probably sitting in this room for the last couple of YouTube telethons. Josh and Mike and all the other YouTubers kind of rallied together to raise money, and it's about $70,000 for the last 2 years that they've raised for TI. So, you know, thank y'all and thank y'all, because we could not do what we do without donors. We went from 3 years ago having 2 TIs a year. Last year we did 7. This year we're doing, it looks like we just locked in our 16th TI in Seattle. If you think we're going to have average 15 teachers per Teachers Institute, you can do the math on that, but the number gets really big. And especially when you start thinking the average teacher that comes through Teachers Institute teaches about 75 to 100 kids a year. So you can see the impact we're having on kids. And we're starting to get some results back. We have a couple model schools that we have out there. In Staten Island, New York, teacher there, Everton, has licensed 399 kids. We're going back in June, and we'll break the 400 mark in June. We're not ignorant. We know that not every one of these kids is going to stay in ham radio forever. But a good percentage of these kids are. They're doing things that might be kind of ham radio adjacent in a lot of things. Like, for example, several of them are involved in the Sea Perch program, and they're now using ham radio to transmit their video images from the drone itself. They're building solar cars, and they're building a solar car that is specifically a ham radio station. They're not going to win any races because it's going to be heavy. But they don't care because they're going to be transmitting and having contacts the whole way. So these are the kind of things that we need kids to be doing, and we could not do that, like I said, without you guys. We also have a full STEM curriculum that's completely aligned to national standards and state standards. That's going to come out completely free of charge for teachers and schools and anybody who just wants to get it. That'll be ready August 1st. if you're curious about what's in it, I have some samples at the booth. I'm more than happy to step you through it. What else we got?
I do want to see that, actually.
I've
I'll
got
come
the
by.
whole scope and sequence there. You're going to have to bring your reading glasses because there's a lot of information on not a lot of pages. So it's small, but it's completely standards aligned, which those of you, anybody in here a teacher? So the trick to getting principals to say, yes, you can use something is it has to be standards aligned. And what we've done is we've spent a significant amount of time and money to have this made. It's completely importable into any school learning management system. And it's aligned so that the teacher can just take a lesson and pretty much copy and paste it into their, lesson plan template, whatever their school uses, so that they can kind of pass muster to get to do this stuff. I'm happy to answer questions also as we go, but
That's fantastic. That's
Yeah, it's
great
gonna
news.
be-
I do have a question. So you've been doing this for a while now. 16 TIs. That's
16.
amazing. Given all the different things that you've been involved in and the people involved in TI have tried, what do you find is the most effective way to get a younger person, not just a license, I think that's kind of the end goal, but you kind of start the
to
flame.
set the hook kind of thing.
Get that
so-
ember going.
So kind of like I alluded to earlier, the trick there is to let them experiment with radio the way they want to. It's okay to break things, just don't break expensive things if you can help it. But, you have to understand that they're kids. So, a funny story I have is when I was first teaching one class of kids to solder, one of them went through half a roll of solder just because he was amazed at the fact that the longer he touched it, the faster, and okay, so he learned something. I'm okay with that. It cost me in fact, it didn't cost me anything because MFJ sent me a bunch of solder. But that's the kind of thing is let them experiment with the way they want to. I've got kids playing with Meshtastic devices because they were interested if they could, set up a mesh network in New York City. And so I said, here, take 30 of these things. It's all about letting these kids experiment. Like
Yeah, we'll
this.
be talking about Meshtastic hopefully if we've got some time later. But questions for Steve. We'll take one or two now because you do have to head out of here, right?
Yeah, I've got a few minutes though.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to run over. Hello. And remember, Steve is at the ARRL booth, so you can go ask your questions over there. But who had the question? Right here.
What age level are you focusing?
For kids, we're trying to pull teachers in that are 6th grade and up. We do take the occasional elementary school teacher if it looks like maybe they have a program that can fit. But 6th grade through 12th grade, we actually have some collegiate people coming as well because it's important to include those people. A lot of times those kids are, like my daughter, for example, she's at Ole Miss and she's probably one of the only hams that we know about on campus. So, it's important to give them a platform too. So if we can get teachers that come in, like physics teachers, engineering teachers, they can try to start some of these programs too.
Good question. But yeah, do go talk to Steve at the ARRL booth and everything available. While I was standing up here, I jump scared myself with Flat Dawn. I was looking at you and I saw it over the corner of my eye. That was
Yeah.
kind of scary. But Steve, thanks for coming out.
No problem.
Yeah, again, come to the ARRL booth. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
come on. I have one last thing to say. We're having a youth rally this afternoon between 1 and 4. I'll apologize now if you get hit with a directional antenna while kids are running around doing a fox hunt. But it's going to be a great event. It looks like the weather is trying not to cooperate. Carlos was going to do a parachute mobile jump, but he apparently got nixed because of the wind. And that also
Oh, they did cancel that?
looks like it, yeah.
Oh, no. Okay.
So- and it might kind of nix our balloon launch too. I think we're going to let it go anyway and just see what happens.
Power companies love that.
It's like, what had happened was it hit the tree. But yeah, so if you see kids running around, especially if you see them confused, don't be afraid to help them. That we had several hams last year that were, they were out doing fox hunting and people stopped and gave them tips on how to do it better. So, please engage with them. Kids a lot of times feel like a second-class citizen at things like this. Same thing with contesting. We tell them they're welcome until they're not. So, if you see one and you're like, hey, why don't you try this? Trust me, it makes an impact. So, and once again, thank you for everybody who has donated, who has supported us. So maybe we're lucky on the balloon launch. So it looks like after 11 o'clock, we might get lucky. So.
All right, excellent.
right.
Thank you, Steve. Again, thanks for all the support to the community and the kids and everything. Oh. Okay, yeah. It's a simulacrum of coffee, but he still needs it. Oh, my mic. Yeah, I need that. Bring that back here. It's amazing that I haven't just ran out of these things. I'm constantly going to buy more. But we've got somebody else who's extremely busy as well over at the ICOM booth. Ray Novak is here, everybody. Come on down. We're actually giving him a little bit of a break by coming out here, actually. He gets to stretch his legs a little bit and walk. It's going to be, going to be a busy day. Ray, thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate you. Go ahead. I'm going to mic you up while you start talking. But
Well, I got a question for the crowd, and I'm going to go ahead and raise my hand right now. How many of you still melt solder just to see how it disappears to soldering?
I absolutely do.
Yeah, don't talk about the kids like they're doing something wrong. Come on, man. That's the fun stuff. Just, ooh, look at that. And then the next thing you see is a big blob over your PC board going, oh my God, how am I going to clean up that mess? Well, a real story for you. I mean, Steve mentioned MFJ earlier. I've been with ICOM for 31 years, going on 32 at the end of this month. We'll start my 32nd year. Before that, I worked at MFJ. And I can honestly say I'm a product of Mississippi public education, just like Don Wilbanks.
Me too.
No comment, Don? Oh, he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, true story.
Let me see. Did we lose Don?
We had a...
Oh, no, wait. He's back. He's just muted. Can you hear us, Don?
Oh, no. That's the best way to have Don. Amanda can say whatever she wants to, but a muted Don is just like a flat
I think they can
Don.
hear us because Amanda's laughing. So the jokes are landing, but...
Okay. True story. Technician at MFJ. All of a sudden, we hear him scream. He's taken a soldering iron, his back itched, and he hit his back. Honest to God, true story. So
I've never even heard of something like that. A back scratcher?
he used it as a back scratcher.
Oh, no.
And if he's a ham and still watching, Tony, we love you, man, but no, that was the wrong end.
That's the cooking chicken smell and the burning
Yeah, I was
hair
going to say,
smell.
that was well before memes, and if it smells like chicken, you're doing it wrong.
So did we get Don? Can you hear us, Don? Okay. We got something from him. So, all right.
Okay.
Well, Ray, first, I just want to say thank you on behalf of Ham Nation for continuing to support what we do, but not just, when I've been hosting, but for the over a decade of support to Ham Nation. It's amazing.
Amanda, don't kill me. I'm trying to keep back the tears too, but Bob Heil approached me before he started doing Ham Nation. Gave me the concept because he knew ICOM was doing different videos with ICOM Radio News. I mean, our first ICOM Radio News has a copyright date of 2001, well before YouTube. Wow. And Bob's like, we got to do something. We got to let people know about this great hobby. And I told him, man, we're on board, but let's see what the other manufacturers will do. Don't say anything about our support until you get everybody in the industry, because there's a little bit of professional jealousy. If we're the first one to do it, it's guaranteed that the other guys won't follow along. He came to me 6 months later and says, we need to really move with this. I said, you're on board. We have been on board with Ham Nation since its inception with the Twit Studios and, help me here.
I don't even know. We don't have a studio. We've got a room with computers in it.
I was trying to remember the guy, W6T. Leo, thank you.
Leo. Oh, Twit.
Yeah.
Leo Laporte.
Sorry, Leo, if you're watching, man, sorry about that. But ever since the inception of it, ICOM has been behind the scenes. When Bob said it's time to move on, do different things, I'm like, no, Ham Nation is too valuable to the amateur radio community. I've got a friend of mine let's talk. Next thing I know, Bob and Josh hit it off. Gordo says yes. George says, you guys are running me ragged here. I need to focus on amateur logic, but I'll continue doing your advertisements for you. So it's all come together, and look forward. It was 10 years at TWIT.
Yes, right. That's my understanding.
And you've been doing it for how long?
What are we, year 3?
Year 3, wow.
On to year 3? Oh, yeah, I think so.
So keep supporting it, and let's stand here for the 25th anniversary, all right?
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, ICOM. We appreciate you. So everybody, thank you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Ray. Thank you. I'm not trying to play jump rope with you. I'm sorry.
I want to comment on Ray's Mississippi education, but I'm on Mississippi Wi-Fi, so it's a little bit slow.
But we still got you, Don. That's the important thing. We can still see you and hear you, so that's great. Speaking of George, George is here with us.
Sorry.
Why don't you come on down, George? And everybody's going to hear that. Have you been hearing? If you're walking around, those are the mesh-tastics. Yeah. let me clip you. All right, we got George.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. And yeah, I'm still around, still doing videos. Hello, Don. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you two as well. I'm still doing videos with Amateur Logic. We started that in 2005. So in October, we'll have done 20 years worth of videos. We got started about the same time as YouTube. We didn't think YouTube, we didn't know if it was going to be anything or not at that point. So when we uploaded videos to it, bandwidth was kind of scarce then. We just uploaded the lowest bitrate copy we had. I think it was Windows Media Video.
It's when you had to fax your videos into the internet? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we ran BitTorrents when we started. That's how long ago that
BitTorrent,
was.
yeah.
So we're still doing it. Got a good crew, myself, Tommy Martin in 5Z&O, Emil Diodene, KE5QKR, known as a cheap old man, from New Orleans, but he has moved to Mississippi now. So we're getting more and more Mississippi folks in the video biz. I mean, that's 3 of us you've had right here in a row.
Yeah.
We've also got Mike, VE3MIC, from Barrie, Ontario. So far, the tariffs have not hit him, so he's still with us. And we just do a variety of things, whatever we want, no particular, we usually don't know what's going to be on the show till, I don't know, maybe a week or so before it happens. Recently, I converted an old PC power supply to use for just multi-purpose things. I won't say ham because, they're limited to 12 volts, and you really want 13.8. But that's one of the projects I did. Tommy's been playing with Mesh-tastic. Email's just been doing cheap stuff. And by the way, we found out he's not really cheap because he just bought a new property and has got all these accoutrements to go with it. And
He's just good at saving.
Yes.
Yes.
He's been buying real, actual radios.
Oh, okay, yes.
So, well, we've had a good time. Over the years, we had a friend in Australia who was with us for a number of years, Peter VK3PB. So we had a little down under flavor. We stay in touch with him. He's still around. My friend Jim, you may remember Jim with the torch. If you watched Hamnation early on, we ran that a time or two. Jim dropped out of ham radio for a good while. He just came back, and we've been having a lot of fun. He's building antennas again, starting to get active. It's cyclic with him, kind of comes around. Of course, Randy and I, we've been knowing, we've been doing it for a long time.
Is this on?
Yeah, we got started about around the same time, I think, doing video.
1 week, I did something else.
Yeah.
That keeps you really busy trying to
Yeah, so you found out. Yeah. You know, when I first started doing Hamnation in the early days with Bob and Gordo, I was working from home. I'm a broadcast engineer. I've worked in radio and television all my life, but I had taken out like a 20-year stint where I wrote software for radio stations. So I worked from my office at home, and I had plenty of time to create videos every week or so. So that's when we had all the early smoke and solders and covered a lot of different topics. But then I had quit radio. I'd gotten burned out. You know, we started out, I just had 2 stations, 1 AM, 1 FM, like that's all you could have in a city, and then consolidation. And Don knows all about consolidation and what happens when you put 6 stations under a roof. And well, the company I worked for, it eventually turned into iHeart, but the stations that were on their last legs, so I had a bunch of junky transmitters trying to keep it up. I got burnt out on that. So
Yeah.
when I got into Hamnation, so I had plenty of time. Then in the Jackson area, convinced me to come back in. So I started doing broadcast engineering again, which takes a little time, and you're on call all the time. So it cut back a little bit on the amount of time I had. And then COVID hit, and the company laid off a few people. They don't lay off the engineer.
Yeah, no, they need those, yeah.
And then the main guy who was doing IT for the company, or right in Jackson anyway, he passed away. So those duties came to me, and it just got to where I couldn't do all these different things and come weekly. So when Hamnation and Twit parted ways, that looked like a good jumping off point for me. So because I have my own 2 shows that I've been doing all along, Amateur Logic, the first, I guess, regularly produced ham radio videos, and Ham College, we started a number of years ago. So yeah, I go as Professor Thomas, and my cohort is Dean Martin, Tommy Martin. I'm not a real professor. I just play one on internet television, but we've been all the way through technician, general, and extra now, and we've circled back around. We're on technician again. So if you've got any friends, kids, old guys that still aren't licensed, well, send them over to Ham College. We have a lot of lessons on there, and try to make it simple and a little entertaining to get folks interested in it. What were you saying? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Josh.
Well, I was going to say, thank you, George. Literally, George, the voice of ICOM when it comes to Ham Nation, right? Because you're still doing the ad for us, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, still doing those, and ICOM has been very good.
Fantastic.
To me,
yeah.
to Ham Nation, to Youth on the Air. If you look around at all the different events with ham radio that are going on, if they've got a radio sponsor, the good chance it's going to be ICOM, because they give back a lot.
Indeed. Well, why don't you have a seat, George? And if we have time at the end, hopefully for questions, we'll go ahead and take those. I'll grab the mic from you. I realized I left that on. See, I'm going to lose these things. Just clip it. Yeah, you got it. All right. Well, thank you again. And Randy's here, and Randy apparently is working the PA with the Mesh-tastic. So let me get that wireless mic from you. Let me take that right now. But Randy, come on up. You've been touring the country and playing radio and been on a lot of episodes of Ham Nation. But what have you been up to recently?
Oh boy, get me clipped on here.
Yeah,
now.
everybody's getting clipped.
I just started here with a couple of questions for the gang here. How many went to the Spurious Emissions concert last night? Weren't they fantastic?
That was fantastic.
If they do it again, they keep saying it's their last year. If you didn't go this year, if they do it next year, you really got to get over to Hotel, go listen to them. Tim and DXE have a great big pizza party after, so all sorts of going on. How many people are getting more than 4 hours of sleep here? you're not having enough fun at Hamvention. You can sleep on the airplane going home. So for the past year or so, I've been really focused on the DX Marathon. If you're not familiar with that is, it's a year-long contest to see how many DX entities and CQ zones you can work. And they have different classifications. So the unlimited is the people with everything and the big tower and all that. Then the limited is people with like a 50-foot tower and a tribander beam running 100 watts. That's what I participate in. The next one down, I forget what they call it, is people with 100 watts and a wire antenna. So you compete against people with stations equivalent to what you have. And you can do voice, CW, digital, which is, you know, FT8, which is what I do. I don't do CW. I'm not going to yell and scream for a year going into the radio. So I think in 2024, I ended up, I forget now, but well over 200 DX, and I had worked all 40 CQ zones. Working zone 34. People know where zone 34 is here? Egypt. And one country over and one country down. I think there's one guy there that kind of gets on once in a while. So that's kind of a hard one. So then I, upload the log and all this stuff. And a few months later, I get an email back. I had 6 stations removed. So one was on a boat, so that didn't count and stuff like that. So I'm deep into it. I was kind of hesitating to start because it's a year-long thing that you get into. So by January 5th, I think I'd worked 100 DX in 30 some zones. So you can really start racking up stuff. And then you connect JT Alert, so it knows what countries and what zones. I chase Canadian provinces. I have it set for POTA, so it keeps beeping and talking to me. If I'm not finding a DX guy, I work a POTA guy because they're always looking for contacts. And so I think over 200 countries at this point, and I think 39 zones. Still waiting for the guy in Egypt. I have Ham Alert on my phone. It tells me when he's on. My phone tells me when Josh is on Saturday afternoon and things like that. So that's what I've been playing with a lot.
Yeah, let me, with everything that's going on with the solar cycle, how many of your contacts so far have been on 10 meters?
A lot on 10, a lot on 12. A lot of times the DX will be over on 12 because maybe he doesn't get hammered, as much. So that's good.
This is the time, use it or lose it until the next cycle, right?
Yeah. And I want to thank Josh for organizing getting a Hamvention software version from the developers here. And he's done a couple videos and done some postings and shows how to do it. And I got the video and I started doing it one afternoon, and I have, the T deck and I have a V3, and I loaded them up and I'm sitting there and they won't talk to each other. I'm texting Josh back and forth and he's going, I don't know, weird and stuff. And
Wait, it's still not working?
Well, it wasn't at that time.
Did you do the reset?
No, before their second software.
Oh, yes. Oh, gotcha. Yes.
The radios were on the wrong channels. This was on frequency slot channel 50, and it should have been on 31. So they fixed it and got us another update.
So this is literal beta testing. The Meshtastic developers reached out to me and said, hey, Hamvention's coming up. Last year we had difficulty. And so they made a custom firmware. You were one of the first debuggers, basically.
So I may have found the bug. I don't know.
You did. You actually were the one that found it, and I reported it to them. They fixed it like the next day.
Great, thank you.
They updated the firmware, and then I had to tell everybody refresh because it was for the T deck, specifically the one with the little keyboard on it. So yeah, good job, Randy. You caught a bug.
Yeah, so there's well over, I think, 200 guys on here playing with this weekend. I'm not sure there's any meaningful communications going on. There were some people talking about parking is better today than yesterday, and somebody
We almost had a tornado last night, Randy. We were doing serious emergency communications. Come on.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you. And see, I let him walk away with the mic again. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, since it's an hour, right? Is it an hour, or when are we done here? How many? We have 10 minutes left? Well, the guy in the back who runs the thing is telling me 10. So we better get to some ham it, can it, or what am it. I think we need to do that right now. So let's see if I can switcheroo this real fast.
And I will share my screen.
Yes, please. Okay, very good. Let me change this over real fast. Hopefully this should come up.
I already like that.
Don't you?
Okay, hold on one second, Amanda. Let me duplicate this so we can get it full screen. Oh yeah, come on up, come on up. We're almost out of time though. We ran fast, so you can hang out. Come on, come on. Okay, we're doing a little Hammett, Cannet, what Amit. So everybody is familiar with this? Yes, no? Raise your hands if you do not know what this is. Okay, that's more hands than I expected. So Amanda scours the internet for interesting things, both ham awesome and then sometimes not so awesome. And so we're gonna do a vote by hands. We're gonna do Hammett, or then we're gonna do Cannet, and then we're gonna take a really scientifically accurate vote on what you guys all call this. So what's the first one, Amanda?
Oh my gosh. So this was found at Hamvention, and a photo plate. Now imagine there's only 50 of these available, and this dude got it. This totally Hammett. Definitely.
Hands for Hammett? Looks like and Cannet. Is somebody like, well, they're going to know you're an amateur radio operator. They'll follow you home, and then they'll know that you've got expensive radios there. It's like the call sign thing, having the call sign on the license plate. That's a Hammett.
Doubly eye rolling right now. Okay.
People are going to try to make something dirty out of POTA. That's how my mind works anyway.
Yeah. There is nothing significant about this photo except for his camera shot. He like shot this through his magnifying glass.
Right.
And it's perfect. I don't know who expert this is, but it's a great job and he's working really hard on it. So this is also a Hammett.
That looks like an IC he's working on there. Yeah, we got a Hammett, hands for Hammett. I mean, it's a solder. I don't even think we need to take hands, but yes, yes, indeed.
Regulator. I like that.
Okay. I know nothing about this product, but it looks really cute.
Is he here?
Have you guys seen him there?
Is Aaron here right now? No, so Aaron is in building 1. He is selling these, and I think he is completely sold out day 1, right? Oh, he's taking orders. Okay. Yeah, he hand makes these, and then he will do the laser etching live on Instagram. And we talked, and I think he's going to start doing YouTube for some of this stuff. If he's got a couple at his booth, you should, if you're into Morse code, go to his booth and try it out. It's a fantastic feeling Morse code key, and it's got lots of magnets. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know how big they are.
Very small. This is actually too fat. The little mesh-tastic I'm holding. It's a little bit thinner than this, and maybe a little bit longer for the paddles. Very small.
All right. I thought they were tiny.
Oh, they're great.
Okay. What is the deal with these huge packs?
Those are called YouTubers, Amanda. We develop huge gross on our back for all the camera gear. That's Ham Radio Tectonics on the right. That's Frank, Tank Radio, and that's Jason KM4ECK on the left. Yeah.
I don't know how you walk around like that.
With back problems. We're going to be permanently damaged. For the love of ham radio.
I would say, can
You got a
it?
chiropractor on retainer.
Please, just get like a little trolley thing and, a little suitcase with wheels.
If there's any orthopedic doctors, can we get a Hammett or Cannet? Is that a Cannet? What do we need to do to Frank? Tank Frank, that's right.
Okay, moving on. This was I just wanted to make people aware. This fellow is obviously from Japan, and he's a Japanese guy, and he is really polite and blurs out everybody's faces. So this is just a personal awareness to make sure if somebody's sucking out of a photo, it's because of maybe their culture. So be aware.
These are all people that are committing their active crimes, right? That's why they had to blur the faces. Or are they protecting the innocent?
Oh, they're spending too much money.
That's very kind in that case, yes.
That's it.
What is this? Oh, this is a German that is redneck. Look at this. I'll zoom
Is
in.
that a power drill?
Yes. Very handy idea.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Has anybody done this?
Mm-hmm.
Use a drill and a reel to pull up wire or cordage? I'm seeing a decent amount of hands. Okay.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I would maybe put a stick through there to hold it. That's cool.
That's very cool.
Okay, this one is just up for discussion. He wants to get rid of Roger on the air. I disagree, only because it's very well known that we say Roger to affirm a contact. We can't get rid of Roger unless we come up with something else to do. That's just my thoughts. What about you, Don? What do you think?
I like it. I don't have a problem with Roger.
I don't either.
Who has a problem with Roger? Anybody?
I always thought
No
he was
problem
my
with
guy.
Roger. Roger's cool,
The
man.
only thing-
Roger's a nice guy. I don't know what you guys are so uptight about.
The only thing I have a problem with is high on the repeater.
On the repeater, yes.
Please copy.
That makes me cringe a little bit. I'm not going to call anybody out, but it makes me cringe a little
Or even in emails. I get it in emails a lot. Instead
Yeah.
of LOL.
And even worse is when they spell it, HI.
Okay, moving on because I know we're way out of.
How many do you have, Amanda?
This is the last one.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is just what AI
Oh, that's cool.
invention looks like.
No, that's accurate. You see all the shirtless men? Yeah.
Pretty. Yes. That's
Fine.
what gets it off.
Well, Tamitha did not have a microphone for that comment. Wow.
Probably shouldn't have.
I forget that she's got a sense of humor like Dawn.
Am I supposed to say that again?
No, if you want, go ahead.
That's what I like her so much.
Yeah. I said
Just
some of
say
the
few words.
guys look like shirtless
30
women.
Everybody, thank you so much for watching Hamnation. I got involved because Bob sent me an email inviting me on, and I just stuck. And I'm happy to be there for the last 14 years, I believe. And Dawn has been my pillar and my mentor to help me do this show. And I want you guys to just take one thing of wisdom. You know, there's those memes of how it started, how it's going. You know, little kids starts working at McDonald's. When they're an adult, they own 20 franchises. Think about where it's going. Think about that in ham radio. And look around, and all of you are part of where it's going. So take that with you today. You could be the one that doesn't want to move forward at all. Doesn't matter. We're still going to go forward. So be part of that and have a great weekend.
Well said. Well said. Well said. Now, Tamitha's actually, she whipped this out, and I was not prepared for this. She whispered in my ear, this is a selfie drone that will go circumnavigate the room and take some kind of video. I don't know what's going to happen other than everybody, keep an eye out and protect your face. I don't know what's about to happen, but we're going to try and do this. So everybody wave and do whatever, I guess act casual for the drone. Okay, it's going to go all the way around.
Hey, Josh?
Yeah, go ahead. You can hear.
Okay, good. While the drone is flying, I wanted to take a minute to dovetail on what Amanda said about the future of ham radio. We've got
Please
the
do.
Young
Go
Ham of
ahead.
the Year Award coming up in August in Huntsville, Alabama, and the nomination period ends at the end of May. So go on arnewsline.org if you have a young ham that you feel has done something amazing with amateur radio, and nominate them. We need to honor the youth in ham radio, because when we're all gone, they're going to be here and they're going to be the ones literally running the world. So wait and let them is important and vital and appreciated. So it's arnewsline.org for Amateur Radio Newsline. It's under the awards tab right there on the homepage. I also want to say hello to Paul. He's one of our anchors. He is here in the audience. I see him there in the shot. So hello, Paul. Thanks for stopping in.
That was great, Don. Thank you. Reminder, everybody, for Young Ham of the Year.
And thanks for getting me the T-shirt.
And we will post links to the video as well. I do want that footage because that worked out perfectly. I've never seen something like that before. That was amazing. Thank you for bringing that. I think we're out of time. Are we out of time? A heads up, we're out of time. No questions. We're taking no questions, or we'll take them outside when we're done here. So thank you, hosts on the air. We appreciate you. We're going to wrap up here, and thank you to everybody here in the studio. Thanks for coming on out.
Let me just tell everybody.
Okay.
If you're interested, this is called the Hover.
7-3.
This is called the Hover Air, and it bounces off walls. It doesn't hurt anybody. This thing weighs a little bit more than a paper clip. It's the battery that weighs. It doesn't handle very much. It's meant for indoors. So that's why it was okay to use in here. It doesn't handle wind, but these things are wonderful little selfie drones, and they have all sorts of little modes that they can use. So, well, I'll give this to Josh, and you guys can get the video from him. Okay? Thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody. 73. All right, bye on the show there. Appreciate you, Don. Sorry, Amanda, if I missed you. 73.
Podcast.
Why? Which one?
About the amplifiers.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna move over there. I gotta get off the table here. So give me a minute. We'll talk. That's theirs. This is mine. Oh yeah, just put it on the table if you can. Thank you.
Hey, Randy, these are postcards I sent you, Bob Lyle. Oh, okay. Here at Hamvention.
Oh, that's water. I was not the last one to touch it.
You're practicing in semi-shape.
Yeah, we'll probably need one for if people are gonna. Got a clicker.
You do want to use the wireless microphone for questions?
Yeah, I'll just be down, like I'm just the moderator, so I'll come up and when they're speaking and then I'll just stay down there with the wireless mic. So put it on the corner, maybe by the clock or something.
All right.
Cool.
It's off right now. Like, turn on when you're ready.
Okay.
And make sure you use the microphone.
Yeah, no. I'll try to make sure I tell them. Yes. Yeah, I will just do a little bit of an introduction, not much.
Nobody really, because I don't want to get cheated on time, right?
I know. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, we just, everybody needs to talk into the microphone, so like that they live stream or whatever.
Does,
Is that, you pull the presentation, show the notes.
We'll check and see.
Check me.
We'll see.
Some of the notes, just ask.
Oops. There you go, if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I think the only screw up is I have Jamie Williams' juxtaposition. That's not. I got DSW instead of STV or something. Give a shit factor zero.
Yes, exactly. Oops.
It's going.
There you go. Yeah, if you want to
Yes.
play around or whatever, but
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, so showing.
So that is going. Up over there.
You guys want them to watch the screen?
No, I think we're good for.
Yeah, no. Yeah. That's what I told Bill. We just need to pick everybody up. I don't know. No, I don't think any of that's it. Yeah, I think we're good. I think you're good. Yeah, no, I think we're good.
Oh, yeah, no.
Down there, I hope people see it.
Everybody will.
Right here on the edge.
Well, the thing is, I'm still on block getting complicated this year.
Everybody's here for 2 hours. They'll see it.
Right, you said where it shows indexing, it's not gonna show indexing up here. And then
Let's
that way,
see.
I think we'll be able to see notes.
Right, can't we do a presenter view? Use presenter view. Now let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, you got the clicker?
Oh, yeah, it's over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's showing, whoops. It's showing how you want it.
I have two versions of my presentation. Last was yesterday uploaded, only to be sure that it's the latest one. Then I join. Okay?
Take care of you.
Okay.
Good stuff. I don't know. 15. This is really weird. Yeah, I think we're going. Hello, welcome to the DX Forum. Traditionally, we sell more raffle tickets in the back, but I don't see them here, so I'm sure they'll be showing up and setting up later. We have a lot of content today. We split the forum into 2 parts. We have an intermission. Let's see here. First set of presentations, 3D2Y, 702WX, and XD2MD. So lots of content. We want to make sure we go ahead and get started, give everybody a chance to get going. There you go, Dean.
All right, good morning, everybody. This is the 3 Delta 2 Yankee 3D2Y 2024 Rotuma presentation. And I'm going to start it off with the agenda, if I can switch over. So if you take a look at the screens, you'll see we're going to be talking a little bit about the history and overview of Rotuma, our team, where we stayed, which is Lillian's homestay, our team objectives, logistics station operations, and the challenges and obstacles that we experienced, our accomplishments. We're going to show you some island photography. So if you're sitting in the back, you may want to move up a little closer so you can see some of the detail in a lot of the photographs that are in here. And lessons learned. We'll talk about our sponsors and our future plans. So just to give you a little bit about the history of the island, Rotuma Island was sighted in 1791 when they were searching for the HMS Bounty mutineers. Okay, it was discovered. And in the 19th century, the Catholic and the Wesleyan ministries, they actually arrived. The missionaries actually arrived on the island. In 1878, there was some Catholicism rivalry. The Wesleyans defeated the Catholics in war, and then post-war unrest continued. So the Rotuma chiefs petitioned England in 1881, and England put Rotuma under the governments of Fiji. And that created 7 districts on the island, which are still in existence today. So the chiefs formed a Rotuman council, which is basically a balance between them and the actual population. The population has been about 1,500 people and decreasing, and on the island, most folks know each other, okay? So there's a single government area with a post office and a police station. So if you see the top right photo is the, sorry about that. Top right photo on the slide is actually our family's host that was there, and then bottom right is the part of the government center, which is the police station. There's no commercialization on the island at all. So there's no grocery stores, there's no restaurants, there's no hardware stores, there's a gas station, but that's a different story. So you're not going to find anything, and that's the way the Rotumans and the Rotuman Council prefer to keep it. So you're not going to go there and see any kind of a commercialized Hyatt Regency or a Marriott hotel or anything like that. The individual shops are in the homes where you can purchase some supplies, but not everything. And interesting to note that, if you have a vehicle on the island, you can only fix it so far. And after that, the vehicle's got to get shipped out to Fiji to be repaired. To get into the island, you've either got to stay at a homestay or be invited to a private residence. What we saw on the island was box trucks, pickup trucks, motorbikes, or a lot of folks who were walking. A little bit about a ham radio history on Rotuma Island. In 1988, there was a 3 Delta 2 X-ray. It was the first amateur radio DXpedition to Rotuma. And that was located in Fapufa. And Fapufa is one of the districts on the island, and you can see the listing of the operators. The other DXpeditions occurred from 2011 through ours last year in 2024. So this was our on-island team. There were 6 of us. Greg Marco, W6IZT, he was the team leader. I'm in the middle. Nathan, N4HW, I got that wrong. N4NHW, he was our team medic. Connor Dickey, KD9LSV. Jamie Williams, who's not here with us today, he came in from the United Kingdom. And Lucas Bartkus came in from Lithuania. So we had 6 folks on the island putting everything together. Our off-island team was orchestrated by Greg, and it was actually overseen by Case up in your top left-hand corner, W0 Alpha Alpha Echo. He was coordinating the efforts of our off-island operators. And down on the bottom right, I'll draw your attention to Matus, OM8 Alpha Tango Echo. He's going to be on our Saba Island DXpedition on October. So more of the off-island team, a very significant mixture of different cultures, people from different countries that all worked in through the island on the ribs, the radio in a box. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, Emilia Yankee Oscar 8 Yankee Lima. She is going to be joining us in October, as well as George Yankee Oscar 9 Lima India Gulf. So where we stayed was Lillian's homestay, and you can see that photograph of our actual base operations in the top left-hand side. Our radio operation, it's not showing, our radio operation was further down toward that blue area, kind of hard to see in that photograph. And then we put in a couple of pictures, top right and bottom left, of where we had our meals. The bottom right-hand photograph shows the homestay, and the homestay was sort of our general meeting area that linked up to all of our individual rooms. And now I'll turn it over to Greg Marco.
Digress a bit. Those of you who have been coming to Dayton for many years will understand this, but seeing the sewage event that we had in the lobby today kind of brings memories back of the Hera Arena. If you'd been there, you totally understand. So this DXpedition, our core objective was to get as many young people involved in DXpeditioning as possible. And the Young Island team was made up largely of first-time DXpeditioners, and the off-island team, we bring on board so they can get a virtual experience of DXpeditioning. And we use the off-island team as sort of our recruiting group for the next DXpedition. So coming up to Saba, as Dean alluded to, we have 4 operators that will be on island with us. And again, we'll have another group of approximately 30 to 40 off-island operators that will form our off-island team. I'm already putting some thought into what we're going to do in 2026, but again, the plan would be to leverage the Saba off-island team on that DXpedition in this upcoming year. Rotuma was number 65 in Club Log. It was a bit of a challenge that we didn't anticipate, but we managed to overcome and move on. How do I advance this, Dean? Perfect. So when we were planning this trip back in the summer, one of the things we were working up through was what was going to be the magnitude, the size, the weight of our shipment. And we scoped it out. We came up with a size and a volume and got quotes. And we weren't totally comfortable with the quotes that we were getting. And as it turned out, the quote was 50% low. Well, we'd budgeted a number, but we didn't budget for doubling our air shipment expenses. So we had to cut it down significantly by half. Our equipment shipped from Atlanta by truck to Los Angeles by air to Sydney to Auckland to Nandi, Fiji. And we had trackers in the package. We were able to follow it all along. We planned for some delays in the shipping, and it turned out that it was good that we did because our gear arrived in Rotuma 1 week before the team arrived. Had we not built that buffer into our shipping schedule, we would have been there without equipment. So what this ended up forcing us to do was to carry a lot of stuff as checked baggage. On the international flights, we had a 30 kilogram limit per bag. On the Rotuma flight, it was a 15. Well, you think the math is really simple. You just take one bag, split it in half, and put it in a smaller bag, and away you go. Well, it doesn't really kind of work out that way because when you break it down to the weight of every individual item, you end up shuffling a lot of things around. We had a day layover in Nandi, and that entire day, from sun up to sunset, was spent repackaging gear. But we managed to get everything repackaged, and it's on its way to Rotuma. Everything we needed, we shipped. So we didn't rely on picking up any materials in Fiji. We just weren't comfortable with that. In the end, we ended up with about $3,600 in extra baggage fees. In contrast with some of the other DXpeditions that have faced the same challenge, that's not too bad. We got hit with $3,400 in value-added tax, which is kind of a expense you have to pay, and so that was what it was. We had 2 local stations, K3s with KPA 500s. We had 3 ribs. 2 were K3 based, and 1 was based on L. For a 11680, we had an inverted L. We were told that we could get a local young man to climb up a tree and string the antenna. Well, we couldn't find anybody on the island that would or could go up the tree. So we ended up casting a rock and getting it up high enough to work somewhat. On 10 through 20, we had vertical dipoles on the water, and they worked fairly well. And then on 30 and 40, we had quarter wave verticals. The ribs being operated 100% remote. We use the same antenna configuration that's been used by A7JV on his trips. And that was a V8 antenna, which is a design from N6BT with a local tuner, a remote tuner at the antenna that worked in concert with the tuners in the ribs. And then on 6 meters, we had a 5-element Yagi. Unfortunately, we just had 1 small opening to VK, and for the rest of the trip, we didn't have any success on 6 meters.
So as you guys can see here, this is kind of he kind of mentioned our station that was basically right on the beach. And as you can see in the top right, that was our like pre-setup station we had some basic tables and stuff that was getting configured. But overall, everything was set up, we had basically an empty station, or empty shack ready to go for the station. You can see that you can see the tin on the side and the roof there. We ended up putting tarps on the side of it so that for all the weather concerns that you do get in the middle of the rainy season there in Rotuma. You can see we were basically on the beach, and then the top right is the 3 ribs on the back table, the 2 K3s and then the K4 rib, as well with the KPA 500 and the 500 watt tuner there. So we had 1 table that was mostly focused to the remote operators and the ribs, and then you had 2 other tables that were set up for the local operations, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. As you see Lucas, LY7J in the foreground, and then you see Dean in the background there. And that's where the 2 local stations were, and they each had, as Greg mentioned, KPA 500s and K3s. And so you can kind of see there Lucas setting up one of the V8s there, and I'll let Nathan allude to a little bit more on how that went. And as you can see here, this is kind of just a wide variety of locations of all the antennas we used. We used as Greg mentioned, the top left has the long wire, and the top right, or the 2 on the right-hand side are the rib V8s that we ended up using. We had a bunch of vertical dipoles, as you can see in the middle there, and quarter wave verticals in the bottom left-hand corner for 30 and 40. And then just all the vertical dipoles were basically right on the beach as much as we could due to tide situations. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Nathan here. He'll talk a little bit more about some of the challenges and things we overcame.
Challenges is an absolute understatement. These guys actually overcame quite a bit. Starting back at the top, the weather and stuff, we were obviously trying to prepare for, I guess, dehydration and just some of these, I guess, natural occurring environmental issues. Did not expect it to be as hot as it was, and it wasn't necessarily the temperature, it was the humidity. If you're from the south, you understand that. The lightning and the wind, I mean, it rained about once, maybe twice a day, but like I said, just the humidity was just absolutely relentless. And being there's no break, there was no like air conditioning inside the houses, there was no place to necessarily escape to. So that was a little bit of a challenge. The insects, we were like right on the beach. So you had a lot of like the sand fleas and there was mosquitoes and other things I don't even know that biologists know what they are, but they would crawl on anything. If you had an open wound, there were 5 layers. And like I said, I wanted to say the details on that, but it was very challenging to, you know, keep the amount of, I guess, cleanliness and, you know, I guess whatever that we actually keep in, you know, first world countries. But those were some challenges that we obviously had to overcome. So a lot of it was trying to prevent and then obviously correct the infections, to do a lot of the soft tissue injury treatments. I was brought on board, I've been a paramedic for 24 years, so that's what got me onto the team because it's definitely not my CW skills. And even though we were in like a saltwater environment, the soft tissue injuries didn't heal like I was expecting them to be. So like I said, we kind of had to pick up just kind of where we were left off. Antennas, like I said, we picked a really good time. We got there at low tide. We saw a perfect spot. We put the antenna. 2 hours later, the antenna was about 2 feet underwater. So you'll see more pictures about that later. Cool story. On the island, we expected 220. We were told 220, 240. We measured it. On a good day, it was 170. On a usual day, it was about 140 with no ground wire. So it's like, yeah, why don't you touch this metal part of the radio while we're transmitting, please? There is commercial power. It was from cat generators, which, like I said, it was at least okay for the 110 stuff. But we were also without power for certain times during the day, and that was just natural for them. They absolutely expected it. It was 1 to 2, 5 to 6, and then overnight there was no electricity. I think the weekends were even worse. No electricity on the weekends. You look outside, not that you could tell, but there was no electricity on the weekends. And he's already covered the transporting the gear onto routine with the amount of, you know, stuff that we had to repack, unpack, and stuff like that. So that was encouraging. So yes, I was actually brought on board. We had to pack an entire pack. I had to make it less than 50 pounds. That's not easy whenever you're carrying 6 liters of fluid with you. And so there was a things. And so we tried to pre-hydrate even before we left. We had Zoom meetings and all that kind of stuff. And I encourage these people, you know, let's try to at least intake, you know, 3 liters a day about the week leading up to it, to where we're not arriving on the island like behind the curve already. And I think that solved, or that at least prevented a lot of problems from actually getting worse. Electrolytes, huge, because obviously, I mean, you can wash yourself out by just drinking water. So using the electrolytes and all that kind of stuff helped. Like I said, just with the insects and all that kind of stuff. With the mosquitoes, obviously our go-to would have been DEET, just because it's very effective toward the mosquitoes. The problem is it's very caustic toward equipment. So whenever I see somebody's thumbprint embedded on my K3, I'm not a happy camper. So to try to prevent that from happening, we were trying to use some other things. And I mean, granted, it was somewhat effective, but not as good as the DEET. We kind of resorted back to the DEET. We were very careful to keep that off of our hands. Like I said, infections, that was a little bit more of a challenge than I was expecting. We only had one that I guess needed to actually seek intervention. Other than that, no hot water. I mean, did that really necessarily, I guess, come into play with the personal hygiene? Maybe. I don't know. It felt really nice to have cold showers in the middle of the day and 110-degree heat index, so I was okay with it. I didn't mind it. So, the challenge was, okay, so I mentioned about the V8 that we actually put in the middle of the water. We came out, I don't think it was being used, and Lucas actually found it literally laying in the surf at high tide. So he goes out there, he retrieves it, and it's got a remote tuner on the bottom of it. Now, luckily, it wasn't powered up, and I think that's the only thing that saved it. So we brought it in. I'm sorry, I didn't do anything. I was sleeping. They brought it in, they washed it out, they dried it out, and then all of a sudden, they're putting it back together. And the thing started coming alive. Something was not exactly right about it, but it worked for the most part. So we opened it up here. We're opening things up. We're trying. There's one relay, a problem that's not working. And so we're going through, and so like Lucas was like, "Hey, I'm gonna hit this button. You tell me if it clicks." I was like, "Yeah, it clicks." I go to the next one. "Yeah, that one clicks." Well, they all started to feel the same. I don't know if it's just my finger was numb, but they all started to feel the same. So in the middle on the top, I went back up to the homestay, and I grabbed my Littman Cardiology 4 stethoscope, and I turned it on the small bell, and I put it right on there. And it was obvious. That was like the most use I've ever got out of that entire stethoscope in like 20 years. I don't even sure how to use it anywhere else, but it's great for relay comparisons. But so yeah, I mean, that's just what we were doing. To upper right-hand corner, we had a really good supervisor that was watching over our shoulders. He pretty much taught us everything we know. But yeah, that was just a really fun part of the trip. But these guys really did. They overcome so much stuff. I mean, you give this kid, a ball of copper wire and a hammer, they can build a radio with it. Yeah, I mean, everybody had their spot, everybody had their specialty, and they really functioned. I mean, just sitting back, just watching these guys, it was a well-oiled machine in a very rough place, and they really did a lot of good stuff there. We overcame everything. I think only one piece of equipment went back. What was that, a bandpass filter? Okay, and like I said, I mean, I'm like, you can't let a bandpass filter get you guys down. We can't go home with this, but it was fixed afterwards. The three local, the operators, like I said, it was really fun operating from there. And several, like I said, of the youth ops are going to be going on our next trip coming up in October of this year. And speaking of great photographers, Lucas.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lucas, LY7J. I am full-time photographer in my country, in Lithuania. So something like that, Rotuma Island was something different, something that I never saw before. And it's all because of our weird and amazing hobby. So, by the way, it's my second time in States and first Hamvention, so thank you. Yeah, so talking about island photography, you can see our homestay where we stayed with a picture with the drone on the left side. And on the right side, you can see as Nathan mentioned, we are not very great CW operators. So during CW Worldwide contest, we had some free time. So we ride a bike through the island, and we were invited to the neighborhood party. Yeah, we drink some interesting drinks. Yeah, it was an experience. Yep. So I wish I could show you, all the 1,000 pictures, but it's just only a few of them. So, some telecommunication systems in the Rotuma, a landline via satellite, and Rotuma Airport. Rotuma Church, one of the churches, they have a lot of churches, and a boat that comes every 2 weeks, I guess, to the island. So it looks way different for me. Yeah, something interesting. That bull, that's a story. So while we were driving on the bike, I think that was one of the pictures on the Apple. So while we were taking that picture with the drone, we were concentrated to taking that picture, and we heard something behind us. So that was our friend. He was chasing us. We were running around circles around the bike. It is funny now. It was not funny at that moment at all. So yeah. On the top side right, you can see I think it was Wednesday dinner, bacon, really good one. Then on the down left side, Vama and his farm, and some forest, I guess. Lunch and dinner, not Denny's. Yeah, thank you. What's that? And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
One of the things that was the most rewarding part of this trip was there was not a single occasion when one of the team members came up to me and said, "Greg, this is broken." There were many occasions when I walked down and they were fixing something, or they said, "Greg, we fixed this and we got to work on it some more later," or "Greg, we fixed this and it's finished." So that was really rewarding for me. Everybody just had a can-do attitude. You know, when you go on any DXpedition, it's planning, 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 because Murphy's along for the ride. I actually had a slide in another presentation that was a group of Rotuma warriors doing a dance, and I titled the slide Murphy and All His Cousins, because they were there. Everything worked well. I do want to share a story that we didn't capture in the presentation. As it was discussed, we operated CQ Worldwide CW, and you guys made notice of our hardened operating shelter. It was designed to survive earthquakes, typhoons, etc. And we had daily storms. And I was up in the house, I was laying in bed, and I heard the wind come up. And I heard the wind come up, the rain come up. And this was not like any wind or rain I'd heard since we got there. So I jumped up and I was pulling my shoes on, my phone rang. It was Jamie, who was down in the operating shelter on his shift. And he's screaming, "Help, the roof blew off." So the team muster, we ran down there. Lucas and Jamie were holding what was left of the roof on. And as hot as it was on Rotuma, this storm was cold. They were shivering. It was intense. It was a pretty significant event. We covered the equipment with tarps. After the rain passed, we packed everything up and we put the station back on in the air in the morning. So that was one of the memories, and it'll stick with me for the rest of my life. A little bit about the power. The power fluctuated a lot, but the neutral was never anywhere near ground potential. It was always 60, 70, 80 volts. So as alluded to by Nathan, every time you touch something, you got a shock. And Lucas grabbed some copper wire, threw it in the surf, problem solved. So we couldn't have done this without our sponsors. Oh, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Go for it.
So as you know, in any DXpedition, there's a lot that goes into it. I know we're getting close on time, but I want to recognize Indexa, CDXC, Youth on the Air, I'm having a hard time seeing it, German DX Foundation, a lot of support from a European standpoint and domestic standpoint that helped us do what we needed to do. And I'd be remiss in not recognizing DX Engineering and also Elecraft, because we were using all Elecraft gear while we were on the island. As Greg mentioned, it was a very, very challenging DXpedition. We all had to pull together, and we sort of became known as the naked ham radio operators because it was so hot. The night that roof blew off, we were all in different states of dress. When we're running down there to grab the roof so that the radios don't get wrecked. So it spread across the island, a small island, and before you know it, that's what we became known as. And it was pretty, like I've been mentioned, it's been pretty warm. So we're going to take a few questions if we have time, but I'm going to let Greg wrap up with our future plans.
So as we've announced earlier this year, we have an upcoming trip to Saba, and this is a continuation of this project that is a partnership with Youth on the Air, and it's really getting a lot of momentum. I couldn't be happier. What comes with momentum is a lot of work, but I'm really passionate about this, so it's a labor of love. On Saba, we'll have 3 stations. Our operating location is going to be at the home of Jeff NM1Y. We've operated there for many times before. We've won contests, we've set records, but there's no infrastructure there now. So it'll be like building a DXpedition from the ground up. There's a little bit of material, but not a lot. So the kids that are going on this trip are going to have the experience of building stations from the ground up, just as they would on a DXpedition. Saba is not rare by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not where we're going, it's about what we're doing. And why Saba? It's safe. We can take a large team there, and it's affordable. And so that works out real well. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about Saba at the opening of the afternoon session tomorrow. We're in the process of raising funds. Things are going fairly well. And if you can find it in your heart to help us, you can go to our website or go to donate pj6y@2025@gmail.com. We'd be remiss if we didn't thank the Northern California DX Foundation. They've been very generous and very supportive in these efforts, and we couldn't do it without them. So again, thank you to the folks at NorCal.
We can take a couple of questions before we pass it on, if there's any in the audience.
Did you leave anything behind? Did you have anything that you did not ship back to the state?
We did, as Greg had mentioned, we spent a lot of time logistically, and it's a long story, but for the most part, we wound up leaving anything of heavy weight, like the coax was left. We had tables, those were left. Some things got wrecked in the storm, but we cross-packed to get on the island, and we pulled some strings because what was initially said we could pack in personal luggage actually was a lot heavier than than the intel we received, and we got back all of our critical gear amongst the team itself, and that was very, very important. I hope that answers your question.
What visa issues did you have?
Yeah. One more? Not really. We did have some visitors come in, but for the most part, a lot of the young folks on Rotuma are leaving the island. They're going to Fiji, they're going to Australia. So not really any local activity as far as amateur radio operators are concerned. I need to wrap it up and turn it back over to Brian, but thank you very much for attending the 3 Delta 2 Yankee presentation.
They did show up with the raffle tickets, and there's some people walking around if you'd like to purchase it from them. 5 tickets for $20 for the ICOM 705, and we use the proceeds to help fund DXpeditions. Okay.
The old one. I need a new one.
I'm not going to be able to
I had it
download it.
on
Oh, do you have it on a thumb drive?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because the slides are in another.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Yes, this is the date in 25. This is the right one.
Go ahead and copy it over.
I uploaded it yesterday, but it's not here. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I think I may have got it like Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday I copied it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slides, I can have it all, but the text here. Yeah, we did probably.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I will choose the group. Most of the text because
Oh, no. That's good. I do too.
Okay, forward and back, okay? Good.
Okay, we are ready to go. We have the 7 XT02WX presented by XT2WX. Ready?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. I am Vlad, Oscar Kilo 2, Whiskey X-Ray from Czech Republic. I'm first time here in Dayton. And at the beginning, please, I apologize for my easy English, insufficient English, but I try to say a few words about my single operator DX expedition to Yemen, to Socotra Islands. Single operator expedition is a special category. You are responsible for yourself to compare with big multinational expeditions with many, many peoples. It's like when you are climbing to the Mount Everest in one person and you are responsible for all. So let me say a few words about the single DX expedition to the island Socotra. Why Socotra? Socotra belongs to Yemen, which was last year, in January, ranked 44 on the list of most wanted DXCC countries. Second, last big expedition at the time of my planning of my trip was the last big expedition, 7 Oscar 6 Tango, here in 2012, and the single operation 2014 in both cases, Dima, Romeo Alpha 9, United Sierra, United. It was 10 years ago. And third, there is no war on the island. Socotra is about 300 nautical miles from the mainland of Yemen. Nevertheless, the island is not recognized as the safety destination for Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which strongly advises against traveling to Socotra. The island is on the ministry red list, which means it's practically impossible to take out any travel insurance. I eventually managed to get underwritten with many exceptions, thanks to help from my wife, Paula, who works in the insurance industry for many, many years. So, we did a survey on our website, and this is how roughly 1,000 amateur radio operators answered which bands and modes they are most interested in. I expected high interest on 160 meters CW, but I was surprised by the high demand on 10 meters and in opposite, a low interest on SSB. Yeah, you see here SSB, the demand is very low to compare with digital modes and CW. Okay, good. This is the amateur radio license. When I finally obtained my license, after 5 months of hard persuasion of the Yemeni authorities, it was practically useless, as usually in the developing countries. Instead of full spectrum amateur radio bands, I got only some of them with a maximum output of 100 watts and many other restrictions. After another 5 months, I eventually managed to obtain a license for all standard amateur radio bands, with the exception of 30 meters, which the Yemenis do not consider to be an amateur band or a secondary amateur radio band, and which was, despite of all my efforts, ultimately rejected. But I was successful in getting an authorization for expert linear amplifier, without which operation on the lower bands would make much sense. The wait for the final signature from Director of the Ministry of Telecommunication and Information Technology took a while, even though I had a written promise that I would receive my license. I finally got the document during DX expedition in Cameroon, Tango Juliet 9, Mike Delta, and immediately after applied for LOTW certificate and recognition by ARRL. Here you can see on the right picture the Socotra Island and the Yemen mainland. So, how to get to Socotra? Very, very difficult. There are no scheduled flights to Socotra, just a special charter from Abu Dhabi in United Arab Emirates that flies twice a week. The tickets you cannot buy online as usually. You need a special agent, and they are sold out average 1 year in advance. And also, you cannot move free in Socotra. You also need the special agent who is responsible for you moving on the island. There are no hotels on Socotra, with exception the Hadibu, and you pay for the tent only for small tent, or eventually for stone shelter. I had valuable plane tickets many months in advance with a special visa to Yemen. This is the second problem, the visa. You cannot get the visa and the embassy in Prague, and Yemeni embassy in Prague. The visa can be obtained only through, again, the special agent in Socotra. Politically, Socotra is close to the South Yemen, but it's not the difference, it's Yemen, and the people are both sides, North and South Yemen in Socotra. So, problem with transport heavy radio equipment. As can you see on the left picture, I had 3 belly cases and some big box, carton box with antennas and with spider beam antenna. But the biggest problem is that the Air Arabia charter flight limits baggage weight to 20 kilograms per head, and no overweight and oversize allowed. Thanks to Teresa Homola and together with her Yemeni partner, they managed to arrange exception directly from the CEO of Air Arabia airline. I was able to take 2 transceiver, one of them aircraft K4, second ICOM 7300, one SP expert amplifier, full-size antenna for 160 meters, 80 meters quarter wave vertical with 16 radials, and Stepper IR, crank IR antenna. So, the left, it's the K4 a suitcase with a special switch for low bands and a power supply, and the right case, the amplifier, and another radio. And last one, suitcase what with coax cables on all materials, because you have no chance to buy something in Socotra. That what you have in suitcases is all what you have. So, problem with customs. Another unexpected issue was that the luggage was not checked all the way to its final destination as usually. When you are flying, you check your luggage to the final destination. Because charter flight, I had to pick up in Abu Dhabi and re-enter the transit area, which turned out to be quite a problem. First, for customs reason, they were worried that I smuggled the heavy and suspicious equipment to the Emirates without permission. And second, that the country that had in recent years, that had a license issued, had in recent years fired missiles direct in Abu Dhabi airport. But finally, I managed to get all my suitcases and antennas on the plane to Socotra, and I landed on the morning, January 23, to the island. On the ground. My team was already waiting to get me through customs and load the luggage in the large Toyota SUV, which is the most common type of vehicle on Socotra, due to state of local roads. They are very, very poor. So I spent the first day and night in the capital city of Hadibu, which has about 10,000 inhabitants. There are just two hotels in all of Hadibu, both quite removed from what a European would expect. The only modern hotel in Hadibu, it looks like in the room, really not 5-star hotel. And this is not a whiskey. If you think I'm drinking alcohol, it's absolutely prohibited. It's a tea, the black Arabian tea in every amount, every day. Maybe I drank every day, so 2 liters of this black tea. I had the tooths black from this tea because it's the national drink. After a brief sleep interrupted by constant prayers from the loudspeakers at the local mosque starting at 4 mornings, so early, we left at dawn for my QTH. That was Aumak Beach on the south side of the island. The previous expedition were every time in the north, in the near to the capital city. And the location was destroyed by monsoon a few years ago. Getting there meant crossing the Hagerer mountain pass at almost 1,500 meters high, which also gave me the opportunity to see the native dragon blood trees, considered the national tree of Yemen. Again, the dragon tree, blood dragon tree, and it was the entry to the guided to the area, the private area. So it looks the coast of Yemen, no people, absolute empty. It's like in Maldives a little bit, but absolutely empty. And you see the high mountains. The people asked me that it's not good for beaming to North America and to Europe, but the angle, the elevation angle, was about 6 to 10 degrees. It was not crucial, not difficult, and Central America, South America, and Japan absolutely free over ocean. After arriving at the base camp, you can see on the map the location. The north is the Hadibu, the capital city, and you must go through the high mountains about 1,500 meters to the south. It's about 4 to 5 hours by car. After arriving at the base camp, we started setting up tents, one for operating and one for sleeping. I was accompanied by a driver and cook in one person and one guide. That was the agent. They are responsible for me. That I cannot move outside the camp. Because the temperatures and the UV index climb very high and physical exhaustion sets in quickly. After lunch, instead of working, we slept. Darkness started setting in after 5 p.m. hours, which meant that the amount of time for working outdoors was very short. It was only possible to set up antennas from dawn before 6 a.m. to about 10 a.m. and then from 4 a.m. to dusk. Yeah, this is the tent operation room. Antenna setup. The following date, January 25, I managed to set up the stepper IR, crank IR, and commence operation at least on FT8. At the same time, I started to work on setting up the 80 meters vertical because the next day was the CQWW160. In order to tune the capacitance height, you need to take antenna down because these antennas, 80 meters high, they have the 4 legs of capacitance head, 12.5 meters long. And in order to tune the capacitance head, you need to take antenna down, shorten 4 elements of the head, but put it back up and re-anchor it in the wind, which is not easy to do with only 3 persons. Ultimately, we had to abandon the original idea of setting up the vertical on the beach with radials in the salt water, because I have good experience from Maldives. It worked perfectly with radials on the beach. Because instead of expected 100 meters distance from our area, it was almost 300 meters from our guarded area. There was an option to set up a large tent on the beach, but nowhere to put the generator. And when you put the generator in the fine sand and the sand got in the engine, it's finished. Even so, the coax cable for the vertical only ran to about 120 meters. At least 5-band spider beam antenna. This is the vertical, the typical diagram, wiring diagram. That was the local people. They are living in the area, and they were very curious and came to look what's happened there in the camp. As it is the spider beam. Okay. The Chinese 6 kilowatt generator with 3 sockets, 220 volts and 800 watts power each, and 1 socket 400 volt. As a precaution, my team delivered 2 brand new generators, these Chinese 6 kilowatt generators to Socotra, with 1 serving as backup. The voltage from the generator was nice, 225 volts, but when I measured that same voltage under load, keying the final stage, it dropped to 170 volts. 200 volt socket was unable to deliver even 600 watts of power to the amplifier. This is only the wiring of the extension cable. Okay. It dropped, the voltage dropped to 170 volts, and the generator was not able to deliver even 600 watt of power to the amplifier. But you see, the amplifier is all right. Already, okay, and already at 300 watt out, dots in CW were dropping out during CW, and SSB was no longer readable. I suddenly realized why the other stations kept logging questions mark in CQWW and were unable to read me. This was, of course, a major problem. What to do? Look right on the measurement. Nice. Okay, that was CQWW listening in Socotra. Nice signals everywhere, and I didn't have the generator. You can imagine my situation. Of course, I couldn't just go to the store and buy a new generator as if we're somewhere in Europe. The plane only brought the humanitarian aid to Socotra. There was no way to get a functional generator from the Emirates. I was already coming to terms with the fact that I would do the whole expedition with just bare radio, when while the owner of the campsite managed to secure a 3 kilowatt electric generator from his friend in Hadibu. He claimed it was totally reliable and could deliver 3 kilowatt, which turned out to be right. What you see on the right side, it's 100,000 Yemeni riyals for about 400 liters fuel. On Monday, 29 January, I finally appeared on the CW and SSB bands, and the expedition was officially in business. Egyptian vulture, sorry. My antennas, however, made angry the local Egyptian vulture with a wingspan of almost 2 meters. Socotra happens to be the place with the highest population density of these vultures in the world. One of them knocked down the Stepir IR by sitting on it. Fine, we said, we will just anchor it. And we did it. Then the vulture set its sights on the spider beam, landing on the top of the balloon and nibbling on the 50 meters dipole, which is in the spider beam consists of 2 parts. This soon had an effect, and my SWR on 15 meters started to deteriorate. You can imagine in one people or 3 people, when they helped me, the spider beam to push up and down in 40 degrees Celsius temperature is not easy. Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised, because I said 50 meters is out, and we need to push the antenna down and repair it. In the meantime, I was experiencing tremendous pileups, as if no one was there 2 months earlier. That was the expedition from Kenneth and from Dima. It was a random situation because we were planning the expedition, all 3 people at the same time, and we didn't know it, that we planned it. I rotated the spider beam to 70 degrees, and in addition to Japan Alpha, also had a great signals with Asia, Hotel Sierra, Yankee Bravo, Victor United, and Victor Kilo. Before noon, I turned to Europe, where the pileup continued until I closed on 10, 12, and 50 meters. In the afternoon, United States, Whiskey, and Victor Echo stations joined in. It's the video, but it not works. I don't know why. So this is the view on the spider beam, and behind is the 80 meters vertical 460. So soon I ran into another problem. Temperatures in the tent started approaching 40 degrees during the day, which meant that the amplifier started to overheat and shut down. With a heavy heart, I decided to relocate my QTH to stone shelter left, with 50 meters away. It took me half a day to reinstall everything, lead the coaxial cables again, and put up completely new beverage antennas for the low bands. The shuttle was nicely airy and pleasant to be in, but unfortunately it was quite open to the surrounding landscape. This turned out to be an issue later when the wind picked up and we experienced a sandstorm. When I returned home, I had disassembled all the radios and blow the sand out with the compressor. Yeah, everywhere the fine sand, in radios, in power supply. That was my accommodation, the small tent for sleeping, and the radios on the big table, open to the surrounding area. Another problem with 80 meters, because many people asked me why I am not on 80 meters. I calculated that I have for 80 meters the Stepir crank IR. I tested it at home with 10 meters coax cable without any problems. And I was very disappointed with 80 meters band, for which I had the Stepir crank IR pre-tested in Oscar Kilo. My hamshake, however, was now 37 meters from the antenna. It turns out that with 50 meters coax cable, the antenna has a completely different SWR than at its foot. In addition, the SWR started to deteriorate rapidly with longer keying. I contacted John, Victor Alpha 7 IR, the CEO of Stepir, who recommended I should include another balloon on the path to the radio, but I didn't have one, and you cannot buy there when you don't have. He said I should at least try a lobe created from coax cable near to the antenna. That didn't help. The coax cable was likely behaving as another radial and getting their antenna out of tune. So I definitely lost the 80 meters band. Das ist Andre, Delta Lima 8, Lima Alpha Sierra. At his home, he has the antennas for listening. The conditions, the propagation was very variable from 539 until 579. It was very, very different. Is the view for 40 meters antenna. I started to work at least 40 meters instead 80 and SSB every evening. After dinner, I went to sleep for 3 hours, and from 1 local time until dawn, I worked on 160 meters, which was fantastic. Daily, I received emails from American stations telling me that the entire Midwest and West was waiting to connect with Yemen on 160 meters. They were on the band every night from midnight until our dawn. Some large station with 4-square antenna like Kilo Mike 2 Papa from Maine reached up to 599. Alpha Alpha 6 Alpha Alpha asked me to avoid the frequencies 1810, 1820 and 1830 kilohertz because commercial radio stations on the west coast of the USA generate harmonics on these frequencies, causing up to S9 interference and making a reception impossible. The signal on the Iceland. Yeah, that was one of many emails that I got from US. Before I went to bed, I checked the minimum of the antenna. I saw it was, yeah, sorry, this is beverage and one slide. The beverage with some radials because the ground, the sound is not good ground. Yeah, okay. Before I went to bed, I checked the minimum and saw it was 115. At one morning, it was 1832. If even a single radial out of the 16 fell out, it had a noticeable impact of the minimum SWR value. I understand that 16 radials is not too much, but you are limited by weight, because weight, it's the crucial word in the single operator DXpedition. It's every time weight, and then we again weight. After daybreak, I switched the generator off for 3 hours, had breakfast and went to bed, so I could start working on 10 meters from 9 local time. This is the coverage from sand. A view for, yeah, this is from drone. Windy weather, the band condition varied greatly. Some mornings were completely quiet at first, but then there came a major pileup. Wind also tended to pick up in the morning and reach more than 15 meters per second, which made SSB operation virtually impossible, even with minimal Vox sensitivity. Later, I found a microphone with PTT, but it was still better to switch to CW. So walking on the beach, very nice nature, very nice sea. Life passed in regular rhythm, breakfast, lunch, dinner, working and sleeping in the tent, which I was constantly sweeping to get rid of the omnipresent fine sand. I had internet access and could keep an online log. The connection was slow and unreliable, but good enough for text communication. Sometimes it dropped, and I was always glad when someone spotted me on a cluster, which was almost a necessity on the low bands. Yeah. as the picture from the camp. It was our Jeep, I think 50 years old. You can see here. We have short time. I go a little bit faster. The assembling of antennas, my last working day was the morning of February 12th. I underestimated how long the specking would take, and we were disassembling the spider beam in the dark. I would never have believed what fine desert sand can to do antenna wires. The sand stuck under the element so firmly that you could probably use them as a wire saw. I left the antennas on Socotra just like Dima left all his verticals and coaxial cables. Going back, the night journey to Hadibu was thankfully without any nasty surprises. This is the airport. My team brought me to the closed airport early in the morning. Because flights only arrive twice a week, the airport is closed most of the time. Thankfully, the owner of the base camp was also an airport employee, which made things much easier. Even so, the security guard wanted me to disassemble the ICOM 733 to look inside. After a short discussion in Arabic, my guide managed to persuade him that it was not necessary. Yeah, this is Mr. Weil. And this is the closest airport. So, results. The Yemeni Odyssey was over. Despite all troubles with the generator, the heat and the sand, I managed to make over 27,000 QSOs in 2 weeks, of which 10,300 were the human mode, CW and SSB. It be mentioned that I worked never 2 stations together because I didn't have the bandpass filters, and I follow the rules that only 1 station is running at one time. No, never 2 stations at the same time. Otherwise, I could have over 30,000 QSO, and I am in the mega expedition category. Yeah, because in Mafia I had in one person 41,000 QSO by this way. That was the QSL card, and to the end, my biggest thanks is to Yemeni Czech couple, Weil and Teresa, who own the agency on Socotra Islands, and without their helps, this expedition would never have taken place. I also want to thank my corporate sponsors, Spider Beam, Steppier, Mastrand, Socotra Exclusive Tours, and of course, the biggest thanks to Association and Club Sponsors, Northern Californian DX Foundation, GDXF, and so on, as you can see. This was the log. The manager, the QSL manager was Antonio, Italy 8 Kilo Hotel Charlie, and all QSO are in the LOTW. And thank you for your attention.
Oh, James, come on up. Yes. Oh, yep. Don't forget, more raffle tickets in the back. The drawing will be at the end of the second part. And so this is the last presentation for the first part, XT2MD. Yep, thank you.
All right, folks, thanks to those who are staying and to those who are leaving. You're going to miss what I'm calling the best part, because the best is always last, right, Brian? There you go. All right, as you see on your screen, like Vlad's adventure, the place I went to as an American
was somewhere I was told, do not go there by our U.S. Department of State. In fact, another U.S. operator backed out when he learned that it's considered a level 4 red zone, and the Department of State and the embassies will do nothing to help me in the event of any disasters. So let me just put that out there. I know a lot of people are itching to go to lunch. I won't keep you long. I have a tendency to go long, so I'm going to cut to the chase quickly, which is the challenges. As most of you know, you chase the DX, you get your contact, you tune the dial. A lot goes on behind the scenes that you don't know about. Sure, we all use antennas. That's the group of us for the obligatory picture. People from 8 countries, 14 operators from 8 countries. We're all there with our respective country flags. We like everybody else, we gathered before it. We had a nice meal in Milan. A lot of people came from different places to meet at the Arbusto clubhouse, which hosted the Mediterranean DX Club's group, which Vlad was a part of, by the way. You'll see him in some of the photos as we go through, but I'm going to try to go through it quick. Like every other expedition, we travel, we have a lot of stuff. We go through the usual airport chaos. We have to move all our things. That's me sitting there having a drink while somebody's loading up one of our 2 vehicles that brought us there. That's the other, that was the van that brought us and equipment. I don't think that van should have been on the road. It didn't handle the roadways, which are dirt roads with potholes, which may or may not have been from bombs, because Burkina Faso is constantly a battle zone for people looking to take control. There's coups annually. You could count on a coup, sometimes twice in a year. We were lucky we had a pretty good, stable president. We had to take all of our equipment out at the customs and have it investigated to make sure we're not smuggling anything in that we shouldn't be bringing to the country, and to ensure, because they'll check us on the way out, and they did, that everything that we bring is taken out when we leave. We're not allowed to leave anything, even antennas. Now, as Vlad mentioned, he left some stuff. We couldn't leave anything. We had to account for it all. But we packed very well. It was a very well-organized expedition. This is just some pictures of the city of Ouagadougou, if I'm saying that correctly. That's the best I can say, taken from the transport there. We were also told not to take too many pictures, but some folks snuck some pictures anyway from the phones. We got a couple of them. Here we're trying to squeeze our bus into the lodging area. Let me put my glasses on so I could read something else. So after a short ride from customs, we got to our hotel, which was a French hotel built before the people of Burkina Faso decided to throw the French government out, who had colonized them in the past. So this hotel happened to be really well made. I would call it a 4-star hotel. It's not that bad. You'll see some photos inside. It also happened to be adjacent to the presidential palace, which probably was a strategic move back when it was built. And it was both a benefit because of the security, but a detriment because of the target being the presidential palace and the coups. Here it is, the Hotel Le Grand Calo. As you can see, it's got a nice little pool, some areas to sit. That's a spider beam in the distance. As every other expedition, we use antennas, we use radios and amplifiers. So this is an hour-and-a-half story cut down to 20 minutes. So keep in mind that we do all the same stuff. We have a lot of fun doing it, but the fun parts aren't always what you think they are. Here's a couple of the guys, the calls are listed, enjoying the pool. I was sitting off to the side. I don't like to jump in the pool. I didn't bring swim trunks, and because of arthritis, swimming is not my friend. But I did go through it once. They forced me to go in one time. We had some really good food there. The dining area, which is the light you see in the left-hand picture, that it says relaxing by the pool, that's where we ate and met and did all our business. There's a little sample of a light lunch, and then the usual chow line for dinner. The service at the hotel was really good. The people there are terrific. So those who are not involved in the governmental conflict are the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. I mean, really, and they were so happy to host us. We really appreciated that. There's a list of our equipment, just so I could say I told you about it. I loved using the 590 radios. The ACOM amps were great. My favorite aspect of it was learning about spider beams, as Vlad used and many others do. I never used a spider beam before, but I really liked it. Two other antennas, which I'll allude to later, was a 30-inch satellite dish and a big dual-band Yagi for the, I think it was a 2-meter and Endor 440 for the EME. EME and QO100 were done from XT2, by the way, for those who keep those kind of statistics. There I am helping putting up some of the beams. There's a couple of them. We were able to put antennas wherever we wanted. So we put one right in the main gathering area. And there were other guests at the hotel. Locals come to the hotel, too. There are some people of affluence who can come to this hotel. It wasn't inexpensive, let me tell you that. But it's the antennas are really good, RF quiet, and good gain in and out. Some more photos of antenna work. That's not a drone shot in the center. That's somebody on the roof doing some other work. We did have antennas from 6 through to 160. The 160 didn't do well because we had a lot of noise. There was a generator or a transverter or a transformer for an electrified fence. You'll notice in the left-hand photo, there's a wall. That wall had 2 rows of barbed wire, which were electrified. You could see that same wall wraps around the whole perimeter. We were literally encased in a compound that was fortified back when it was built. And the accommodations were little huts, as you see in the right picture. And that device you see on the roof is what made hot water, because it's always sunny there. It may rain 3 days in a year. When it does, it comes down hard and floods the place. But otherwise, there's no rain. It's just sun, sun, and more sun until it's dark, and then more sun. So the sun is used to heat the water. It's our friend Emil. I'm sure a lot of you DXers know our good buddy Emil, DL8 Juliet, happily pointing his antenna at the moon, and happy to be the first guy to do EME from XT2, as well as the satellite work, which we had just that one 30-something inch antenna dish that was there. A couple of operators, that's the SSB station. We do a little plug for our friend Carl at DX World. You see a little poster for him there. I sat in the left-hand chair when it was my shift. We did 3 shifts of 3 hours each with 6-hour intervals. And they were staggered. They weren't the same daily. So getting regular sleep and eating regularly was one of the challenges, because every 2 days, we were there for 12 days. So every 2 days, your shift would move 3 hours forward. And then you'd have to do, 3 on, 6 off, 3 on, 6 off, 3 on, and so on. And it kept moving. There's a nice shot of the illumination. That's our side of the compound wall, separation wall. The illumination of it is the bright lights coming from the presidential palace on the other side of that wall. That killed our ones, most of 40, a lot of 80, and a lot of 160. We barely were able to beg them to shut it off sometimes during the day, but 80 and 60 during the day is almost useless. 40 is good early morning, late afternoon, but for the lower bands, it didn't go. Now here's the meat and potatoes, where everything changed and makes this an interesting story. I'm going to read what I wrote, because now I have some time. You guys read what's on the screen, because that doesn't pay for me. But all was going well, and we'd almost forgotten about the world outside of our compound while working pileups or resting. I got to get this thing to scroll a little bit better. Give me a second. I don't see the notes well. I would have liked to position the notes on the right, Brian, instead of on the bottom. So, on the 6th day, we got a taste of the real world there. Just after lunch, a group of very serious men, 3 of them in suits and carrying badges, came in and shut us down. We were instructed to get our passports and visas and gather at the office. We were grilled for a while about our operation before having our rooms and belongings searched. After 3 hours or so, they gave us back our papers and said goodbye. We thought it was all clear and went back to business. Hold on a minute. Just after dark, those same 3 men came back and had us disconnect and load our equipment into their trucks. Everything except the coax and antennas. I mean everything. Foot pedals, barrel connectors, tools, everything that we had in our operating rooms or in our staging area except the coax and the antennas had to get packaged and put into their trucks, and they took it. The next day, they came for the antennas and wire and us. They came with what I would call a luxury tour bus. We had to put all the antennas and coaxial cable into the luggage bin. Remember that, Vlad? And take this bus to the police station. We didn't know what we were in for, so those of us who need medicine brought all our meds for a few days, some bottled water, charges for the cell phone if they'd let us do it, because you don't know how long you're going to be detained by these people who are trying to beat their chest and exert power. Meanwhile, we did have all the proper paperwork and licensing, which was strange. So, while we're at the police station, the team leader and our logistics man, Antonio and Dario, met with the chief of the police, and we showed our licenses for the activity and all the correspondence in getting the permits to access and the licenses and the hotel reservations. Then about 20 minutes later, we were sent back with apologies. Antonio came out smiling, and apparently there was a misunderstanding between the people who issued the license and the permit to do it and the police. They don't talk to each other there because they're all trying to be in charge. And when you have something like that, you don't really have a good situation in a third world country where, there's no legitimate coordination. So after verifying all our documents, they promised our equipment would follow soon, but we didn't see that until later on. While going to the station, though, many people called their respective embassies, and being the sole American there, I was refused help by our U.S. Embassy, which is down the block from the police station, literally, right down the block. You could see the building if you stand out in the street. They said, "We told you not to go, Mr. Gallo. Why are you there?" It's everywhere it says, "Do not go," risk on your own. I said, well, you only live once. Therefore, you can only get to die once, right? Why not have fun doing both? So that was my thought. And the embassy representative says, "You're an odd fellow, but we still can't do anything for you. If you get arrested, you have to engage your own lawyer, and that's all going to be on you." I said, well, I don't think we're getting arrested, but we're having a hell of a time. But thankfully, the Italian embassy sent a consular representative, and the German embassy sent somebody who came very quickly, because all the embassies are in that main city. It's not a big place, probably a couple of square miles for the main city where all the action is, the business center. So that worked out well. I got to click back in here. Hold on a minute. That worked out well for us. So with our equipment taken, we relaxed outside, out of the sun, under that shady canopy. We watched TV. They actually had a satellite TV there. A lot of sports was on, and I'm not used to the European sports. There was soccer all the time, but there was also a lot of advertisements by the military trying to recruit people, showing young men and women in military garb and machine guns dancing around like it's a party for them, having a festival. Almost like, if you guys remember MTV in the past, they were doing music videos of very serious and angry-looking people dancing around with guns, shooting off guns like crazy, just having a grand old time, being an Army person. And I thought, boy, that's a fun place to live. But here's something, as a New York Italian, I know pizza. Who'd have thought I would have flown a day's worth of airtime to have pizza? Eating is, of course, a great way to spend your downtime. What's that? Oh, wait a minute. Why am I not seeing the screen? Brian, what happened? Brian. Hold on, let me go to slideshow from current slide. Something happened. There you go. Okay, I fixed it. He fixed it. So we're sitting around eating, and now you see the pizza. Okay. So we'd almost forgotten about the world outside the compound walls while working the pile-ups and resting between the shifts. So I'm still reading the last notes. And there we are. All right, so eating's a great way to kill the time. You may guess by looking at me, I know my way around a pizza because I've been eating pizza in New York City since I'm born, and I'm here quite some time. I would rate this African blend of pizza in the top 10 for taste, and for some reason, it just keeps changing. But the pictures tell the story, you know? I know that. I got a little bit of time. I got some time, but it's just not working out for me too well. And if I can't get my slides to work with the comment there, and it's not showing for some reason from current slide. You see it? Yeah. All right. We want to back up then. All right. So there we are. The pizza was really good. Now, here we go. All right. So I've always had a serendipitous kind of a life. But meeting this man was the greatest luck we could have had. You see me shaking hands with a fellow who looks like he's a local, and he is. It was in his influence, in our opinion, that got us back on the air that very night after we met him. It turned out that he was not only the uncle of the current president, he happened to be very involved in Boy Scouts, which I am also in New York City. We've got a lot of scouts in New York City. When he mentioned, he was telling a story to the group of us, when he mentioned that, besides, you know, he's the uncle of this President Traore, and he's been for the last 40 years the chief scout of the Boy Scout organization of Sub-Saharan Africa. I got up to shake his hand as a thank you for his service to the youth there, because they really need it. The kids in that area really need to have a way out of the temptation to be one of those crazy militaries or a street criminal, of which there are many. So the shared support of the program, I think, helped close the deal in getting, now I can't get the mouse to move, in getting him, it's not working out too well, Brian, getting him to have his nephew use his influence to get our equipment back. They let us go, as I mentioned, but getting our equipment back was the key to it. We got back on the air that night about, the equipment came about 11 p.m. We quickly put up a couple of spider beams and 2 radios to get back on the air with CW and SSB, which is my party. At the end of the adventure, we were able to, thanks again to our new relationship with the relative of the boss of the country, they gave us a nice, that same luxury bus. Yeah, you too. They're telling me hurry up. The same luxury bus that, I think it was a Russian-built bus, really beautiful, that came to get us to take us to the police station, also was given to us to bring back at no additional fee. Much better than that rickety half bus that we took going there. It survived the roads a lot better too because of its good suspension. So there we are, happy. You see us all smiling. I'm sitting in the background smiling. I don't know. I think the front man, Paco is his name. He's an Italian from Spain. Selfie photo. We happened to meet the team of V55 LA in the airport, the transfer airport in Ethiopia. I think it's called the airport. It seems a lot of the African expeditions come and go through that airport because no other countries have the direct flights. So we somehow met one of the guys in a restaurant who said, yeah, we're over here with the rest of the team. And we all went to meet and take a group photo. Strangely, our intent was to meet them while we were going. We knew we were going to cross paths in that airport there for the same amount of time. But that didn't happen because our flight from Malpensa Airport in Milan was delayed almost an hour and a half. So when we got to Ethiopia, our group, 14 of us, had to run to get onto our next plane, which was leaving shortly, while the baggage was scurried over. Fortunately, we didn't lose any equipment. We were able to maintain all of our items as opposed to losing some. They did a great job there. That airport is probably one of the best airports I've ever seen next to Zurich Airport for efficiency and comfort, air-conditioned, really nice. So we were happy to meet the Norwegians there who spent the same amount of time on the other side of Africa. I think it was V55. Is that Namibia? I think it is. And then this is us back at the Milan airport, Malpensa. The club that hosted us came to pick us up. And we were very happy to finally be back. We all grabbed some espresso. There's a couple of guys holding up the Burkina Faso flag, which my shirt's built around their flag, which makes a nice impression for them. And let's get to the stats that we all want to know. We did, with the 3 days lost, so out of the 11 days we planned to be there, we lost 3 of them. We made over 77,000 total queues with a good ratio of 21,000 some odd uniques. The way we've tried to do that is using the live stream. We didn't use Club Log. We had some proprietary software that the Mediterranean DX Club has compiled themselves for logging and putting it live on the web as we go. So I think using the live stream log helps a lot in reducing dupes. I mean, there's a lot of people want band fill, so you're always going to have less uniques than queues. But I think because of the fact that we weren't getting a lot of band mode dupes for people trying to get insurance or they weren't sure, and we had great conditions, by the way. So when I only do sideband, so if I heard your call sign and I repeated it back to you correctly, and I would just say next, we didn't have to have any more dialogue because it's really not necessary. My opinion as a DX operator, or as a chaser too, is once you know you're in the log, you go away. We don't need to know your name, where you are, your signal report. If we hear each other, signal reports mean nothing. Your name will show up later if we ever need to know. And everybody knows who we are because it's listed on the web. So you know who you're talking to, especially a lot of the folks who've heard me in the past. I have a unique voice and a unique style of operating. So I'd like to ask, while I'm talking about that, how many in the room have gotten XT2MD in their log? Oh, a good group. How many did it in sideband? Okay. How many recognize my voice? There you go. I remember your call too because I know you well, Otis. But it was a lot of fun. And I do like to engage people. I do know because it really is a fun thing. It's a game for us all. So when I'm trying to keep a rate of, 8 to 10 queues a minute, which is pretty good in good conditions, if I hear a friendly call, I'll stop the pile up cold and say hi and talk to you a while. So keep that in mind as we get to know each other better. I have no problem saying, hang on, people, QRX a minute. Let me say hi to my friend. So that's always something that makes it fun for me. Because if it's not fun for me, it's not worth doing. And as you know from hearing a lot of stories, we put a lot more into it than what you see on the web or what you hear to talk. You may read some news on the internet with, all the DX news channels on Facebook or the subscriptions, but a lot more goes into it. So if I'm not going to have fun doing it, I'm not going to put in the time, effort, or put the money into it. Anyway, 21,700 uniques. Here's the mode breakdown. I'm happy to say that FT8 wasn't 3 to 4 times more the human modes than normal. We focused on the CW and the sideband. We had some great operators, Vlad being one of our excellent CW ops, myself and quite a few others, 3 or 4 others running the SSB like crazy. I was volunteering to cover shifts or let people sleep because I'm going there to play radio. I'm not there as a tourist. Even though we're in a nice, luxurious place, my goal is to be on the radio because that values my expense and time to go there to do what I like to do. If I want to go swimming in a pool or eating fancy places, I can do that anytime without bringing a radio. But if there's a radio near me, my goal is to be on it. So we did pretty good with the human modes, neck and neck between CW and sideband, and just a small percentage more of the digitals. We did get in some other digitized modes, and that made a lot of people happy. I'm seeing I'm down to a few minutes. Our next adventure is 3 Charlie 2 Mike Delta coming this fall. I must always thank our sponsors. I'm not going to name them. You could read them. It's the usual suspects who give us equipment and funding. And lastly, and very importantly, you see that sign behind our moderator? I'm the pilot for this operation, which I know all of you are waiting for desperately. 3Y0K is coming up in February of 2026. Please support our friends by going to the website and making a donation. Anything helps. The budget for this is 1.6 million plus, the most expensive expedition in the history of expeditions ever, and probably for a long time into the future. There's a great team of 24 operators who are ready to make it happen. The plan to make it happen is terrific. Some of them are in this room. One of them is back there. One of the leaders is back there. Some other folks who are going are sitting nearby. And it's also, of course, it's IOTA. And I, as a Parks on the Air person as well, made it a POTA Park when they last went for 3Y0J, and that did very well. And for those who follow the predecessor to POTA, the WWFF, of course, it's part of that too. So if you make the contact, you get the DX, which is super rare. The island also is rare, and the parks. Now, those who like all things, you're going to get that. We were hoping to make it a soda, but the guys aren't going to be close enough to the summit because it's dangerous to go on the glacier. So they're at Cape Fee, which is a nice slice of rock up the side of the island that allows for safe camping and operations. And the plan is very well organized. Visit 3y0k.com and make your donation. Learn more about it. I'm the guy who's going to receive your donation, and I'm the guy who you're going to deal with as they're on the island. As I said, I'm the lead pilot. I've got some assistant pilots on all continents who are really good guys also. So it's going to be a great operation. And I think I'm going to take one question or two because I got a few minutes, but nobody's running to get behind me, right?
Yeah, no, the second part's starting right now.
Right now, I thought there was a minute or 8 between. All right, any questions right now? Great. That means I was either very thorough or you're bored to tears. So I will be lurking around outside. If you do have any personal questions, something pops in your head and you want to ask me, hey, what happened with that? Or how'd you overcome this? Or, why didn't you do this or that? I take complaints, compliments, or questions. I don't care. It's all fun, and we're here to serve you. Thanks a lot. See you next year with the next one.
Thanks, brother. Yep.
Yes. Yes, so we're just going to go ahead and roll right into part two. But if you want to get raffle tickets, it will be at the end of part two, right around 1:15 or something. We'll be doing the drawing for that.
Thanks.
Philip, do you just, Greg isn't here. If you just want to come up and we can start on yours next. Okay.
Yeah, so here, here's it's kind of. And that's. You got some video. Yeah. Oh. Exactly, yeah. Like I said, hard to know, so maybe some people struggle with whether it's. Did you have a run yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, let's go, right? That's where I stayed. It is? Oh, okay. I got the experience, but every year is different. And it's like the event. Yeah, so that, yeah, you get a professional like. These guys. Yes. Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, go ahead.
We're going to go ahead and start in a couple minutes here.
It's all sandwiches. Really?
Philip, you ready? Yep. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get going with V73WW. Again, still a chance to get some tickets for the raffle that'll be at the end of this this second part. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So many thanks to the Dayton Hamvention for inviting us. First time this year to present about our DXpedition V73 Whiskey to the Marshall Islands 2025. My name is Philip, Delta Kilo 6 Sierra Papa, from the Munich area in southern Germany. I hope that the English I speak is good enough. So cope with me if I have to find some words during the presentation. All right, so this is a project which we internally called the 100,000 QSOs from the Pacific project, because during the sunspot cycle high, this should be possible. And it was always a dream of ours to go for 100K, which is not easily achievable, but achievable, especially during this sunspot cycle. So I will go to our targets in a few minutes, but keep that in mind for the 100,000 QSOs. For the general information, who are we? So we are basically a team of 6 with the average age of 28 years. We call ourselves the next generation of the expeditioners. We wanted to go in February. This has several reasons, one of those being we got a lot of students still in the team, and they only have spare time during February, during semester break. So we had to get this within the planning, and so we choose February 12th to 24th as the planned 12 days activity. What did we want to do? We wanted to do 160 through 6 meters, all modes. We have asked the government for a license on 5 megacycle, but this was not granted, unfortunately. So our focus was on the other bands. The license actually was not real of a problem, except the only problem being it was issued only in January. So the V73 Whiskey call sign was only confirmed by email, but the license in hand was only in January. So the license is valid from the 1st of January to 31st of December. We had a good email contact with the local authorities, and so this was not a real problem down there. We wanted to go to a rural island within the Majuro Atoll. You can fly directly into Majuro from Hawaii, for example, with a big airplane, 737 MAX 8. So a lot of space for any additional equipment, as well as a lot of operators. This rural island, you will see a lot of pictures later, but it was kind of a QTH for us. The travels we did was mainly from Munich Airport as well as London Heathrow, westbound via the US. As I mentioned, it is via Hawaii, where we stayed overnight and then had the ongoing travels to Majuro, continued by a roughly 20-25 minute boat ride through the Majuro Atoll to our rural island in the north of the atoll. So this is the basic facts about our DXpedition. Let's go ahead. Who was on the team? So you see on the top left corner, it's myself, Philip DK6SP as a team lead, 27 at the time, can do all the modes, CW, SSB, and Digi, as all of these operators listed here, which has a lot of flexibility for our team. You see the co-lead upper in the middle, Sven, DJ4MX, our CW machine gun, 22 years of age, still a student, mechatronics. We got Tommy, Hotel Alpha 8 Radio Tango from Hungary, 26, IT, website, infrastructure guy. We have Jamie, M0 STV from England, 24. Also all modes as a team member, co-lead for last year's 8 Radio 7 X-Ray Guyana DXpedition. We have Yannick, DK1YH, as a team member and being the youngest this time, 21 years of age, a law student. We consider him as, he was never been on a DXpedition before. We consider him as the next generation who has not had any contact with this environment before. And we have Braco, Echo 77DX from Bosnia, as the oldest, but he is a very seasoned DXpeditioner and contester, and as all of us, we are definitely ready to share the knowledge we have amongst each other and the next generation as well. So this is our team, 28 years of age as the average. Where do we want to go? The Republic of the Marshall Islands is, of course, in Oceania, in the Pacific area. We went to the IOTA reference OCO29, which is the Ratak chain. It has a size of roughly 181 square kilometers, scattered around 24 coral atolls, and 1,156 individual islands, where we have been on one I will come to in a few minutes. The whole Marshall Islands have roughly 42,000 residents, half of them being on the Majuro Atoll, which is half of the size of my local town at home in Germany. So not a lot of people, but on the given space, you will see people all around. It is from Europe, UTC plus 12 hours, so completely shifting. Jet lag is on the way, and you can pay in United States dollars down there. So this is some general information about the Marshall Islands. Going ahead, I mentioned them earlier, our targets. If you do such a project, remember the 100,000 QSO project, you want to aim for some targets. Officially, we said 60,000 plus QSOs. That's our target we want to go for. You never know. If something happens, 60,000 is more achievable than 100K. We wanted to do CW, SSB, and RTTY for the human modes, as well as FT8. Having RTTY on the menu, we wanted to have like a digital mode available for all those who do not do FT8 these days, so they still can get their digi bands and mode slots. Having RTTY on the menu, we wanted to have 2,000 QSOs in that mode at least. We wanted to lay a focus on the latest Clublog Most Wanted ranking, where of course various parts of the world will profit from the operation. Being on this rural QTH in the middle of nowhere, we also wanted to profit from this QTH on the low bands, having lower noise on these bands. So we also expected a lot of that to be happening. Being all contesters, members of the Bavarian Contest Club, we also wanted to focus on a multi-single, multi-two entry within ARRL CW contest, having also WRTC in our minds to qualify. So also providing this multiplier in the contest for all you US guys. And as the last target we had, we wanted to be on the Clublog live stream. It's really paid off last year in Guyana. So we had a lot, or let's say very less duplicate rate. So we wanted to keep this up so people definitely know they are in the log. And we wanted to do a daily free of charge LOTW upload for everyone, because all the foundations and clubs funded us upfront, which is a big bonus for us. So we wanted to give back to the community as last year as well. We will verify these targets later in the end, so keep them in mind. So what did we do? So in the beginning, we had a lot of preparations, of course. Such a project, you will see some numbers in a few slides, involves a lot of logistical planning and a lot of manpower to get onto there. So our logistics QTH, my contest location in the Bavarian countryside of DG8MG, my friend, was set once again as the logistics HQ. We were building a lot of new antennas. As you remember probably from Guyana, we had horizontal Yagi antennas with us. This time we had direct beach access. So we went for mainly VDAs, so vertical dipole arrays, and we didn't have them in stock. We have DJ2YA sitting here, Uli, who helped us with all the calculations. Thanks again for the involvement there. So we had to build them all from scratch. We had good sponsors aboard like Spiderbeam, Mastrand, and all these, getting us good prices on all the equipment, so we could set them up front, test them, and store them in the warehouse. We also did receive new coax cable, lighter coax cable from SSB Electronics, for example. We tested all the radios and amplifiers at this QTH way up front, so this was definitely needed, and German project planning definitely includes that as well, to have it on site, just unpack everything and then go ahead and run the pileups. This is another few photos of low-band antennas we had with us. I will go in detail in a bit. So we tested this all out on the fields we had available there. You see a lot of local helpers here, which you probably never seen before, but this is the local club of mine and Sven, DJ4MX, who really helped us with all the way through the DXpedition planning. And yeah, here, for example, you see a pre-series low band feed box for 160, which was there tested on this testing weekend. In total, we had 2 testing weekends, 3 days in a row, where we tested all this equipment. So a lot of manpower got into this as well. And I want to mention once again, without these local helpers and also local friends, it would not have been possible to get all this manpower in and get this all prepared in preparation for our DXpedition. Let's go ahead to some impressions we had. So you see a few numbers on the slides. On the picture on the right, you see that most of the equipment was actually traveling with us from Munich Airport in Germany, so we didn't ship anything in advance. We have the philosophy that we want to have all the equipment all the time with us so we know where it is and we can act if something is happening. We had 1 oversized luggage for 2 times 18 meters spider pole masts for the low band antennas, and the rest was stowed in normal size 23 kilo luggage pieces, as you see on the pictures. Amplifiers and radios all in hand luggage and personal items. So this was also taken care of. What we also did is the pre-clearance with the German customs. So this makes our life very easy once we go into the security and custom controls. We have German custom papers with a German stamp on there, which really was a good thing to have on the travel. We just opened our folder with all the German documents and they said, okay, that's good, go ahead. Yeah, we also had lists, what is happening in all the luggage pieces, itemized lists with the serial numbers, not only to have them available for customs, but also makes repacking a lot easier in the end, as you have 23 kilos in each luggage piece, and it needs to go back as it was, and it just saves time in the end. You're totally delulu, you don't know anything after 14 days of operating under the heat in the Pacific, so you just pack according to the list. Yeah, on the left side, you see Brazzo and Yannick, when we already arrived with the equipment in Majuro, but I'll get to this in a second. All right, some more impressions. As I said earlier, Jamie traveled from London Heathrow He just had one amplifier, one radio with him. That's it. Rest was in Munich. So he traveled via London, Toronto to Hawaii. We traveled through San Francisco and then to Hawaii. We had one night in KH6. Not much going on there. Just had dinner, and then 4 hours of sleep. But lack of sleep is a DXpedition thing, so we prepared well for this as well. Once we checked in the very early morning in Honolulu. It was just an uneventful flight. You see on the left probably a DXCC. Many of you didn't work yet. So that's KH3, Johnston Atoll. This is the only thing you see on the flight to Majuro Atoll. So after 3 hours, we were very excited to look out of the window and see this. We actually negotiated if we want a parachute down there to activate this, but 400 kilos of equipment going down the parachute. So we decided to proceed to Victor 7 instead. All right. So this is our QDH. So we found this great location with a really amazing and easy to deal host named Sherwood Tibon. It's his family island, Bokan Butin Island. You can book it through Airbnb easily. They have 2 accommodations on there. It has a 65 kVA generator on site, which powers the island. We have lots of space for antennas. We asked if we can erect some antennas there, and he said, man, do what you want. We said, okay, the North Shore, it will be for Europe, Japan, US as the main directions. So on the left, you see our shack, the glamping tent, it's called. They're currently renovating the whole island, so it looks a little bit rough, but it's getting better. He wants to do a little resort on the island. So he's building, you will see this in the video later of the drone footage we have. He's building a lot of new housing over there, so it's an ongoing project over there. And of course, as we booked the whole island. So the 2 available accommodations on Airbnb we booked. So there were just the workers, the owner, and ourselves on the island, which was kind of good, seeing nobody for 2 weeks in a row. So just the radio and propagation to deal with. We had 6 beds, let's call them beds, some inflatable mattresses and stuff, but 6 beds across 3 housings over there. I said we booked 2, but one is split in 2 apartments. So we used the whole island to build the antennas, you will see. And as I said, we're the only guests there, which made things a lot easier than normal. Coming to the station layout, as mentioned, we had 6 radios with us. It's a 3 times Yaesu FTDX10, 1 Elecraft K3S, an ICOM 705 and an ICOM IC7300, 3 expert amplifiers, 2 being 1K3s, 1 being a 1K5, 1 ACOM 500S lent by ACOM, and the Juma PA1000. I will go into detail in the next slide, just that you see this was all connected with 800 meters of coax, so having this in the luggage was kind of challenging, but as I mentioned earlier, we got a lightweight H155 cable with us, which definitely served its purpose for the low bands at least, and then we used this to do the long ways to the low band antennas. Let's go ahead to the antenna layout. Do we have? Is that working? Do you see that on the screen? Probably not. Okay, so we go by the numbers. So we had for 160 a T antenna with 2 elevated radials right on the North Shore, which was the most away antenna for us. This is roughly 200 meters away. It was set directly in the water. You will see a picture on the next slide. We had on number 2, staying on the North Shore, a quarter wave vertical with 3 elevated radials for 40 meters. Directly over the water, we had a 30-meter vertical dipole, also directly placed over the water. Then, as mentioned earlier, the 2-element VDAs for 20 through 10 meters. For 6 meters, we brought a 4-element Yagi, one of the 2 Yagis we had actually. We had the X-Commander vertical with us for 40 through 10, which was actually the first antenna deployed, and then we were QRV within the first 4 hours on island. So this was a task we set ourselves. We want to be on the island. We get the first 2 operators in the shack and operate to make the most out of it. Number 12 on the west shore, let's call it, is the quarter wave vertical for 80 meters, which was placed on the beach. Yes, there is somehow a beach, but not a very favorable beach. So there is the quarter wave vertical as well as RX systems. We tested and brought various systems like triangles, DHDLs, as well as 160, 107 meters long beverage. All of these unfortunately failed on the island. All the time, the TX antennas were better for us. So we're still negotiating on what the outcome was, but why they didn't work for us. But that's it. You have to deal with what you have while you're on the expedition. So this is the setup. I want to go into some detailed pictures. On the left, you see myself and E77DX erecting the triangle antennas directly in the bush. In the middle, you see the preparation for 80 meters. And on the right-hand side, you see DJ4MX with E77DX mounting the 160-meter antenna, which I remind you is the 18-meter spider pole. DJ4MX is around 6 feet tall, like 1.80 meters, and the water comes up to this point. So we needed to raise the antenna with this pipe, which was placed on the coral stone, and then guide to the ground. It never failed on any antenna. All the VDAs and all the verticals stayed on this mechanical wonder, we call it. The 18-meter pole was placed on this 2-meter-ish high pole, and then guide to the coral stone. When we first arrived on the island, of course, the first thing you do is you confirm the locations of the antennas, if it's even accessible as you planned. And it was definitely not the place, not the thing we expected to have so much vegetation on there. So we definitely reconfigured our plans and went ahead and put them all in the water, which was the best we could ever do. So sometimes bad things become good things. It was actually very harsh conditions on the coral, where's my mouse? Here. On the coral stones where the antennas were set. Some toes were cut, some shoes were lost, but lifestyle we all want to live, so we cope with that. And as I mentioned earlier, we packed everything accurately in bags, saying what is what, to just unpack, sort it through, and then go deploy the antennas as fast as possible. Of course, with 30 degrees and felt 120% humidity, it's kind of a job to do that, but all the stations and antennas were up within 2.5 to 3 days. Keeping in mind that always 2 operators were in the shack operating from 4 hours in, arriving on the island. All right, let's go ahead. This is our location once again from a drone shot. So this is the northwest of the island. This is the glamping tent. You see some antenna preparations on there. You see the 4-element 6-meter Yagi in the front. Over here, spider beam pole features a light white 4-element wire Yagi designed by E77DX as a comparison between the VDA as well as the horizontal antennas. And we can say now that always the VDAs paid off. Always. We just used it as a second direction over the island from time to time, having a stack match with us. So it was good to have, but next time we don't take it. Yeah, this for that. And you see how cozy it was within the shack. So we set up 3 tables, 2 stations on each table. Operating position 6 operators at a time. We wanted to make the most out of it. We had great rates among the whole activity. some would say rather good conditions and openings to all parts of the world actually. Though if you have something like this going on, you also encounter some equipment failures. So we lost one amplifier, one radio during the operation on day 8. So rather to the end of the operation, but we just left it as it is. We didn't do any repairings there. It was good to have then 5 stations for us. There was still enough activity on the band, so we focused on that. What else do you do? Of course, there's 1 or 2 hours a day where there's not so much activity on the band, so you go swimming, snorkeling, you can do that. A lot of wildlife is going around, sharks, fish, everything, you can swim with those. Yeah, and of course also household activities, because we decided we want to do this ourselves as well. So we cooked, we did laundry, we did supply trips back to Majuro Atoll with the boat, because we can just store so much fresh produce, tuna and stuff in the fridge. So every 4 to 5 days we did a restock trip to Majuro Atoll as well. All right, let's go ahead to some high band antennas. On the left, once again, the 4-element 10-meter Yagi by E77DX. You see once again the mast mountings directly on the coral stone, and it goes up to the end of the pipe, the white pipe you see in the pictures when the tide comes in. So it rises around 1.5, 1.6 meters. And it was harsh conditions at times with heavy thunderstorms and rain as well. But that's just a Pacific, as I was told. Sometimes it does what it does. All right, let's go to some pictures of the low band antennas. On the left, you see 80-meter quarter wave on the beach. In the middle and to the right, you see the 160T antenna, as you seen earlier in the picture, directly also mounted on the white pipe. And this photo in the middle is at low tide. So you have the comparison. And on the right, that's myself mounting 160. So yeah, that's for the low band antennas. So in the end, we achieved 100,000 QSOs after 12 days of activity. Unfortunately, Jamie was not with us by then because he had to leave early for work in the UK. But thanks to the many callers around the world for keeping up the endless pileup. So we could have gone on for another 2 weeks easily and keeping up the rate. Yeah, the Club Log live stream, as you probably remember, was not up for the first few days. We encountered some problems. We had packed some Plan B, Plan C, so routers and stuff for SIM cards, but we wanted to actually buy a SIM card and it was not possible. Because they reused the numbers on this tiny little island, or these tiny little atolls, and it was just not available. So they told us upon arrival, come back on Friday. So we did, and just got an eSIM. This eSIM was ringing 24/7 because it was the old number of a bus driver. Yeah, it was kind of working, but inside the shack, where we had to place the phone, the signal was a little bit on and off at times, so it was not really a thing. We decided against Starlink at the first thing because we were ensured that there was internet available at the shack, but it wasn't. So in the end, we organized a Starlink device which was on Majuro already, and then we had proper internet at the shack as well, and kept up the Club Log live stream and LOTW uploads daily. All right, on the right you see us celebrating 100K, so it was kind of a day. All right, now I have a short video of the atoll, of the Bokan Butin Island itself. On the left you see our QTH. In the middle, the big white tent is our sleeping quarters. On the bottom, you see the newly structured housing they do. The boat's arrival on the bottom. This is now looking towards Europe on the left. To the right is North America. So perfect takeoff for all the antennas we had on the North Shore. You see the neighboring islands, there's literally nothing on there, just weekend vacation homes for the people owning these islands, so perfectly to go to. What we also had is politicians coming to our island because there's a little meeting area for for the president and stuff on the island, actually. Our host was once back in the days a senator for Majuro Atoll, so he has all the connections and is well networked among the community. So this is looking south, Victor Kilo Zulu Lima-ish. So we worked a couple of those guys on 6 meters. We made some of them very happy. So this is also looking towards the airport in the south. All right, this to the video. Once it all ended, we packed up, as I said, 14 luggage pieces. It's kind of a lot. So we checked everything in the Majuro airport. The staff was not really confused because they all take so much stuff with them because they can export the fish to Hawaii somehow. So they all take like 6, 7 luggage pieces at once. The only thing we paid at the airport was a $25 fee to leave the island, actually, as an airport fee, but then it was an uneventful flight back to Hawaii. And we stayed a couple more extra days at KH6YY, Alex in Oahu, to come down a bit and get some rest. All right, before I get over time, let's go to some statistics and verify our targets. So we did 103,857 queues in the end, with over 23,000 unique calls, which is not bad from the Pacific area. We got a good distribution of modes, where we have nearly 60% of human modes in CW, SSB, and RTTY. Our target said we want to do 60,000 plus QSOs, achieved. Minimum 2,000 RTTY, achieved. All continents profited from the DXpedition, check. Priority on low bands with having over 22% of the QSOs from 160 to 30 meters, check, I would say. We did a multi-2 entry within ARR LCW 2025 to provide the rare multiplier, check. And the club log live stream and daily free of charge LOTW upload was also done in the end as well. So all goals achieved, and project was ended very good. All right, so once again, this was our team, E77DX on the left, followed by DJ4MX, myself, Tommy from Hungary, Jamie and Yannick. We are looking in the direction of Europe here in the back. Exhausted, but very happy in the end. Next time we take the photos in the beginning and not on the very last day. So that's also a learning we had. All right, QSL service. We have just sent the cards to print. QSL is via DJ4MX. We do club lock, which is preferred for OQRS, but you can also mail us the stuff. Bureau is free of charge. You can get that card. Direct is €4. You can also mail the card, include €2 and a self-addressed envelope. If you have any problems with LOTW, just let us know on email. You will see the email in the end. Just shortly mentioning all our sponsors and supporters, with the biggest being the Northern California DX Foundation. I see a few of the directors in the audience. Thank you very much. I want to mention here that you paid everything up front, which helped us a lot, as well as paying full flights for 3 of our members, the youngest ones, which are still studying or don't have the money to do such the expeditions. So in the end, it was roughly $20,000 from NCDXF, which helped us a lot. You probably recognize some of the US clubs in here. So we reached out to a couple of them, and we were always happily welcomed, and even small donations made the difference here. And of course, the many individual supporters we have. Probably a lot of you did so, and they're all listed on the website we have. What we also did for the nearly 1,000 individual sponsors, we sent out these thank you for your support letters on email. And maybe the question is now, who worked us and who got one of these? Who worked us on Victor 7? A couple guys here, very good. And who received such a certificate over here? There we go. So next time, you will receive also one. What we also did here is we sent over 12,000 update emails to these supporters, to the individuals, and with photos, with blog posts from the island, which was greatly accepted by the community. They even asked us, where is the next one? Where is the next one? And we provided that during the DXpedition as well. All right, this is all the information, Facebook and X, the website. If you have any questions, you can ask them now, or in the fact of the time, we can do that outside as well. Just one short video in the end here. You see the beach. That's why I was saying in the beginning, there are a lot of crabs around, so there's not really lying down and enjoy the Pacific. It's probably a little, you see it's going back and forth in there. So this is the situation on the beach, but we enjoyed it anyway. So thank you very much for coming here. And if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions real quick?
Any more questions? Yes.
Is there a common language among the six of you? Can you communicate with one another?
So 4 of us speak German, but the most common is English. We all understand each other, some kinda in German, yeah. If it comes to antenna building, Jamie and Tommy learned a lot of German. Sorry? Yes. Yes. Any more questions?
Where are you going next?
We are currently negotiating with authorities. If we get a permit, then we will announce for it. Any more questions? All right, thank you very much.
We still got a few raffle tickets available in the back. The drawing will be at the end of this part. Up next is the JARVIS DXpedition of the year, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. JARVIS was the fruition of 2 years of testing what's known as the rig in the box. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about it, but this is the secret of doing 100,000 QSO DXpedition with a 4-hour setup time on a remote island. And we'll get into that as we go through. So everybody knows JARVIS is one of the KHs. It's uninhabited. It's 1.7 square miles. It's in the South Pacific. The reason for going to JARVIS started, we were trying to go to Johnston. And Fish and Wildlife said, well, sure, take a bunch of our biologists and you can go to Johnston. Well, Johnston also is co-managed by the U.S. Air Force. And even though we had Fish and Wildlife, the Air Force said, no, there's plutonium around and there's a whole bunch of reasons why we didn't want any non-Air Force personnel there. So Fish and Wildlife said, okay, anywhere else you want to go in the Pacific, and we worked with them on getting to JARVIS. Now, like many of the countries in the top 20 that are run by environmental places like Kermadec or ZL9, it's becoming extremely hard to get permission to go there. They've spent years and years getting rid of the mice and getting rid of non-indigenous animals. And so we had to find a way to convince them that we were not going to damage the islands. And this is not just U.S. Fish and Wildlife, it's all over the world. It's a national refuge. It's there to protect the locals. It was discovered in 1821. It was originally in the mid-1850s. taken by the U.S. under the Guano Act, and they were mining guano there, and you can still see the guano pits and the old rail tram lines that took the guano to the water. In the 1930s, the Army took Hawaiians, like 7 to 10, and dropped them on a lot of these islands. You can imagine, as you'll see in the pictures, living there. During the beginning of World War II, there was Baker and Howland. There was people all over the Pacific, young Hawaiian settlers. But even though there were 7 to 10 people on these islands, they were bombed after Pearl Harbor on the way back. And in fact, people lost their lives, young Hawaiians on these islands. Why did we go? Again, it was rare. We worked for years to get the permission. It was rare, as in number 17, again in the top 20. It was number 9 in Europe. In Western Europe on phone, it was number 2, and it was number 8 on Digi. So it was extremely in demand. It was one of the rarest IOTAs. Now, IOTA has a rule that you have to be on the island, you can't be remote. We weren't going to be on the island, as you'll see. We were doing rig in a box. But because it was so rare, IOTA made an exception. And when IOTA made the exception that we were anchored just offshore, all the antennas, all the radios were on the island, we were still in the JARVIS National Monument on the boat. So they made a rule change. That's what happens when you're real rare. And once IOTA was approved, POTA became also falling in line. And it hadn't been on the air in 30 years. Now, I've been asked this question over and over. You have Desecheo, which is like 5 miles off Puerto Rico. You have 730 kilometers between Palmyra and JARVIS. You have separation of territory by treaty. Kiribati intersects the line between Palmyra and JARVIS. Also, lots of the old islands, Kingman Reef, remember that? Kingman Reef was right next to Palmyra, but it counted because they considered Palmyra a parent of Kingman, and under the rules of islands, you could have one sub. They deleted Kingman Reef. They didn't make Palmyra a sub. And in the very first DXCC list, Palmyra was not even on it. It was JARVIS. And then after the war, nobody knows why, they combined the two of them. Well, we 2 years ago went to the DXAC and said this should count separate. They said no. We appealed it. They met again. And think what it would do to the DXCC program to have a new one. I mean, we're all stuck at the, well, not all, but a lot of people are stuck at the top of the honor roll, and would have made it a lot more interesting. So the rib, you've all heard about the rib. This is what it looks like. I'll describe it in more detail in a little bit. 2018, we went to Baker Island. We had 13 operators. It took 2 days to set up, tents on the beach, latrine on the beach, tons of gear, tons of water. You know what it's like. You just saw V7-3, where you could fly into. You can imagine what you have to do on an uninhabited island. So on the way back, George is saying, this is ridiculous. 3 days in 100-degree weather on the beach, setting up, tearing down. There has to be a better way. Well, why? Tightening U.S. Fish and Wildlife rules and other agencies? When was the last time CE0X was on? Or the FTs, you have to go with the military. ZK3 I mentioned. The cost. Southern Oceans, now we're talking about 1.6 million to take a dozen people to operate. Back 30 years ago, it didn't cost as much, but between the changes of the sizes of the boats and the need to make 100,000 queues, you know, back in the day, if you made 50,000 queues, it was a great success. We made 69,000 on Baker and spent 350,000, chartered a boat. DXpeditioners, 5,000 was common 30 years ago. Now you're putting $25,000 to go and take a month out of your life to activate these rare ones. Shipping, tons of gear. Greg mentioned the cost of shipping to Fiji. We left from American Samoa. We luckily had a boat which we could store all the gear. Safety, we're all getting older. Yes, V73WW had a great group of youth on that trip. But the average age of people going to most of these rare islands is rapidly going up. Time's money, as I mentioned, a quarter of the trip on Baker Island, we were setting up, we were tearing down, running rafts over the reef to bring us daily food and supplies. And as I mentioned, the budget for Bouvet is now 1.6 million. So, the rib concept. Build a temperature-controlled radio in a box. They have external fans, they're water-cooled. The rib, the generators, the antennas, all are on the island. The only thing off the island are the people. UHF, IP bridges, it's not much different than you operating remote, as most of a lot of DXers are now doing over the internet. We worked from the boat, the remote operators around the world connecting to the radios on the boat. All the control operators were the 5 of us that were on the boat. People did not connect to the radios on the island directly. Once a day, you go top up the generators, you do maintenance, you do inspections, you make sure everything's copacetic. We had a lot of good luck with the radios and the station on the island, and that's because of 2 years of practice. No time wasted, as I said. The local operators took care of going to the island, which you'll see shortly, on a custom-built, what we call the rib boat. Operator endurance. By the time we got set up on Baker, we were exhausted. 100 degrees, no shelter on the islands that we go to. So by the time you get set up, you're exhausted anyway. And when you're exhausted, you make less queues. Minimal environmental impact. As I said, the key to Fish and Wildlife was we weren't going to set up a little tent city and influence what was happening on the island. You never saw a latrine on Jarvis. This is the latrine we used on South Orkney. Not fun. Evolution, as I mentioned, 2018, we tried to do a couple of the radios remote from the boat. The boat rocked, connections were with an unreliable link, we didn't do it. So 2 years after Baker, George started playing with better links. We used MIMO antennas. Radios were installed in Pelican cases with the external. The rib advanced in 2021 so that you could connect by phone to the ribs. It wasn't great. Throughput wasn't bad, but it worked. Starlink came into use in 2022, and that was the game changer because of the bandwidth of remote operators to the boat. And in 2023, the magnet took to the water, went in the Pacific. We operated from FO, VP6 Ducey, E51. The month before we went to JARVIS, we had a full-blown DXpedition with 40 remote operators. We tested everything. We had by then we had a trained group of 50 who knew how to do the remotes, and we limited the remotes to CW and FT8 just because of the bandwidth required for sideband. Here's your basic rib configuration. Again, 40 remote operators connecting to the boat over Starlink. The local ops monitoring everything on the magnet, which you see there. 900 megahertz IP bridge back to the ribs on the island. So again, the separation under US rules, and we were governed by that, control operators had to be in charge of the radios at all times when you have foreign operators. So we had a lot of remotes that were US hams, but we still used full control. We were monitoring the remote radios at all time. Here's your basic configuration. We used ribs that had 2 radios in them for all the remote stations. We only had 1 remote station with an amp, 500 watts. Conditions were good. We had great antennas. We really did not need full QRO. We saved that for 160 and 80. We did do some lower power 80 as well on CW. We had 1 standby rib, so we did not have all the radios on. We never needed the backup, what we called local 2. We never needed it because nothing failed. All the time the magnet was in the Pacific, we still did not have our landing permit for JARVIS. As I said, we were originally working on Johnston. The Air Force said no. We were working on JARVIS. We were offering to take more biologists to the island. When we set up on Tiki How and we sent U.S. Fish and Wildlife this picture, they were then convinced that we were not going to do the Baker Island type of DXpedition. No sleeping tents, no human presence, minimum presence, smaller antennas, not a lot of generators because of the lower power. We thought at that time that we were sacrificing the number of Qs we would make with this very limited type presence on the island. That turned out not to be the case. Again, only essentials. And finally, after 3 years of negotiating, we got our landing permit and operating permit that covered both Palmyra and JARVIS, because around Palmyra is Fish and Wildlife territory. This is the island team, George AA7JV, sitting over there. Myself, we were the co-leaders. Tommy, who's been with George all over the Pacific years before the RIB concept. Mike KN4 EEI, who will come up here and talk about how you put a DXpedition on the air in 4 hours. And Adrian, everybody knows Adrian, he's sitting in the back there. We had roughly 20 CW remote ops. They're all well-known call signs. They're contesters, DXpeditioners. Jerry Hull, W1VE, who's a master at remote. He was the team leader. I'm sure you know those call signs there. The FT8 team, led by AA7A. Again, all experienced operators. W1UE is in the back. He turned out to be our #1 QSO op, not only in FT8, but in CW. Whenever there was an open spot, Dennis found it, no matter what time of the day. So there were sometimes he was on 2 radios at once. How do you corral 40 operators with a schedule? You know, we all used to go like on Midway, paper boards, chalkboards. Everybody wanted their better slot. When you deal with remote operators, it's not like you can sit down and breakfast and say, who wants to take the 4 a.m. 20-meter shift? It just doesn't happen. So we came up with this shared matrix on Google Drive where we put in which radios did what band. We shaded the areas which bands would be open because most of the operators were 12 hours away from where we were on JARVIS. And people could choose their slot. The schedule went days in advance. It wasn't a mad dash at turn of the clock at midnight, take your spot. There was plenty of time for everybody. And if you're up at 3 a.m. and you see that there's a slot open, you know which bands will be open, you know which remote radio will be open. And this worked out very well. It was rare that we would see one of the remote stations with nobody operating. And a lot of the Europeans took the slots when Europe would be coming in and what have you. What did a remote operator see? Well, just what you saw at home. Any desk would connect to the desktop. You saw the flex radio screen, so you'd know if the SWR was off. The CW operators had 2 instances of N1MM running, where one would be your receive, and you could tune up and down the pileup with a mouse. Worked out very well. This is your FT8 Super Fox screen. You could see the large Q on the left side of the screen. You didn't need to have N1MM open. You only needed the flex radio SDR screen open so you could see that the transmitting was going and the SWR wasn't going crazy. Here are our antennas. Verticals. Verticals work on beaches. The low band verticals were actually down in the water. Tried and true, George has his own tuners. The antenna on the left was our biggest antenna, 45 feet. Again, you don't need 90-foot verticals when you're the DX. And that vertical, I almost said beam, that vertical worked 10 through 160. We also had smaller verticals, folded dipoles. The third from the left is our 6-meter beam. When we convinced Fish and Wildlife we wanted to do verticals, they even made us put the 6-meter beam a vertical. We had midnight local time, almost daily openings to Japan, 3D2, VKs. So we had a presence on 6 meters. That was one of the few instances where the local operators were doing FT8. We did all the sideband on with the local operators and 6 meters. And we would turn the antenna. One day it would be faced towards North America, one day it would be faced towards Japan. There were just no North American openings. This is the antenna layout on the beach. Again, you can see 3 of the antennas right down by the water. The HF antennas, the V8s and what have you, were up near what I call the highest part of the island. I mean, 20 feet above sea level at most. And that's where the 6-meter beam, but all the beams that could work on the low bands were down at the very waterline, the high tide waterline in some cases, in the water 24 hours. You see the rib boat there? All the radios were in that immediate proximity. The magnet was built for DXpeditions. It has this great landing platform that had the rib boat and the landing craft up high off the water. It was lowered down into the water for takeoff, no jumping off in most cases to get on the boat. We were not allowed to anchor. There was supposedly an anchor in the coral reef from World War II days. They gave us permission to dive and look for it. It was never found. So the magnet was moving at all times to maintain position. There were 5 local operators, as I mentioned, on the boat, a crew of 4, a captain, and 3 U.S. Fish and Wildlife scientists, which again endeared them to letting us go there. They hadn't been there in a while because of budget constraints, and they wanted to do science, and we took 3 of them. That's what the level of the operating level of the boat looked like. We had a little living room. The picture at the bottom that says N5J, you can see 2 of the remote operating stations. The 160-80 position is where the Maestro's sitting all the way on the left of that picture. And there's a good shot of the island straight ahead. So we weren't far offshore. And there was Local 3 with me operating near the kitchen. The food was great. Part of the crew even cooked. Tommy made a Hungarian goulash down there on the left. I made the New York-style cheesecake up on the right. So there was some fun involved. It wasn't all work. The landing craft. I'm going to have Mike come up and talk about the rib boat and, well, the slide's here. And then he'll follow it up with a small video of him driving to the island.
So the rib boat concept is just an easy way to land all this equipment and pretty much have it ready to go as soon as you get ashore. We put a winch on the front of it. I don't know if you could see it there, but that assisted us in bringing up this non-powered wheeled vehicle onto the island. A lot of the stuff that we have set up for it, if you can see along the sides, I have the antenna bases. All of this stuff is velcroed to the side of the rib boat to assist in, most of these antennas are like 10, 12 sections long. So instead of assembling each antenna section for efficiency, we put the 2 antenna sections together and made it into 6 sections instead of 12. And that's easy to assemble when you're out there in the heat and the sun. You don't really know what's going on anymore. You're just trying to get it all together. We'll assemble that real quick, and it's all set up in a way that you can easily unstrap it from the rib boat. Each section, each antenna has its own position, and you just take it off of there, run off, set it up, and then the coax comes out, hook it up to the ribs, which the rib boat, or the ribs that are on the boat are already, the generators running, the fuel tanks have fuel in it, and it's all ready to go. You just plug it in and you're on the air. Okay. I don't know if you could see the little picture of me with the gas can there. This is another consideration with Fish and Wildlife and not, having any type of pollution. The way that gas can is set up is that when it's upside down, it has a quick flow valve. And it's usually used for dirt bikes or something, that when you're in a race, you just plunk it onto the dirt bike and it doesn't spill any fuel and transfers 5 gallons pretty quickly. That was a great thing because then we can refill. Fish and Wildlife was real happy. There was no spillage of any kind. And we also have, just in case a fire happens and you're not actually out there on the island, if you look right below me, you'll see the little fire extinguisher ball. It's actually a fire sensitive ball. It has a fuse on it with a kind of an explosive charge inside. You can get them at Home Depot for like $25 or something. And inside of that, it has the fire retardant chemical. And if any fire happens and you're not there, they will explode, put it out. We had fuel containments inside of the rib boat underneath the generators, so it prevents any spillage. Which one? You said spacebar? Oh.
Okay, the video's not running. Mike's moment of glory. The rib boat had an engine, as I said, drove to the island, everything pre-staged how we wanted it to come off. There's your Fish and Wildlife sign for JARVIS. When we got there, it was totally covered in guano. Mike helped the Fish and Wildlife people clean it off. The island picture you see there, you can still tell where the tram for the guano went left. There's a 5-meter day beacon on there. Crabs everywhere in the water, sharks everywhere. George was setting up the 160 vertical along the reef, and the black-tipped sharks would just swim by. They didn't really pay much attention. There was a great hammerhead shark when George was looking for the buried anchor. And the largest colony of sooty terns in the world is on JARVIS, and boy, are they loud. No DXpedition would be complete without pictures of great sunsets. A quick word on Super Fox. When we went to Baker, we were the first team to introduce the world to foxhound. For JARVIS, we worked with Joe Taylor to get better throughput, and we came up with Super Fox. There were no reports of pirates when we were on JARVIS on FT8 because we sent out an encryption that said we were who we were. 106,000 queues, 43,000 CW queues, 40-odd thousand FT8 queues, 2,000 queues on top band in the middle. So when you hear the DXpedition say, we're not going to do top band because it's the summer, we did 2,000 queues from Baker in July. Seasons are only dead spots because people don't try the bands. How did we do? As I said, we went from a dozen days on an island to a more rare place. We made 100,000 queues without any infrastructure, meaning people on the island, less gas, less water, less time. I think it speaks for itself. The rib in the box for these rare entities is here. Our sponsors, every DXpedition that was up here today was sponsored by NCDXF, and in every case, they were the lead sponsor, the same with us. Thank you all from the manufacturers like DX Engineering, Flex, and of course, Fish and Wildlife for allowing us to visit their island.
Greg is going to give a good quick talk on youth and DXpeditioning, and then we will be doing the raffle.
Thank you. Well, that was a great segue for what we're working on. I was fortunate enough to get to work with George for about 3 years and took his concept and thought about other applications that could be addressed, different packaging, a little bit different capabilities. And our approach is build a rib to complement the same way as they're doing traditional, to more complement traditional DXpeditions. We're on site by enabling remote operators to participate in the expedition. At this time last year, I met with Neil Rapp, WB9 VPG of Yoda, and we talked about leveraging this technology to bring more young operators into the world of DXpeditioning. That was on Sunday here in Dayton, so a day short of a year ago. The following Tuesday, I'd worked with Katie, and we did a press release 2 days after our initial meeting. And Neil suggested that we leverage CASE, W0AAE, to sign up young operators to act as our on-island team. You've seen this picture from the presentation earlier. This is the team that went to Rotuma. We had 3 young DXpeditioners and 3 seasoned DXpeditioners, and we had a number of off-island team, and they operated our ribs remotely. We had our fair share of challenges, but the equipment worked well. We didn't have any equipment failures. And these young hams are amazing. As I said earlier, nobody came up to me through the course of the entire DXpedition and said, Greg, something is broken. It was either, Greg, we fixed something and we need to work on it again later, or Greg, we fixed it and it's good to go. It was just amazing. They just did it on their own, and it was quite rewarding and really demonstrated that the potential of these young operators to be future DXpeditioners. And as you can tell, this is something I'm really very passionate about. Our next trip is to Saba. Why Saba? It's not rare, but we're not doing this to go to a rare location. We're doing it to pick a location where we can take a larger team that's economically feasible and it's safe. I could take a large team to Rotuma. The cost would be 4 times what it is to take the same team to Saba. So what we do is we use the off-island team as a resource as we move forward to create opportunities to bring these folks on as on-island team members. So 4 of the off-island team members, 10% of the off-island team members that operated on Rotuma are now going to be part of the on-island team on Saba. This is the on-island team for Saba. We've got a good mix. We've got 6 senior folks, if you will, including Jeff Anamawai, our host. Right now we have 8 young operators, and I'm thinking about bringing 1 more on board, because the nice thing about Saba is it scales. We've got commercial housing, we've got commercial places to get food. If we can drive the budget to bring more people, we will bring more people. And we're working on a separate operating location, which will allow us to increase the number of stations we have on the air simultaneously. After we were in Visalia this year, it occurred to me that we're doing a great job getting to the island. But when they get to the island, they don't realize what it took to get them there. So I started, while we were in Visalia, I started floating the idea of a workshop among some seasoned DXpeditioners that I've traveled with and we've got a team of seasoned DXpeditioners. 3 of them are on the CQ Hall of Fame. And what we're going to, 3 workshops that are going to be conducted on Zoom over the course of 3 weekends. And we're going to cover a broad range of topics that all are pull off a successful DXpedition. So now, not only are we not giving the experience of being on a DXpedition, but they're going to learn how to do it themselves. So I'm hopeful that if not after Saba, after a trip that we're planning for next summer, that we'll be able to have a team of young people who are enabled and empowered to go on an expedition of their own. Oops, went the wrong way. So we've got great support from organizations worldwide. We struggled a little bit with Saba because it's in the middle of the school year and most of these kids are college students. So that's why we're looking at doing a trip next summer. We've got no shortage of young ops. I was at the Hope Hotel last night. 6 young hams came up to me saying, hey, we want to go on the next trip. If I can find 6 young hams in an hour, give me a couple of weeks and I'll find 60. One of the things that's working real well is the transition. I kind of refer to the off-island team as the bullpen. You know, if we can get 10% of the ops from the off-island team to participate in the next expedition as an on-island team, that's a win in my book. there's a lot of interest in Europe. So I think that we're going to see over the next year a separate effort in Europe. They can leverage what we've done. We'd be happy to share that with them, but I would really like to see it come up and be European-based. There's an opportunity to do operation out of North America and an operation out of Europe. I'm convinced of that. And then I touched on this earlier, an all-youth DXpedition in 2026. I mean, Jamie and Philip and that team, they've demonstrated what these young kids can do. And it's amazing. And I'm thrilled to have this opportunity. I wouldn't have this opportunity to do this if it wasn't for the Northern California DX Foundation. I built a rib last year. Otis and his team took it to Juan Fernandez. It worked really well. We made almost 16,000 Qs on our initial trip. We took it to St. Martin, and we did both Dutch side and the French side. We operated for 10 days. I never touched it. Moved it twice, plugged it in, hooked up the coax, plugged in an Ethernet. The local ops or the remote ops saw it, came up, and they got on the air, and I heard it was operating because I'd hear the antenna tuner run when they changed bands and such. It just worked. So there's opportunities here for all of you. We're looking for individuals and clubs to endorse or nominate a young ham or young hams to join our teams. Our website is pj6y2025.com. You've got my email address here. I'm in qrz.com. If you want to endorse somebody to be on one of these trips, please do. If you want to participate as an Elmer on the off-island team, we're accepting folks that will work side by side with the youngsters on the off-island team to help foster the experience. And last but not least, these things don't happen without the help of clubs, organizations, and individuals. In contrast, SABA is quite affordable, but it still costs tens of thousands of dollars. And we're in the process of raising money right now. We're doing well. I'm really pleased with the way things are going. But you can go to our website. We've got a link to our PayPal account, or you can mail a check. I'm the managing director of the Pacific Island DX Group. We're a 501c3 not-for-tax foundation, so your donations could be tax deductible. Check with your tax professional if that is the case. I want to thank Swadexa for the opportunity to come back up here this morning to talk a little bit about what we're doing with these young hams. We think this initiative is really important because, as Don alluded to, the current crop of DXpeditioners is aging out, including myself. And if we don't take the opportunity to enable and empower these young hams, DXpeditioning is not going to be carrying forward at the same scope and velocity that it is today. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you in the pileups, 73s. Any questions? Thank you. Between you and Ralph. Thanks, man.
Okay, thank you for attending. Thank you for buying raffle tickets. That's what we use to fund the expeditions. So we're going to go ahead and do the drawing now for the 705.
I'll make one more round like that. All right, there we go. All right. Whoops. You ready? Don't spill in front of them. Thank you. So,
John K3FP. Nope. Okay, we will have to contact, number 0107. Okay, we will be getting a hold of John and send it to him. Thanks for attending. Have a good Hamvention. Having a hard time seeing the arrow on this. I don't know if you want to shut it down or something. Thanks for your help, man. That was good. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Either one you want. Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to see the note, like the presenter view with the notes and everything. Yes, it should show up.
So are you Mr. Computer?
Computer.
Ah, okay.
I manage the live stream.
Oh, you managed to live stream.
Yeah.
So,
And if the presenter doesn't have that computer work, it's not live stream. It's like a dependency.
I'm trying to get everything on here. One of my speakers said, "Oh, I'll just bring my laptop." I said, "Please don't do that. Please bring your presentation on the stick."
Okay. Maybe he did. Well, there shouldn't be any problems this year. They brought their own laptop. We spent a lot of time making sure it's a lot easier to use your own laptop.
Oh, okay. I'm not projecting my laptop. Okay. Never mind. I'll need it. What? So much more than that. Okay. Yes, sir.
Wanted to ask a quick favor.
What's the problem? CQ contest. Is John Outland K3FP in the room? Make yourself known to a flight attendant. We have a very nice thing for you. Does anybody know him? All right, I'll just take the 705 and I'll give it to him someday. Copy it and put it on the desktop. They're on your own. F4IEY, where did you go? Got everything you need, Doug? I think so. Okay, we'll find out soon enough. Oh, how do I get stuff over there? Listen, I don't see it on the big screens. Oh, let me talk to you.
16 by 9? Excellent. Yep. Yeah, nice and modern.
Guy in the back, I'll talk to him. Okay, all right. Done.
Get your corner. The SST block. Oh, it is?
Okay, we're about ready to start, I think. Looks like we have a full house. But you know what? The weather's pretty good. Why don't we just go outside and play instead of this boring stuff the rest of the next 2 hours? What do you think? Welcome to the Slow Scan TV forum, K9PG. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let's do the contesting forum instead. I am your host, Doug Grant, K1DG. And I can't make this work. There we go. We have some really terrific talks today, all stuff that's relevant and current and things that people have been interested in. And you can read on the screen for yourself who all those people are and what they're going to talk about. And I'm looking forward to all of them, actually. Push that button. But before we start, it's very important. I need you to take out your smartphone right now so you can put it on silent. But before you do that, aim it at that funny-looking thing on the right-hand side, because contesting's biggest event is just 14 months away. It's coming up very quickly. Most of the combatants know who they're going to be. Most of the qualifying events are done. If you hit that QR code, it's going to help you along in doing your part to make that happen. That'll take you right to the donate page. And you know, after you hit that and make your $1 million donation, $1 million. Once you get that done, after this whole thing is over, you need to walk over there and buy a shirt. The farewell performance shirts for the spurious emission bands, the proceeds of which all go 100% to helping out WRTC. They have just a very few of those shirts left. They are collector's items, and you have to have one. I got one last night. How many were there when I got my shirt last night? Yeah, I got one signed by every member of the band, and you can't have one of those. There's no more of those to be had, but if you buy one of those shirts, I'll be glad to sign it for you. That'll drop the value down about half. Anyway, $30 will get you one of those wonderful shirts, and you really got to get one. All proceeds go directly into WRTC's bank account, and it's a real important thing. So please do your part to make it happen. These guys need your help. Oh, look, that's the end of the show. Good night, everybody. Now I have to figure out how to get this thing back to that. Who? Okay, good. Oh, I guess I can do this. I guess I can start there. Click on that. I hate these newer PCs because I don't know where anything is. Bear with me. Let's talk amongst yourselves, but not for too long. Wow. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. I want to go that one. Yeah, my granddaughter would know how to do this. Both of them would. One of them's only 14 months old. By that. Okay, we're there. All right, so. Do I need help? I'm good now. Oh, wait a minute, maybe I'm not. I'm a contester, not a computer science guy. Okay, a few years ago, the hot place to build a station was Maine, and everybody wanted to build a station in Maine. A couple of years after that, some guys built a station down in Arizona, so Arizona became the new Maine, which those of us with stations in Maine didn't appreciate, but that's okay. But now, Montana is the new Arizona. As demonstrated in last year's sweepstakes contest, the Great Montana Sweepstakes CW Shootout of 2024. I mean, I wanted this talk because everybody likes a close score in a competition, unlike, say, a 40-point loss in an NBA playoff game. Those are horrible. We don't like those, but we do like these close finishes. And it's been my great privilege over the years to have operated sharing a band with each one of those two guys. And I won't tell you which one is better because they're both fantastic. Please welcome N9RV and KM7W, AKA KL9A.
Tomorrow is Sunday. There'll be more Sundays. One of those is the first weekend of November. Please turn your radio on. Work us. You'll see the blips. I'm Pat Barkey, N9RV, and I'm going to tell you about how to lose. And you're up there?
DG says the close races are great unless you're the second place guy. So this is Pat's legacy contest. So I'll let you have it.
Not mine, right? Sweepstakes, different contest, right? As a matter of fact, it's a really cool contest because it's unlike anything else, as most of you know. It is a long-lived contest. When Fred Lahm was alive, Mr. DX, he ran 2 domestic contests. The first is sweepstakes, and the second is wrong. Come on. The Wisconsin QSO party. All right. It goes back a long way. So, I mean, it has a long exchange, which is based on the old NTS, not the current NTS, message preamble, which is archaic to many people. but there it is. That's its legacy. Here's a couple of pictures to kind of remind us of that legacy. W9IOP was W2IOP. There's rumored to be some extra ERP in that big rack he's flipping switches on the left-hand side. He was kind of untouchable, but nobody had actually visited the place. And then, of course, we have in the middle our very own Tim Duffy with Tomcat CX at their wonderfully crafted station, now gone, in Sharon, Pennsylvania. And finally, in the upper right, we have an SK, unfortunately, K7JA, who was K7 VPF in those days, who piloted the old foul weather Bluff station from W7RM to 3 years of both mode victories. So he was the N5TJ of that era, and everyone remembers that, right? I do. So we're going to start out by just talking a little bit about ourselves. So let's talk a little bit about Chris's setup. Chris, it's all yours.
Get to raise this up. So my station, Ranching, is relatively new. We got the tower up in September of last year, and kind of a hodgepodge of antennas and getting it all together. It's on 20 acres in the middle of Montana. No power, it's all generator. And this might have been sweepstakes, this photo. Two ICOM 7610s, an Alpha 87 and an ACOM 2000. I use the MOAS, which is the mother of all switches, for all of my automation. Everything goes through that. It's a lot of work, but when it's set, it's set. So that's great. One thing about my station is there are no services. There's no water, there's no toilet, there's nothing. If you want to be comfortable, you gotta go somewhere else. But if you're in Montana, you'll be Montana loud. So there's that. It's also very quiet. So it's a lot of work. I built it all myself, other than the 500 other people that have helped do it. So it's kind of a labor of love, if nothing else. So here's my antennas, 100 feet of Roan 55, 2-element 40 on top, 5-element 20-meter LWA, 15-meter Yagi pointed at Europe, a Skyhawk on a rotor at 44 feet, another Europe on 10, and then a little bitty 5-element 10 towards southeast. I have a 40-meter four-square, an 80-meter core-wave vertical, and a 160 T-top, which wasn't used in this contest. But I have a little spider beam at 30 feet, pointed south for the Californians. And in-band is very important. So I have little receive verticals about 800 feet away, and I can switch any radio at any band at any time. Same band, different band, doesn't matter. Everything is automatic, which is really cool. Some Vert beverages, which are decent when there's noise, but there's very, very little noise anyway. But single tower station, and operating in the middle of nowhere on a generator. Here's my switching wall. It's going to change after this, but it looks worse than it actually is. Yeah, it is wireless. All the filtering, all the chokes, all that stuff. I built a lot of it myself. Some of the bigger stuff is, of course, commercial, but split directions is kind of a big point of my station. So a lot of versatility, especially from the middle of the country. It's really, really important. Fixed antennas in the main directions, and then rotary antennas to fill the gaps. In-band, again, very important. And it's kind of impressive, the isolation, just having geographic distance instead of, weird filtering and stuff. Just get it far away. Did a lot of HFTA, and so far every antenna I've put up, the HFTA has matched exactly comparatively, which is kind of cool. So the highest tower I really need is 70 feet for anything other than 40. So that's kind of helpful. But it's a little station, but turns out sometimes that's okay. So.
I have a slightly different setup. Well, one thing about Chris's station is it's, what, a year old or less than a year old in terms of the tower. All my antennas went up in 2010. There's also something else different, which is just more of an asterisk on this, and that is Montana is a vastly different state west and east of the Rockies. And I'm west of the Rockies, so I have mountains, I have trees, I have tall towers. I transplanted my my Indiana contest station almost totally over to Montana. I put it up because I was tired of seeing it piled up in the corner. That's my 2040 towers are rotating 180 feet. Room 55 with a 3-high stack on 20 and a 4-element OWA at 160 feet. It's a big antenna. It doesn't look that big in that picture. That's kind of the picture of it going up. Put up 12 Yagis in one day with a crane. Worked out to be $140 per Yagi. I thought it was worth it. It really made the job go fast. But you see the right-hand picture, I have another rotary tower that has 10 and 15 meter stacks. And what I like to say is that be nice to me or I'll point my antenna at you. It is something that is, rotary tower is a DXer's dream. You're loud in one direction. And we got rid of those DXers a few minutes ago. So now we're contesters and we need to be loud in more than one direction, as Chris's station so well does. So I do have another tower, which is a Pyrod at 100 feet with independent rotors for 2015-10. Why don't I have any lower towers? Well, you see that tree next to that rotary tower? The trees are 100 feet. So you got to be at 100 feet or your boom hits the tree when it turns. It's kind of one of those QTHs. I have a 4-square and 80 in the woods, which pictures really well. Don't you think? Can't you really appreciate the fine detail in that picture? There's a 4-square in there, and those of you who know me well, I am an economist, not an engineer, and I can't measure things, so it's really not a 4-square, it's a 4 trapezoid due to my measuring ability and a 160 meter array. My station is changing, but it's fundamentally thanks to the advice of this guy over here. I've got 2 ICOMs, 2 amps, it's SO2R capable station. And since we're switch huts, I'll show you mine. Yeah, I got a little building full of lots of cables. So now let's get into the competition. Want to talk about where we are?
Yeah, so like Pat said, Montana is very different. It's also very big. I'm right in the middle of the state, very much central Montana, town of Shawmut, population 44. And I picked it solely for radio, that's it. Unfortunately, Pat has to live and commute and work and do what he does at his house, so he was a little more constrained. But being further west actually helped him out a lot in some respects, and then in other areas I was able to gain an advantage. So I tried to play to those strengths. It's hard because I'm not really a sweepstakes guy. I don't like this contest. Yeah, it's not my favorite. See my talk later, I'll tell you why. So I missed CQ Worldwide. I missed all the big ones that I wanted to do. So this was my consolation prize, was to do sweepstakes. It was like, all right, cool. My highest high band antenna was at 44 feet. The 2M40, of course, was great at 100, but everything was kind of low. So the strategy was kind of, I'm further east, so I need to capitalize on that. I guess it worked out. Yeah. This one's yours.
This is really the story. So we struggled to how to make this into a 15-minute presentation because what can you say? He beat me by less than 1 Q per hour. So that made me a loser. It's I'm first among losers. And there I am. When you look at a list of sweepstakes, these folks all did 24 hours. And it's one contest for the first 8 and it's another for the final. And it's a tight competition, but all these folks have been doing this for a long, long time, with the exception of this guy, who just kind of walked in and won everything. But these calls, you know them, a lot of them are Hall of Fame calls. People like W0UA, my God, he goes back to the era I showed you with Chip Margelli, winning 3 sweepstakes, both modes in a row. And when you run a sweepstakes, this is what you face, okay? This is a compilation, as many of these graphs I have to show are. It's a compilation of how many stations, how many contacts are made every minute of this 30-hour duration contest. Only 24 hours, of course, are what you're allowed to work. And you can see what happens. It took a while. A few people, it took them a while to get their radio tuned up or something. I don't know what happened the first minute. But, we went from 538 Qs an hour at the end of the first hour to precisely 1 Q at 08:26, which, you know, we're a big country, depending on where you are, what that local time is. How many people would struggle with an off time strategy with this contest? I mean, I'm curious. I guess I've left a recorder on to see what happens. Presumably there's nets and things that take over there, but there's certainly no contest. And then you go into the daylight in the second day, and it becomes a totally different contest. As most of you know that operate it, let's look at this a slightly different way, though. And it's kind of cool. You can crunch these public logs, and you can say, okay, KM7W is on, radio's on. Do you have filaments? I guess you do have tube amplifiers. So they're glowing. How many people are available for KM7W to work in every 5-minute segment? So if you submitted a log as a Cabrilla log and you made a queue in 5 minutes, you're in this list. And if KM7W needs you, you're on the graph, all right? And so you start out with, of course, everybody's new. So there's, you know, over almost 600 people left to work. But then you see what happens. Okay, clearly in the middle of the night, there's nobody on anyway, so there's nothing new to work. But you go from a complete, you know, rate fest down to this thing where at times in the afternoon, we're getting down to 10 people on the band anywhere that are available for you to work, who may or may not be in a skip zone. You may not have prop to them. You may not find them. Who knows? They made a queue. So it's a radically different contest. In fact, it's the same for both of us. And I think that is the same for all competitors. That's why I made the crack about Sunday afternoon. You're just K9RS. If you would have gotten on, this graph would have moved up just a little bit. You could have seen it. So it's, you know, it's a strange contest in the sense that when you're behind, you're in a world of hurt. And at some point you can see there are fewer people for me, but the differences are trivial. So that's the way it is. It's not a surprise. But it makes it a different kind of contest. So now we get into strategy.
Yeah, so I looked at past winning logs, which was great because Pat had the past winning logs. And he sent those over, and I was like, okay, what did Pat do? That's what I need to do. And then he talked about off time, and I was like, okay, I have no idea what to do. But luckily, N6MJ and W9KKN are like, hey, we've done sweepstakes a whole bunch. Do this. Okay, well, I'll do that. And it was pretty dang close to being optimal, especially after that graph. So playing to the strengths of the station, in-band capable. One of the things that was always pushed into my brain ever since I had started contesting, especially starting in 2001, was every QSO counts, and you need to work absolutely everybody, and you got to push 100% every single time. And that's what I did. And with less than one QSO per hour, that makes a big difference. And especially 20 and 40, I seem to be pretty loud there, even though I don't have the biggest antennas. The 2B SIQ is kind of an arrow in your quiver, I guess you could say, for this contest. I certainly don't think it's worth doing all the time because you miss all the casual guys if you're not tuning around. And I found a good kind of mix between both of those, which is kind of unusual. So not to bore you with the details, but it's a very different contest that way. The second radio, man, I pushed it super hard. If I got slow and I got complacent, it was like, ah, crap, I got to stop doing this. Okay, go in band, do something else. So actually a lot of stress for 8 Qs an hour. So kind of a hard to read graph here, but breaking it down by call areas, KM7W had quite a few more I guess quite a few more is being relative, but East Coast, one land, somehow I managed to capitalize on that. I got total opposite of Pat on 20 and 40, which was kind of the strategy, and you just kind of have to figure out who's where. So I guess I got lucky there, but playing to your strengths is important. If 40 is such a big band, everyone shows up there eventually. So if you look at the hours, I kind of graphed it out. Pat was ahead until 06 Zulu, and then I was ahead the rest of the contest, and it's really hard to catch up. So Pat was kind of at a disadvantage there. Somehow my off time was better. Band strategy played out, but it felt good making that graph actually. My in-band made a big difference, and I have a slide about that somewhere, but it's a game of millimeters on sweepstakes, which was kind of interesting versus flat out running all the time. I have not seen this one. That's cool. You want to talk about this one?
Well, not that much difference in the signal strength. I mean, 3 high stack on 20 doesn't buy you much in a domestic contest, okay? So this is the 40-meter spots, and I thought in the daylight hours that Chris would kill me. He's further east, nice low antenna, super QTH, but really not that much different, so I can't blame anything about the station.
That's cool. All right, I like that slide. Widest QSO margin, late morning. And this, where the line kind of changed, where he has the arrow to NNRV, I had my most in-band QSOs ever during those 2 hours. And if I go look at the log, that was definitely a deciding factor. So 200 miles apart made a big difference, like you said. I was running 40 when he was kind of treading water. There's only so many guys to work in sweepstakes. And if you miss it by an hour or 30 minutes, you're out of luck. Let's see. I didn't go to 15 early. You know, that's kind of the West Coast standard. Go to 15. You can be the captive audience. I didn't do that. It was a gamble. I guess it paid off. I had 33 in-band QSOs, and the total difference in QSOs at Pat was 25 before log check. So I would say that that was my weapon of choice that I decided to use. That worked out pretty well. Pat's experience, he destroyed me the first day, no question. So is there a slide in here about the scoreboard? Is this it? We didn't plan very well for this. So the scoreboard I had up and I was watching it and I was behind and blah, blah, blah. And then when I was ahead, I had to take my last off time. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching Pat gain QSOs the last hour and a half. And I was super stressed out. Stomach's in knots. I'm like, I just did all this work and I'm in the lead and this guy's gonna pass me in the last 20 minutes. So I shut it off and I walked away. And when the contest ended, I turned it back on and it was like, whew, finally. So the scoreboard's good and bad. I guess that's it. It was a great contest. Hey.
Get this thing back down to normal height. Not mutant height. Okay, let's see if we can open another file. It's always an adventure, right? Try open. Let's try, let's try browsing. And let's try this one. There we go. Look at that. I got it there. You got it there? Yeah, we have it there. Great. So we talk a lot about youth contesting. And a few people scattered around the world actually do something about youth contesting. And one of them is Jules, F4IEY. Come on.
Okay, hey there. So yeah, the topic is introduced. Just so I know, is there anyone from Europe in the room? Right, yeah, still. Okay, so perfect. That's the great audience. That's the good audience. So yeah, we're gonna talk about youth contesting in Europe. I'm just gonna do a bit of sum up like the history and how we got there, and I'm gonna show some examples of big gun stations that do offer opportunities for youth. So it all started with an opportunity called the WWYC, which stands for Worldwide Contesters, and it's born in the Balkans basically, and it was just a group of young hams, and it was just like that. They created a group, and they were like just gatherings and talked about contesting, drinking a lot, stuff like that. So yeah, here's a bit of a history. This still exists, and there will be a booth in Friedrichshafen also. They will come with other cool stuff like some activities and maybe another big gun station network. So it's still active. I think it's the biggest young contesters community. There's a website. You can check that out also. And today we have something we call the YCP, which is the Youth Contest Program. It's in the frame of the Yara Region 1. And we have a few contest stations that we know a lot, and that accepts receiving young people for any contest, basically. So it could be anyone, like someone who don't know anything about contesting or someone that wants more performance. Everyone's welcome. That's the objective. We don't want to do anything complicated, and everyone's welcome. That's the goal here. So yeah, on the map we have a few examples: 403A, 9A1A, A44A, DM9EE, EC2DX. I had some in the map because we did TM4Y last year in Provence in France, F6 KOP. Maybe you've heard of that. And this year was in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria and in Spain, some Canary Islands. We did ED8Y. We'll come that on later. So here are the recent contest opportunities I was talking about, and we'll just wrap them up with a few details and pictures so you can see how it's going. Okay. So last year we did TM4Y for CQWPX SSB. And again, it was like an initiative I tried to launch with F6 KOP Radio Club. Just to gather some friends around a contest, and we ended up with 18 participants, which is pretty cool. And they were from 7 different countries. We had France, Spain, Azerbaijan. We had Belgium and Ireland. So as you can see here, we're all having fun here doing the SSB contest. The good thing here, the station was already set up, so it was for everyone a very nice experience. And they just they were all levels, so people were like discovering the whole thing, and people were already like can't say expert, but already initiated in contesting. And yeah, it was a pretty fun experience. And we also have the classic flag picture, of course, that we wanted to do here. Another one is more VHF oriented. It's the Oscar Echo 1 Whiskey Station. It's based on the Austrian Alps, and we do that for the Yaru VHF and the Yaru Marconi VHF Region 1. And so yeah, basically we have to install all the towers, just like the one you see here. We have this in all the directions, and it's also a very nice experience because it's a completely different universe compared to HF. We have plenty of other mechanics and other ways to actually operate to make contact. So that's also something cool to discover. So here was the youth team for the 2024 edition in the Austrian Alps. Then I went to Spain at EA3CCN, which is located around Barcelona, Spain. And they have quite good antennas here. The only thing was we had to bring our own rigs because they had rotators and stuff, but we had to bring our own rigs. So that's what we did here. And it was during the December Yoda month, so when youth gather and do some fun contacts. And there were the 9 Alpha DX contests, so we used that opportunity as we had big guns to participate in the contest. And also in December, so we have the Yoda contest, which is, if you don't know what the Yoda contest is, it's in 3 rounds. We have a round around March, a round around May, and around one in December. And so for this contest, we had the opportunity to go to S53M which is completely renovated, has a super matrix system of band filters, antennas, so that every station could be replicated in a way or another. So it's optimized for multi-single. So that's where we went on, and yeah, we also had a lot of fun here. And the last one is the recent experience from March 2025. We went to Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and we were ED8Y for the CQWPX 2025. And here it was a great success. Like in TM4Y, we were 18. Here we were 27. 27 participants went to attend. So yeah, we were a lot of people see more flags. And yeah, we had a lot of fun. We did contesting, we did some paella, and we enjoyed the sun and the beach and everything in the meantime. So that was a cool one. And yeah, just to finish, we in Europe we also do the youth teams in WRTC. So I know that there were 2 youth teams in 2018 and 2022. I'm pretty sure there will be one in 2026. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. And just to finish on a note, just an open question on how you can possibly think we can reinforce the links between the young people and the big gun stations to make like a whole network. So someone wants to participate to a contest in super conditions can do it. And that's it for me.
So you could tell he was speaking very, very quickly, and he got through this presentation much faster. So we actually have time for a question or two. Okay. Doc Road. Thank you, Jules. Here we go again. Always an adventure. Put DG in front of a computer, and you never know what's really going to happen. Try that. Let's do that. And let's do that. Oh, there is a learning curve here. Okay. Our next speaker actually comes from my neck of the woods, not too far away. He's from Vermont, which all of you need in every contest, every domestic contest. So you want to make nice to this guy. I ran into him at our local regional flea market a couple of years ago. Actually, KM3T came up to me and said, "You got to go over there. This guy's got this thing you got to see." And I walked over, and he came up, and Chris saw me and said, "Oh, you're K1DG. I read your book." And I said, "Oh, okay, you're the one." But he seemed very enthusiastic about contesting, and then when I saw what he's been working on, I just had to have him give a talk here. Chris is not generally accustomed to speaking to large groups like this, so he's scared crapless. So I want you all to give him a very warm welcome, make him feel comfortable and at home. Chris Knox, KI1P.
Hey everybody, like I said, I've never really spoken in front of this many people, so bear with me. I'm Chris, KI1P. Home is Central Vermont, and more importantly, in Vermont, I live in what I call the Valley of No RF. So a little quick background on myself. I was first licensed in 1987, somewhere in middle school or high school, and this wonderful hobby has changed my whole life. It's got me into the field that I work in. I now maintain all the radio equipment for all the public safety departments in the state of Vermont. And I'm on mountaintops every day and getting paid to play my hobby. So I fell in love with contesting back in 1986 at my first field day, and boy, did that change the rest of my life. So My love has been contesting ever since the beginning. Unfortunately, I live in a very poor area to do it. From this map, you can see my house is right in the middle of that green blob. I've got mountains 360 degrees away from me. I used to have a 50-foot tower with a Yagi on it, but 50 yards away, I'm looking into granite. So didn't do too much good there. Real quick, this is the house I live in. The mountains you see behind me are fairly close up. The mountains that are out of view here are a lot bigger than the ones behind me. My best takeoff is to Europe, but I'm silent everywhere else. So I would like to share with you my unconventional solution to living in the Valley of No RF, and I wish I could inspire others to do what I'm doing, and that is think outside of the box. Does anybody here ski or fish? Okay. Do you do it in your backyard or do you travel somewhere? Okay. Well, our license is good for anywhere in the United States, so why are we so hell-bent on staying right at our house, no matter how bad it is? So not only is my house bad because of the location with the mountains, it's bad because I've got electric fences in the area, it's a farming community, it's high noise floor all the way around. So how did I get this van? This is the kind of the heart of my story here. I believe somebody was looking down on me when I came across this van because it was a total coincidence. Real quick, I'm not new to operating away from home. That's what I've been doing for the last 15 years. Here's my old truck on the top of Mount Washington in New Hampshire, which is the highest mountain in the Northeast. I have pretty much lived out of vehicles operating. So whether it be CQWPX, an HF contest, or a state QSO party, or VHF contest like this, I've always done it away from home. Dream job I told you about, working for the Vermont State Police and maintaining all the equipment on mountaintops. That is indeed what got me this van on a very lucky thing. I turned right instead of turned left. So 2 years ago, we had major flooding in the state of Vermont, devastated a good deal of the area. We had news crews from all over the place come and report. I'm going to play for you a little clip of just what the flooding was like. Oh, I guess.
Elsewhere. Communication is also a big concern. These guys are headed it out now. They're going to take a generator up to the top of the building to make sure that their call keeps coming in. 14 cap.
So I thought the audio would play out there. Basically, we had to take a boat down Main Street and down State Street to get to the state capitol to get comms up and going for search and rescue operations. When I got back, I was tired, hot, sweaty, stinky, and I just wanted to go home. But when I got back, there was news crews from all over the Northeast in their news vans, and my brain never stops spinning. So I thought one of these would be a pretty cool ham shack. I wanted to see the inside of one. So I got talking to the engineer, and he wasn't a ham, but he had worked with hams quite a bit. And I'm a people person. I love talking to random people. Just to make small talk, I asked him, does anything like this ever come up for sale on the used market? He said, well, do you want one mast or two masts? Do you want an air conditioner? Do you need the air compressor? Do you need this, that? And I think I know of one real cheap that I could get you. So we exchanged business cards, and I left, and I didn't think cheap. I thought cheap was $30,000. So didn't hear anything from him for a couple months. September came. I got a phone call. Are you going to come get this van or what? So turns out this van was bound for the scrapyard. So what is this van? This van is a 1997 broadcast van made by ENG, and it is pretty much a unicorn in the sense that they don't exist. This is the only van made ever that anybody knows about with 2 masts instead of 1. So it was used to talk to the World Trade Center on one on one mast, and everything else on the other. What does this van have in it? It's a 1997 E350. At the time, had 50,000 miles on it. That's it. I got a complete 3-ring binder of all the maintenance records, the instructions, the blueprints, everything about this. Every time it had an oil change, everything. It had been stored inside its whole life, air conditioned in the summer, heated in the winter, and never really spent much brutal time out on the road. Few photos of the van that they sent me. So I hadn't even seen the van yet. Here they had sent me a photo of the rear, and this is the main operating position behind the driver's seat. You can see there's 4 19-inch racks, so a ham's dream for somebody like me who wants to go out and operate mobile. So this photo here shows the 3 main racks. I spent a lot of hours staring at this photo. It was going to be 3 months before I could go and pick this van up. I counted every single screw hole on here so I could figure out how tall these were. All of my equipment at home was 19-inch rack based, and I reconstructed this van in my basement and played with the ergonomics for 3 months. I had this figured out so that when I went to pick up the van, it would go smoothly. The roof on this alone has 18 NMO mounts on it. So if you're a radio geek, plenty of real estate. 2 masts, they both operate on compressed air, and it has an air compressor inside. And you can see the red coils on here. That's what all the coax cables go through. So no need to do that for a setup. Brings setup time to a minimum. Another view of the 4th rack behind the seat. And I just wanted to include this because it's an eerie photo. This is the microwave link that this truck lived its whole life around on top of the World Trade Center to report back. So just after Nearfest, our big ham radio flea market in October, I drove down with my son in early November to pick the van up. And they treated me so well. They opened the door to the main garage, and we pulled in, and they had everything ready for us. And now began its new life as a ham radio rover. First day after I got home, I had all the old cables taken out, and remember that time in my basement putting everything together, dry fitting? Well, the first week, my van looked like this. I had it up and running. So, as everything I've learned in contesting, it's all about button chair time. So I got a cushy seat. Everything is not too far away from me. So I brought that up a notch and installed a microwave, a coffee pot, and a refrigerator that I can grab right from the front seat. So there's no need to get up. Oh, and bathroom is the great outdoors. So not pictured in this view, to my right knee sitting in the chair is a slow cooker. So before each contest, I make a beef stew or a chili, and literally I only have to grab, a couple feet to get more of my meal and continue on with the contest. Here's a little view of the van all put together, sitting in my driveway. And so coming up, the next photo here will explain some hardships. I'm not a mechanic. This van had been very well taken care of, but it sat since the beginning of COVID outside with nobody looking after it. So during a Vermont winter, I had to figure out how to be a mechanic, how to crawl under this in the snow and replace catalytic converter, replace spark plugs, and do all the maintenance to it. Got it all ready together, and I was going to come to Dayton Hamvention last year and show it off. And a few days before leaving for Hamvention, this happened. So when you have a flat tire on a van like this, you don't call AAA. The van sits at 12 feet. There's not a wrecker in the world who can pick me up and haul me off anywhere, so this had to be fixed on the side of the road. There goes all my gas money I had saved up to go to Dayton off in tires. But coming home from Dayton last year, this is the final product. This is sitting on top of Hogback Mountain for the VHF contest in southern Vermont. So now I can have my antennas up 50 feet above the ground, and much better than operating either at home in the Valley of No RF or mobile out of a vehicle with simple whips. So what do I have in the van? This is its current setup that I took this photo just prior to coming to Dayton. I go by the saying, one is none and two is one. So in the back of this is 2 flex radios, 2 amplifiers, 2 radios for doing VHF, UHF work, 2 rotators, 2 repeaters. I've got a bunch of numerous P25 and DMR stuff that's outside of contesting, but this thing is checkerboard full. Every square inch of this vehicle has a use, and I've got it pretty full. 5 monitors so I can have the logging software up, the flex radio up, the other flex radio up, and the onboard scoreboard up as well. What do I have to power this? If I haven't mentioned it already, on board is a 7K generator to provide all my power needs. I also have 5 200 amp hour batteries to help if I don't want to run the generator. Next slide. So last year, I wanted to participate in the Vermont QSO party. The Vermont QSO party is a little bit tough. We don't have too many people rove in it because it's cold, it's that time of year, it's dark. I wanted to set up a challenge, and my challenge was to make 3,000 contacts in this QSO party and to rove in 13 out of our 14 counties, which is a lot of miles. So just like we say in Vermont, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. This is what I dealt with the first night out on the road. I managed to pull out 1,002 contacts on my first stop up near the Canadian border. So I was going to play for you this scene here, although the audio probably doesn't carry very well. This shows the energy in the air on the second night of the QSO party. It's going to probably be pretty low here, but maybe I can put this up next to it. Thanks. QRZ Kilo Italy 1 Papa. Kilo 1 Alpha. KK1L. Thanks, Ron. 59 Rutland County.
Big signal up in Chittenden now.
Thanks. I have only slept for 2 hours, Ron. This tomorrow is going to be a rough day.
Oh, dude, I saw your schedule. How the hell are they going to do that? There's no time off.
Yeah, I got waylaid. I got caught in a snowstorm last night. I was up near the Canadian border, and took me from midnight till 4 a.m. to get home. So long day.
Oh my gosh, how you doing? You doing all right? Like Q's and physically?
Well, Q's I'm at 1484 right now. 1484. I'm hoping to break 3,000.
Well, that'll be quite a feat. You're pretty good numbers already. Good luck. God bless. Have fun and be safe, man.
All right, 7-3. QRZ Kilo India 1 Papa.
Kilo Echo 1, Victor Tango.
Kilo Echo 1.
Kilo Echo 1, Victor Tango. You got way too many QSOs. 5-9 Addison County.
Thanks for Addison. 5-9 Rutland.
All right, brother. Be safe.
You as well. Kilo India 1 Papa.
November Quebec 1 Bravo.
And Q1B 5-9 Rutland.
QSL Rutland. Thank you. 5-9 Washington County.
Thanks. QRZ Kilo. So it was a high energy. I did not get much sleep, but I was really pushing for that 3,000 Qs. So how did I get to 3,000 Qs? Well, a lot of it's sitting on county lines. So some may say that's cheating, but it is definitely within the rules. If you're on the county line, you can put in 2 contacts, 1 for each county. And I'm sure people would ask, were you really on the county line? And so if you follow me on YouTube, you can watch this video and see every county line, but I'll just play for you one county line here. Caledonia lines. Give you a quick setup on the side of the road. Quick view of the setup, sorry. Here we are. Half the dipoles are in Brighton, Essex County. Half of them are in Newark, Caledonia County. It's -10 approximately. I'll have to check the thermometer inside the van. We're sitting at 1,800 QSOs right now, 1,802. Let's see what we can get that up to. So far the contest was doing pretty good. I'm up to 1,800 and some odd Qs, and in comes the next problem. So some say if I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't have any luck. So I'm making contacts left and right, and things are going really well, and everybody's saying, why aren't you answering these people? And I said, well, the band is kind of dead. I can't hear anybody. And they're like, we can all hear you, but you're not hearing us. I'll play with you this next scene here. I'll leave the audio behind. So I'm parked on the side of the road here, and I forgot to turn on the air compressor. So the tower is slowly migrating down inch by inch by inch by inch by inch. By the time I got out, all my dipoles are laying on the ground, and I'm pushing 1,200 watts into them. So, final score. If you look at just the signal sideband contacts, I came in at 2,383 contacts, which is a far cry from my 3,000 I wanted, but that put me in second place next to Mitch and his club station, which was a multi-operator station at 3,400. And I'm doing this in a, to quote Chris Farley, in a van down by the river. So as far as the roving category, I ended up with 212,000 points, with the second place person being at 70,000 points. So this next photo I wanted to share with you, this is operating field day in Vermont. The other thing I want to do with this van is there's a lot of youth out there, I believe, that would be interested in this hobby, but it's hard to get them. So now I have a station I can bring to them. I can bring it to schools. I can bring it to large outings and get them in the hot seat and operating. This is George, KC1 UIC. He's over here in the audience today. I don't know this for sure, but I hope that his time spent in my van operating is one of the reasons why this 12-year-old went from no license to extra class in less than a year. Here's a quick photo of Winter Field Day from last year, and never really got into Winter Field Day, but it's a lot different when you're sitting in a nice warm van in Vermont weather. So now, remember that 3,000 Qs I wanted? Well, I want to do something about it. I'm going to get those 3,000 cues somehow. So this spring, I ended up getting a full-size step IR, and I've configured it so I can get it on the tower and erected in less than 10 minutes. So from the time I put my vehicle in park to the time I'm on the air with it up is 10 minutes. So I will get those 3,000 cues next year. So let's see. Oh, one more photo here of how big that step IR is when it's down low. So what do you do when you have a contest rover like this and you feel like you're getting to where everything is running perfectly? Remember my saying that I said earlier, 1 is none and 2 is 1? I got a second van. So this is basically a twin, but this one is much newer. This one only has 12,000 miles on it. You can read all the writing underneath like it was right from the factory. My plan is to make this a complete twin, both flex radios, 2 step IRs, 2 everything, so we can start doing multi-mobile or multi expedition style. So hopefully I can get a few friends and we can bring both vans up to a mountaintop and operate from up there. Oh, I'm glad someone said this. I get asked that a lot. Are you married? Yes, I am. And I gotta be honest, this is the first ham shack my wife has ever been 100% behind because there is nothing in the house anymore. I don't have a ham shack in the house. This sits down on our property behind the barn. It stays plugged into shore power, stays plugged into Ethernet. I can operate this from anywhere in the world because it's a flex radio, and it stays down there. When I wanna go somewhere, I just unplug it and drive away. Just thought I'd leave you with a few photos here. This is the new van and the old van side by side just prior to leaving. Here's one of my favorite places to operate. And this next photo, see if somebody in this room can figure out where this was taken. This was taken on the way home from Dayton last year. If you squint, you can see some towers in the background. This is none other than K3LR's Superstation. And so I had to stop and get this photo to show big gun meets little pistol. So I am parked out over here with all the other rovers and e-com vehicles. If anybody wants to take a peek and see what it looks like up close, I'm there. If anybody wants to follow my endeavors in contesting on the road, I have a YouTube channel of Lost Nation Radio. Be glad to share my experiences on the road, and I look forward to other people picking up on my energy and trying to do the same. Maybe not in a TV news van. If you live in a high noise environment, grab your stuff and go somewhere. Thank you, 773.
Well, that was pretty good for a guy who never speaks in front of people, but I have 2 questions for you. They're sort of economic related. What kind of mileage do you get driving that van with all that crap, all that great stuff?
So, a mechanic told me this, and I didn't believe him, but it's true. If I have nothing in that van completely empty, just like the new van, or I have it loaded with all the batteries and everything, 10 miles a gallon. Fill it with concrete or fill it with nothing, 10 miles a gallon. That's what you're going to get all the time. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you've inspired me and a whole lot of other people to maybe follow in your footsteps. But so the next question, I have to ask, I know you pick these things up at auction, and what's a going price for one of these things at an auction? What did you pay for these?
I was trying to skirt around this question. So the first van cost me a whopping 100 cents. The second van cost me the same thing, $1. Now, let me stop you guys before you go too far. I don't want the station bombarded with lots of calls. Can I get my $1 news van? They are not many left right now that are being decommissioned there. However, if you are looking for one of these, start looking now, because these are all microwave trucks that have these towers on them. They don't use them anymore for microwave. Everything is satellite and cellular based. They are not making any more of these. So if you find one, get it now.
Thanks, Chris. That was great, wasn't it? I will remind you that there are some shirts over here still for sale. They cost more. Those shirts are worth more than that van was. They're $29 more expensive than the van. So for $30, get one of those, and maybe they'll throw in a van too. Let's go there. Go there. That's you, right? Okay. So I was turning across the bands during one of the contests last fall, and I know N3QE, but someone was calling CQ, and it wasn't his voice. It sounded like a YL. And I listened for a little while and said, but she sounds pretty good, and I've never heard her on the air. And I don't know, did Tim have some surgery that he didn't tell us all about? Is he? No, he's still got a beard and the whole thing, so I guess
The whole thing, yeah.
about the whole thing, so to speak. That's what I've heard. I don't know from personal observation. I want to make that clear. But there's some cool stuff going on in using AI for voice stuff. And so please welcome Tina, N3QE. It was going on the big screen. It should be on the big screen. I don't know why it's not on the big screen. TV Bob, help. Round of applause for TV Bob, who
I haven't fixed it yet.
I only called him because I couldn't see KKN in the audience. I would have had him bail my butt out again. Bill, are you here in case Bob doesn't, get it done? Oh, all right. Carry on.
Thank you, everybody. I'm excited to be here. In particular, since I came to Dayton, I've had no fewer than a dozen hams, some of them young, some of them old, some of them US, some of them DX, all come up to me and greet me as Tina. Okay, so I'm glad they're getting on the air. I'm glad they're working me. I'm glad that I get to present to you today. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Doug. Am I advancing? Let me click in the right window. Ta-da! So I want to point out that, I mostly view what you've heard on the air as a innovation in contest keying. PVRCers like me have long been innovating in contest keying. Here I illustrate to you the code wheel for CQing and sweepstakes of Vic Clark W4KFC. He was one of PVRC's founding members. So circa 1960, this was his CQ wheel. It's a pie plate hooked to a gear motor that turns it once per revolution every time you hit the button. If you look on the edge of the pie plate, you can clearly read, coming back to the first presentation, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. CQ sweepstakes, the most important contest of all. Similarly, my innovation has not been to create anything new, but to take things that already exist and put them together. For transmission, I'm using generative AI for text-to-speech for 100% of contest voicing, both search and pounce and running. That's evolved, and I'll tell you a little about the evolution. For receive, in several contests, including WPX Phone, I had a running dialogue window showing the decoded speech from my receiver run through a speech-to-text program. It wasn't incredibly effective, but I'll talk about, the future of that. Finally, there's a lot of non-AI glue technologies. I do all this one in N1MM Plus with wave voicing. I have a lot of scripting to make the waves. I do a lot of analysis pulling, I've done a little bit of analysis pulling calls out of speech to text. There's a Stream Deck function pad that proved vital to the much larger vocabulary that I've grown over time beyond the simple function keys or what I can access on a regular keyboard. And finally, there's a real human operator at the station. That's me listening on the headphones, reading the speech to text, mashing the keyboard, and working folks trying to make it sound polite, friendly, attract new contesters. So let's look a little bit about how contest keying automation works in the 21st century. On CW, 90% of running stations are using computer keying, and all contest loggers support all phases of run and search and pounce. It's widely used. CW keying is built into the logger since before the 21st century. And sideband, most running stations have a CQ loop, maybe 2 CQ loops at the ready. That's the most obvious thing if you're running. A purely search and pounce station can get by with just 2 messages in their voice memories. That's their call and the exchange, if it's a non-serial number contest. For example, in CQ Worldwide. So the sort of contest keying in phone has a low entry point. All modern rigs support built-in DVK. You can, if you have an older rig, you can use a computer to rig interface, just like you use for FT8. And almost all contesting programs can play pre-recorded audio wave files to do voice keying of one kind or another. I just decided to push that as far as I could and see where I could land. So there's broadly, there's two approaches to synthesizing. One is to synthesize based on your own voice. You can supply audio samples of your voice to a vendor. The vendor applies their tech, and depending on the vendor and the deal you got with them, they may apply some manual processing to make an AI model of your voice. There's some free options and some very expensive options. With this, you can synthesize arbitrary text-to-speech using the vendor's copy of your voice. This is an advantage if you are intermingling synthesized voice with your own live voice. You can switch, if some situation comes up, you don't have a message for it, you can use your own voice. I went the other way, and some other folks have gone the other way, stock voice synthesized. All the major vendors have dozens of voices available in many languages. The best quality voice libraries are trained, like a lot of AI is trained on what humans have previously produced, on professional speakers and tweaked by experts to maximize intelligibility. The voices tend to be rather neutral accents, even though they are available in a wide variety of regions. For example, I could contest like an Australian if I wanted. That would be a choice. Several vendors offer multiple target devices for their voices. I'll talk a little about that and increasing talk power. The disadvantage of this is that it's not your voice. If you have to switch to your live voice, it's going to be obviously different. The advantage, especially if your voice isn't that good, is it's not your voice. You can, again, these are professional speakers and run through with AI trained on their voices, commercialized. They've put a lot of smart people have put a lot of effort into intelligibility. There's some cost involved. Anybody can go to a free web demo. You can go to 11 Labs, Amazon Poly, Google Text-to-Speech, and get an absolutely free demo. Type in anything you want, and it will say it out loud. You can even download it as a WAV file. There's limited access to different voice models. There's different access to different SSML. I'll talk a little about that. It's how you make your CQ sound more enthusiastic. The other alternative is to pay or at least register for an account on one of these vendors. They give you a free demo to get you hooked, and then they're hoping you're going to apply this to your business, and they're going to rake in lots of money. The pricing models are all over the place from different vendors. You really got to check it out. The one that seems cheapest at the start may not be the one you want to use if you're going to synthesize everything in SuperCheck Partial. Google Cloud and Amazon Poly are offering 1 million to 5 million characters free per month. Synthesizing everything in SuperCheck Partial, which is a good benchmark for if you're going to be a running station, all 50,000 calls is a couple million characters. The prices aren't insane if you go over a couple million characters, but you can get a couple for second or third or fourth iteration of your efforts. You might not end up paying anything, even with a commercial provider and a high quality voice. When I began using SSB synthesized voices for contesting, I chose an XYL's voice, the name Tina. It starts with TI like Tim, but it's obviously not me if you listen to it. I've entered, well, this is out of date. I've now entered 8 or 9 SSB contests since 2018 using advancing synthesis techniques and experience. 3 of them were North American QSO parties. They're a great test ground for doing anything in any mode. If you want to learn how to do SO2R better, if you want to learn how to be a better RTTY contester, if you want to apply some new technology like SO2R or SO2V, do it in the North American QSO party. It's a great place to do it. And you get to interact with both newbie and expert contesters. Mostly I was getting called by newbie contesters in NAQP last summer, and then N2IC called me. And it was obvious my messages were way too long for N2IC, and I had to have some better options for the guys who weren't newbies. I've entered 1 serial number contest in a foreign language, Worked Germany. There's a wonderful clip of that at the end. My big effort, and the one that I think I'm most notorious for, is WPX Phone 2025. The run-up for that was even more challenging technically. It was the SSB Sprint in March 2025. But that was a great practice because that's the acid test. The exchange is very complicated. So we're going to try some audio here. The provider I use is Google Cloud Text-to-Speech. And they offer 32 female US English voices. Let me play you 3 of them.
CQ North America from N3QE, November 3, Quebec Echo.
That's rather plain, but it's perfectly clear.
CQ North America from N3QE, November 3, Quebec Echo.
That's hardly any different. Let's try the 3rd one.
CQ North America from N3QE, November 3, Quebec Echo.
I fell in love with that voice. It's Mrs. ENUS WaveNet H. Whoever was the voice model for that, that's the one you want to choose. You don't have to choose that voice, but choose one a lot like it. Choose one that sounds enthusiastic, friendly, and with a good amount of intonation. The other 2, news, is that for reading news? That's not what you want to sound like when you're a contester. You want to sound excited about contesting. So there's a number of different flavors of voices available from any provider. WaveNet is the one that I quickly latched onto, and I did a little bit of research into WaveNet. WaveNet is a generative AI technology introduced in 2016, at least in academic circles. It's a neural net trained with actual speech from professional speakers. The neural net's output is a waveform that mimics the audio it's trained with. If you train it with somebody with an accent, the model of their voice is going to have an accent. The first implementations were too computationally intensive to be practical, but like a lot of AI, the computationally intensive part can often be put into the training phase so that the utilization phase becomes relatively lightweight. And that's where WaveNet's gone. It's a great model. There are some other models out there, and I'll talk a little bit about them when I come to hallucinations. Okay. Google, Amazon, and Microsoft all offer their voice synthesis in the cloud. The computational power to generate these voices is not really happening on my PC. It's happening in the cloud. So I construct a web request, or I have a script that constructs a web request that says, synthesize these words or these words with markup into a WAV file for me. It's launched and processed in the data center, who knows where. The result is returned over the web, and different vendors have similar but not identical APIs. The implications of this is that the synthesis and much of the tech is done all off premises. For me, it's and this is also the way I use it with N1MM plus Logger. I pre-synthesize all my messages, although I think a future technology might do it on the fly instead of having to pre-synthesize everything you ever might want to say. I use scripts to automate the vocabulary development in advance of the contest. I have done some development during a contest. That's not bad if you're starting, but if you're going to make a real full-time effort in a contest, you want to do a good chunk of your work and only do fine-tuning during the contest. And you can shop between vendors for the voice and features you like. There's different voice profiles. The most common voice profiles are hi-fi profiles. Those are profiles that are designed for people, audio on a cell phone, audio in a car, audio from a stereo system. That's not the best choice for a phone contest because good chunks of the spectrum are going to get thrown away when they go through the sideband filter. The vendor I use for at least some fraction of their voices offers the telephony profile. It's optimized for limited bandwidth. It's optimized for high talk power. We all want talk power, and it's a great start for sideband contest synthesis. Okay, so let's look at, the most basic message, the one that'll get played the most. That's the one you want to put all your effort to in optimizing. So this isn't bad, but it's not. It's clearly a couple notches down. I just take that text and synthesize it, and you can hear what it sounds like.
N3QE November 3 Quebec Echo CQ contest.
Okay, let's try that again.
N3QE November 3 Quebec Echo CQ contest.
And that's clearly what I typed in, but it doesn't sound as enthusiastic as I would like. See this stuff in the angle brackets under the good entry? If you've done web development, it looks a lot like HTML. It's called SSML. It's a way to say, this is hints to the synthesizer. I want you to pronounce it this way for clarity. You let me figure out how to play this. Let's see what we can do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm out in the cloud. I'm out. The Tina overloaded your computer, Doug. Okay, Control-Alt-Delete time. Yeah, I'm trying to find the delete button. Okay, now we got to launch PowerPoint again. Oh, where's my talk? Now I got to find my talk, Doug. Is it on this page? Which one's me? Introducing Tina. There we are. Okay, thank you guys. I'm going to catch back up. Okay, I hit F5. Oh, if you can scroll, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Tech geniuses are wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, that's right.
N3QE November 3 Quebec Echo CQ contest.
No.
N3QE November 3 Quebec Echo CQ contest.
So that's the result of a little bit of markup and a little bit of editing to reduce the pauses. So in addition to the markup, I also put some commas and a question mark at the end. The question mark tells the synthesizer, okay, emphasize this, that it's time to turn over. The commas put little pauses and changes in intonation that matter. So if you're interested, this is NAQP message set. Some of the words I spell a little funny, like QRZ, I say QRZ as words, and I like that pronunciation coming out. Then you can add a little or a lot of post-processing. I happen to have optimized my audio files so much that I turn off the speech processor in the rig.
Kilo Alpha Zero Papa Quebec Whiskey.
That's a call sign out of SuperCheck Partial, just synthesized by Google Text-to-Speech. Then I bandwidth limit it.
Kilo Alpha Zero Papa Quebec Whiskey.
Then I do the Heil HC5 gargling broken glass effect. I boost the treble and I cut the bass.
Kilo Alpha Zero Papa Quebec Whiskey.
Okay, and then I apply a moderate amount of leveling to boost the talk power.
Kilo Alpha Zero Papa Quebec Whiskey.
Okay. Now, I turned the knobs up moderately. This is where I usually have them set. You can turn the knobs up too much, and you'll sound just as bad as any other contester on the air.
Kilo Alpha Zero Papa Quebec Whiskey.
Okay? There's different levels of call sign voicing. At an introductory level, what you would do is you would just synthesize the 26 letters and 10 digits to pronounce the call sign of the guy calling you. And it sounds very robotic, but it is there. And in CQ Worldwide Phone, there were 3 or 4 contesters using a variant of this.
Kilo Oscar 4 Uniform Oscar Juliet.
Total robot sound. Now, the next step up is to synthesize all the prefixes in SuperCheck Partial, plus all possible 1, 2, and 3 letter suffixes.
Kilo Oscar 4 Uniform Oscar Juliet.
Okay, that sounded pretty good, but you can do even better by synthesizing all 50,000 calls in SuperCheck Partial.
Kilo Oscar 4 Uniform Oscar Juliet.
That's pretty optimal. That's not bad at all. I like that. That's why I ran it. Now, should you think about using synthesized contest voicing? There's some reasons to. First of all, if you're excited by the tech, we're hams. That's a great reason to do it. And want to learn about speech synthesis, cloud services, lots to learn. If your shack is in a very high audio noise environment, or as we saw from some of the presentations earlier, especially the DX presentation, there's so much wind noise that you have a hard time talking over the wind noise. Maybe you're at a multi-op with QRM from other positions, and you have decent keyboarding skills. That's where you might start thinking about using synthesized voice contesting. There's a definitely column as well. If you're a remote op and you want to minimize all your transmit audio latency, you store all your WAV files on the remote, on the PC that's local to the transmitter, and there's no transmit audio latency. If you want a sideband contest late into the night without waking up your family, this is another way to do it. If you're an SO2R op, this is the killer app for this technology. It lets you send send the calls and exchanges on one radio while you're listening to a different radio. That's the absolute killer app. And there's a couple guys out there doing that already. You might not know it. And finally, you really need superb keyboarding skills, especially if you're going to do SO2R. If your typing skills aren't up to snuff, this is something you're going to have to develop. People often ask me what Tino looks like. Okay, and in my head, this is what Tino looks like. It's the scripts I use to build the WAV files. I know you're all disappointed. But this is it. What this script does is it takes as input the 24 macro functions that I want to build. It takes as input a list of I just copy and pasted from the Wikipedia page, the NATO phonetic alphabet. It takes SuperCheck Partial as an input. And for serial number tests, I have it synthesize everything from 1 to the highest number I'm likely to give. And you have to choose a voice and a voice profile. As output, we get a bunch of several dozen function key WAV files, your CQ, your thanks, stuff like QRZ, stuff like that. You get 70,000 call sign and call sign fragments in WAV files. In total, that's more than a gigabyte of WAV files. And then because I do the post-processing, I developed the post-processing first in Audacity and then wrote a Linux command chain to do it in SOX. I eliminate pauses, strip out the unnecessary bandwidth, I cut the bass and boost the high, and I level the audio. So here's a demo.
November 3, Quebec Echo, Norway 3, Queen Ecuador, CQ contest. CQ, CQNA from
So I have two different
November 3,
alternating
Quebec
CQ
Echo.
messages here.
Kilo 3, Lima Romeo, Tina, TINA, Maryland MD. Thanks and good luck. Viewers Ed. November 3, Quebec Echo, Norway 3, Queen
So
Ecuador.
a lot of this you can do. A lot of this you can do using. A lot of this you can do.
3 Alpha Juliet. This is Tina, Tango India November Alpha in Maryland.
And here I ask for some fills.
Can you please repeat your name? Your name again? Thank you in 7-3. CQ North America from November 3, Quebec Echo.
So that's a typical function key set for a contest. There's more advanced things you can do. This is Vic working Tina in WPX Phone a month ago.
Number 10. CQ contest from Norway 3, Queen Ecuador.
Victor Echo 3, Yankee Tango.
Victor Echo 3, Yankee Tango, 59366.
Thanks, Tina, 59146.
Thanks, Vic. Thanks, viewers Ed.
So there were some more advanced functions you heard in WPX Phone over what I had used in NAQP earlier. I had multiple ways of voicing everybody's call. I had multiple ways of voicing everybody's number. There's no purpose in playing the exact same wave file exactly the same way it was phrased before when somebody asked for a repeat. So I had generated alternate voicings for the most variable elements using different phonetics, different speeds, different ways to pronounce numbers. These are all techniques we unconsciously use when we're phone contesting, but I had to plan that out in the computer configuration. Let's, let me give now with all these alternate voicings, I, the operator trying to run this, was completely overloaded with all the different function keys that were now available. But there's a solution for that. Tom N1MM on the N1MM mailing list began discussing in January Stream Deck integration. There's all kinds of magic that you could do under the hood, including something called RCMD. You send UDP packets are flying back and forth in my shack. Let me show you the result of all that work.
N3QE contest. CQ November 3, Quebec Echo. CQ contest from N3QE.
Okay, this is
November
slow.
3, Quebec Echo. November 3, Quebec Echo. Norway 3, Queen Ecuador. CQ
Hitting the
contest.
same button alternates between different messages.
Again, your call. November 1, Mike, 5.
This is just to enter send message, the standard voicings.
N1MM, 592448. Norway 1, Mexico, 292448. Thanks, Tom.
So the Stream Deck let me access a very wide set of memories. Yes, over there, that produces a variety of different ways of saying yes on the radio. I discovered that Roger is the winner by far, but there's some other ways of saying yes as well. No, tell somebody that they got it wrong. I'm going to repeat it to you. I can ask for numbers in different ways. I can ask for calls in different ways. When I run across a fellow PVRCer, Tina says, go PVRC. And I'm a robot. If people are wondering what's going on here, why is there a computer conducting a contest? It explains that there's a human running Tina and we're in a contest. Can I have your call, please? I try to be friendly at every step, even though there are some hecklers. Yeah, that's a typical heckler. I would love to show them the script because to me, that's what Tina looks like. Okay, let me give you an example of an AI hallucination. This is not an extreme one. WaveNet and other AI voices were trained on real-world pronunciation and may produce unexpected voicing. For example, if K1AR called me, I would kind of expect it to string together Kilo 1 Alpha Romeo. But instead, because Alpha and Romeo followed by each other usually means the car comes out like this.
Kilo 1 Alpha Romeo.
Okay, that's a moderate one. There's a different set of voices you can get from Google called neural. That's an even higher level of AI. That was almost unusable for me. If I had it synthesized November 5 Alpha Alpha, it came out 5th of November Alpha Alpha. That's too smart. Okay, so I chose. So there are choices to be made, and if you generate a bunch of WAV files, you might not discover that some of them are weird until you start the test. So, okay, there was in WPX phone, this was my first all-out effort, high power, all Tina. By Saturday afternoon, people were posting videos on Facebook, on Reddit, on all the social media of Tina, and they looked me up on QRZ. I had set my QRZ name to be Tina the AI robot. Okay? And as a result, I racked up, okay, first of all, those videos racked up tens of thousands of views that Saturday. And I racked up hundreds of comments. Let me go through a couple of the comments. This is probably being used for female voice to get more rate. And my response to that is yes. Okay? Tina is mostly running, but I can't tell you how satisfying it is. There's when I'm spinning the second VFO and I toss out my call, and the guy comes back, and there's a pileup, the guy comes back and says, okay, the YL, that's me. Okay, other comments. Is it legal to use an AI? I got a slide a little later on that. I detest AI. Here's a nice one. Courteous, clear, and concise communications. Sounds great. That's exactly what I was aiming for. Here's an incisive one. How did the AI take and pass the amateur radio exam and get a license issued to it? Using AI is cheating. Should not be allowed. AI is garbage. This one's sharp. I worked that one and wondered what was up with that voice. I'll be deleting it from my logs before I upload. And finally, another nice one. I could understand the voice perfectly, unlike everyone else that I couldn't understand. So what are the rules regarding AI? Most contest rules are silent on computer voice keying. The one exception I knew of was WRTC 2022 said that you could only pre-record and you had to pre-record it after you knew what your call sign was. You could only pre-record your CQ and 5928. Everything else you had to say live. CQ worldwide rules say, now I had the running decoder on the side. I'm going to talk a little about that, just a little. Say that you're assisted if you use any technology that provides call sign of a signal to the operator. A CW decoder is a classic example, but it's obvious to me this also applies if you were using speech to text. The ARRL-DX rules say that you can use a single channel decoder for unassisted, but a multi-channel decoder puts you into the, are not allowed for the unassisted class. A recent development, I think this might be in response to what I did, but maybe not. And earlier this year, the ARRL Programs and Services Committee determined that any use of AI during contests will place the station in the assisted or unlimited category. With shown little known about using AI in contests, it is possible to develop rules concerning the use of AI coupled with those rules will be mostly unenforceable. I don't hide it. The WaveNet voice generation I'm using is clearly AI-based. It's developed by AI researchers. It's got AI all over it. So I want to give you an example of a little bit of work I'm going above and beyond. I told you I had a running decoder pane. Mostly it decoded Tina's voice quite well. It didn't do so good for the other callers. Let me feed in some audio that was collected during WRTC 2022.
Your 5928, good luck.
Italy 2, select Delta Lima 1, clean.
Italy 2, stroke Delta Lima 1, clean, 5928.
5928.
Thank you, India 49, Mexico.
So in that example, things worked pretty well. Oh, I've gone out to lunch. Slideshow. That's right. Okay, thank you. All right, you're gonna, let's run through.
Kilo.
Okay, so there was some moderate ability to pull out the better clear signals from the pileup. So I wanted further, so I'm using Google speech to text. That's the opposite of what I was using to make the voices. Imagine that you're receiving a band. The 15-meter band can hold 152 kilohertz wide audio channels. You can imagine taking 30-second snippets of that, uploading it to the cloud and running it through speech to text and getting the response not instantly, but within 30 seconds or so. You can look for repeated call signs across a minute on a channel, possibly paired with CQ or contest for emphasis. This is a lot like what Reverse Beacon and CW Skimmer do. You can send a spot to the cluster, but you see you've identified a CQ. Now, speech to text is only a cent per minute, but you start applying that across a couple hundred channels, across a 24-hour contest, it starts getting expensive. Maybe there's optimizations you can apply. I'm going to try to spend the next year doing some of those optimizations. These are some of the numbers I've racked up. By far the biggest contest was WPX phone. And finally, let me give you an example of contesting in a foreign language. Almost half a century ago, I took high school German. In Workdal, Germany, I was running using a German language version of Tina. Let's listen to that real quick.
Delta Alpha 2 Romeo 59 84 Nummer 84. Delta 59 Uniform 14%. Danke QAZ. Delta Lima 0.
This it sounds a little robotic because it wasn't in Super Check Partial.
Ich bin ein Computerroboter. Ich heiße Tina, T-I-N-A.
Okay, I hope you all enjoyed meeting Tina. Thank you so much.
Man, I wish I could come up with a real clever comment, but man, I'm lost.
Those guys on social media are ahead of you.
That's for damn sure. Okay. All right, we got one more. Hold on. I got to figure out where you are. Get rid of that. And where did those guys come from? Oh, wait a minute, way up the top. That's where we got to go. I know where you are. I just need to find your slides. There we go. All right, how many people here use the online scoreboard during a contest to see who's ahead of you and what you got to do to catch up? Quite a few. So the next phase of that evolution, I think, is probably going to come from these guys who are working on real-time contesting, one step beyond just looking at your claims score coming up on the screen. So here are K9CT and VA2WA to talk about real-time contesting.
Okay, I'll start. I'm Craig. Obviously, that's Victor. And Victor's done all of the work. So I'm going to introduce kind of the project and why it's probably important to us. As you can see, change is inevitable. And we've got young people getting involved. We enjoyed the program today associated with that. But one thing I did is I thought, you know what, there's an NCJ article probably about this. And so I thought I was trying to find it, but I could not find it. So I thought, you know, what we ought to do is somebody ought to write an article. And in fact, I'd like to assign you this homework assignment. And you should do like all college kids do. You should go to your large language model, which is ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, and Grok. Okay? Everybody know what I'm talking about? And ask it this question. What is the future of ham radio contesting? And then see a kind of a short summary come up, and then ask for the deep dive into that question. And I think you're going to be really surprised at what you read, because we're all biased. But there's a lot of material out on the internet. It reads everything. And I think you're going to be surprised. And I just challenge you to do that, because I don't want to tell you. And I'm going to actually bring up some things here that make you think a little bit. But what can affect the fun of contesting? First of all, fewer contesters would be bad, right? You'd agree with that. It would be bad. And like, let's think sweepstakes Sunday afternoon, right? That's a problem. Competing activities is another problem that we have right now. Less time to contest. Shorter contests are better for most people. Flanking technologies, like maybe Tina, surprise. And then resistance to change, because there's some people that do not want to change anything, ever, at all. I know some of them. Do you know some of them? No. So participation in contests, easy for me to say. So what I did, I actually sent a note to ARRL, and I said, can you give me the number of logs that have been submitted for every contest that ARRL sponsors? And of course, what's really convenient is CQ Magazine, or CQ, actually, it's online, you can find it. And I got to tell you right now, based upon just logs, we're very healthy, with few exceptions. And I'll tell you what the exception is, and then you can try to analyze it. One of them is sweepstakes. It's declining. And of course, there's some VHF contests that are declining. So you have to think about sweepstakes, and maybe what was said earlier about sweepstakes, I don't really like that contest because fill in the blank. Or what would young people think about operating at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night? Or fill in the blank. Something to think about. So I thought that was really good, because that makes us feel good about our hobby. We've had a lot of activity, but then you have to mix in the product of COVID, because it had who thought with COVID contests went up, right? A lot. But actually, if you look at sweepstakes or CQ contests are dramatically higher right now. So the other thing that you should look at and check out yourself is how many serious operators are versus casual operators. How many people operate full time versus 10 years ago, 20 years ago when you look at the results. And then also you'll notice there's more activity when the sunspot activity is higher. Just makes sense. And of course, modes, CW, sideband, and digital. What do you think is going to happen over the years with these different modes? So actually, this was part of my Google research, or my AI research. I found this demographic chart. And the most important thing to look at is down in the bottom lower left, that's CW. And that's demographics of the CW operators that are currently active. That's not very good, is it? And then the phone operators that are active is just to the right of that. And the problem with that is we might be meeting in room 1 at the Xenia Assisted Living Center in about 10 or 15 years. So what can we do about it? We need to grow the participation. And right now, there's ample opportunity. We've got remote operation. We got small stations. We've got portable stations. There seems to be quite a bit of that going on. But the other thing is actually what can we do to adapt to the change necessary? And the shorter contests or overlays, possible mode changes or consideration of modes. But one thing that I think really boils down to is the contester experience also. As a contest, how many people, the cost is definitely a factor, right? And it's becoming higher and higher. The barriers to entry, maybe more remotes, things like that have to be thought of. The time commitment for contesting, the radios that are available, the loggers and what can they do, the internet access, and then of course real-time contesting can be certainly an answer to some of the technologically adept people. And with that, I'd like to introduce Victor. Victor, you may all know him, but Victor's been working on this for quite a while. And the idea would be that a person could sit down and operate and compete against their friends. And he's going to go through the mechanics of what's going on with that right now, and then I'll follow up at the end. So, Victor.
Thank you very much, Craig. Thank you very much for coming by. and we really appreciate your interest. Of course, we believe in the future of this new technology. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next. Okay, so where is the real-time contestant starts to shine? So the idea just to turn every contest into a live event, it could add energy and motivation that simply wasn't possible before. Yeah, think about it. The first thing, the contest meets the digital age. So ham radio is deeply rooted in traditions, but it doesn't have to stay stuck in the past. So we use computer everywhere. So we use SDRs, we use skimmers, we use many other things. So why should we use the radio as we used before, ages before? And so what does it mean, real-time contesting, RTC? So let's break it down. At first, it means your logger submits each QSO as you make it. So usually we have logger sends all the QSO for the last 2 minutes. Once QSO been uploaded to the server, those QSO are cross-checked instantly by a server, by RTC server. The scoreboard is updated in real time. And when the contest ends, results are published within a few minutes. So you should not wait more months, even days, actually. The most important thing, log reports are generated almost immediately. Okay, so let's take a look how that works on the example of hamscoring.com. So we have actually the 4 stages. So the last one is a little bit split one. So the first one is contest is coming. So you see the contest mark as a green, and you see the status on the top of the scoreboard is green. Contest is coming. So usually we activate contest a few hours before, so you can test your logger, are you connected, and you can simulate your log transmission by entering 1 or 2 QSI and see results on your website. So the next, yeah, this is the contest is coming, how that looks like. So the next step, so 0-0, the contest is started. The scoreboard comes alive. So you can see live updates by almost every second. What's important with this scoreboard? So during the contest, you see the 2 areas on the scoreboards. So on the right side, that's the usual scoring data, which you saw before with the other scoring system. But the scores, this is result of the robot service constantly running at RTC server, which constantly calculates each QSO in your log comparing to other existing logs and calculates your score for this exactly moment. So this is the big difference, which makes a huge difference with versus the previous systems. So, okay, so we've done. Contest is finished. And we have the next step is a correction time. So once the contest ends, we enter correction time. And this is usually a short windows. Actually, we use now 10 minutes. Where you can fix typos or even resubmit the whole log if needed. Sometimes the multiple errors make sense just to re-upload the whole log. Once correction time is finished, so that's the most interesting thing, the most interesting part gonna start. So the scoreboards logs in. Final scores are published. So as you see on the scoreboards, it's all result of RTC data calculations. So final scores are published. You can see your place, review your overall results, And most important, compare your performance to others. But this is not it. So the next. One of the most powerful features of RTC is the immediate log check report. You don't just get a score, so you get a breakdown of every QSO. What was right, what was wrong, and why. So on the right side, so this is the log check report, and this is your contest log. So on the right side, you see the status for every QSO. So for example, is it valid, is it not, why it's not valid. If you put wrong exchange, so you see exchange you sent and the correct one. Currently, this is not the fiction actually. Of course, we're already providing real-time contest servers for small mini contests. CW Ops Mini CWT, ICWC Middle Speed Contest, and K1 USN Slow Speed. We're also currently able to serve contests using adjudication model for NAQP or NA Sprint. Okay, so how to use it? Actually, it's not difficult. It's pretty easy. And we have 4 loggers covering over, I think, over 90% of loggers currently being in use for contesters. So N1MM Plus supports RTC. DXlog supports QR test, that's very popular in Italy, also supports RTC. We have another logger which just started, and it's very popular in Europe. Software-defined contest logger. What's just a few words about the real-time contest protocol? So it's completely open. So it's published. It could be used by almost anyone. And what's the main difference between RTC protocol versus other? For example, it's very popular to use the live streaming at some online contest loggers during the expeditions. The biggest problem of such protocol, they all use the UDP. So it's a one-way broadcasting protocol. So you have QSO, it's going to be sent, but you never know, has it been received? Has it been received properly? So the RTC protocol, it's a two-way communication between your logger and the RTC server. So every QSO receives a ticket confirmation. It's been received and stored on the server side. If there is no confirmation, logger supposed to resend this QSO. Also, we have opportunity to send updates. Okay, so you have QSO been already reported, and you need to change time, exchange, whatever. So once you made those changes, these queues are going to be re-uploaded and being replaced on the server. The server knows this is the QSO even been previously calculated, verified. So it's marked, it's unverified, and we do revalidation of this QSO. And we do it constantly. So for the current, now we have a pretty small setup, but in our calculation, what I see, so we can do the cross-check about 1,000 QSO per every 1 second. Yeah, for example, for CQWW, if they have the older logs, it's going to take about half an hour to calculate everything. But anyway, so this is the small setup, as I told. So there are ways just to improve it and to make it faster. And for the RTC protocol, we have the first case of successful implementation for hamlog.online. So they created their agent, so all the QSO from your logger could be uploaded to the hamlog.online. Okay, so looks like this is your part.
Okay, great. So you can see there's been a lot of thought to this and a lot of testing done during CWTs and iteratively, thanks to everyone that participated in those, because a lot was learned in that process. One thing you should know for adjudication, which is what takes long, why we wait so long after a contest, is we're waiting and we're waiting and we're waiting. Not all logs are necessary to adjudicate. You know, you can cross-check other logs and calls as they come in against other logs. Logs can be manually entered later, so if there's some particular reason that some DXpedition doesn't have internet, but yet they competed in the contest, the log can be submitted later and adjudicated. Calls will be checked, exchange checked, time of QSO checked, band changes checked, multipliers checked. So it's the typical things that you'd adjudicate. Right now, what the plan is to build a solid platform for any contest, and we feel that a lot of the contests are covered. So it's a matter of categories and different things that you might have in a QSO party could be quite complex, in fact. Allow contest managers to set up and manage their own contests. Contest managers can test for complaints and flags, you know, for a period of time. So it's up to the contest manager to say, you know, we got a complaint, we need to check manually a log or scrutinize a log. They can do that. Hopefully it wouldn't change the order of finish. But also one of the things that we think would be really great for new contesters, people that maybe are gamers moving in, you know, young people moving into contesting, is to add a gaming type UI or some kind of a user interface that young people would associate with if they wanted to compete against with their buddy for 1 hour of CQ Worldwide. You could do that, and it would be right on your scoreboard. So that's kind of a cool thing that we'd like to do. And then the other thing that I think is also important, after all of this work is done, we would like to transfer the whole system to WWROF, because they're obviously considered a neutral body and they would not be biased by really anything, in my opinion. So the idea is to build the platform and then have it neutral and held, you know, forever, all of the data that's collected. So with that, we're completed, and I thank you for listening. I hope that you'll consider it.
Okay, we have time for a couple of questions that you might have about the real-time online contesting. While you're thinking of something, we can accommodate those of you who are going to rush over here and buy a shirt. Buy a shirt. But seriously, any questions out here? Yeah, Mark.
Okay. So, yes. Okay. So, okay. Yes, I'm thinking how I'm going to say it. So, because of the way it was said. So, is this going to be a mandatory, or is it going to be an opt-in? And I think the best way to do this, and this is the way we've talked to other contest managers, is to do a simultaneous. For those that want to play, they play. And for those that want to, still submit your logs the normal way, because it'd be fun to compare the orders of finish and look at the log corrections to see what needs to be perfected. So the answer is probably that. We've also had other discussions from contest managers already where they want to get rid of the adjudication immediately. I mean, the QSO parties take forever. I mean, it's like a week before the next contest you finally get the results in your trophy. So there's a lot of people that are ready to move on. And in fact, I can tell you when CAC was considering the new Digi contest that we put in a couple years ago, we were talking about mandatory because we figured anybody that was Digi probably wouldn't have any problem doing this. And maybe coincidentally, you know, that might be one of the first contests that's done. So, but that's the idea in answer to your question.
Okay. Anybody else? Over where? Oh, there you are.
I don't think so.
Maybe I just looked at there's no changes.
No, because you're not really going to know anything more than you would know by looking on online scoring anyhow. You know, you got to look. You know, if a guy's a really good contester and he's competing, he's not paying any attention to anything. He's running high rate. Because where would you get your information? If you want CW information on where he's operating right now, you can go on Skimmer. But if you're looking at Skimmer, you're not operating. So in contrast, yeah, there's a lot of ways you could say they're assisted, but who has time for that if they really want to win? So.
Yep, down here.
And it's able to, for example, do a loading where you have a list of all your 1,000 views, and you see that 25 throughout the 24 hours may be wrong, and then the database, majority-wise, hey, these are the right call signs, allows you to fix those, so that makes it pretty, in a way, now corrects all the errors that you make, valid errors, so they're really fair. I mean, you know what I'm saying? In terms of how do you deal with AI helping prediction?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course we can use AI, but in terms of contest adjudications, so there are very strict rules. We just follow rules, and we have to follow rules to provide some trusted results. Otherwise, it would be some sort of game, actually. And regarding yeah, that's a very interesting point about the relations of RTC and contest committers. So we always should be, our task, I think, is just to help contest manager to provide easy and fast solution for adjudication, but the always final decision going to be on contest committers.
Okay, I think that's it.
Cool.
Oh, what?
No, I said cool.
Oh, cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we are done. We'll see you tonight at the contest dinner, right after you buy your shirt over here.
Thank you. Great presentations, Don. Really worth it every year.
Nice job, Doug. Good job, Doug.
That's right. I There's actually. It took me a long time to do that. Especially fits and a couple of all things we get.
All that, maybe not all. This is the That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm I get very nervous. It's like I'm thinking about a lot of things. You know, it's all one thing to argue about some things or how, you know, they should not change something like that. But that's not a good thing to put on with your mind. I just wanted in Iowa. Well, to be fair, kind of one of them will give you an answer. I feel there's a lot of magic happening on the team. I have one of the street deck attempting back up to a whole program. It looks at the culture and then there's the name Steve. And then it's at one of them Steve. So Meteor's Devin you know, parts of that are very bigly documented. I'm looking at how to do that. I'm looking at some January messages and that's an extremely good something. I'm very happy about it. I look forward to you all practically coming. Yeah, so you never operate how right? How it's like big. So that's right. That's you know big. That's I'm fine.
Yeah, have you thought about visiting other states with your bands? Yes. That doesn't strictly require a driver and an operator, but, yeah. Pennsylvania is a pretty big use. It's not the biggest. Of course, Florida has the insane, no, they also have the, you're also continuing this guy through all these things, almost all. And that's definitely, yeah, but it's bad, if you be, the pre-planning and routing, yeah, that down. You guys at contest dinner? Yeah. See you there. Tell me tomorrow.
Yeah, it's kind of a wait and see. They,
Yeah, he's. Just page down. Just page down after Colby started speaking. Right? Yeah. Details. It's all in the details. It all shows up on these screens, I guess. I guess, yeah. Not in the back. So you really want us up here? Or I guess right now. I doubt it. I don't have the legs for it.
You're just not a fan of it.
You want to sit up there, you don't have the legs for it. No, no.
oh, yeah.
All right, where is it? There's a board that leaves.
Hand the game.
All right, we're ready. 15. Okay. Wow, look at that. Back over there. I'll stick your badge over there. We got another badge.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
You got all the presentations consecutive, so when
I
Paul
do.
gets done, then it's me, right?
Yes.
Page down,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I will come here and shift them, but I have them all.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that helps.
Ma'am, K2LBT, one of the lurkers on your.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Show and tell.
Hello, test. All right, it works. Welcome to the Hamsai Forum. We also have some special guests today. I believe the ARRL Collegiate Amateur Radio Program will be joining our forum. Are any ARRL CARP members here? Could you stand up or raise your hand? Hey, where are you from? Youngstown. Youngstown, Ohio? Youngstown State, that's great. Really nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. Any other one? All right, it's 4 o'clock, so I will get started. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Frizzell. I'm W2NAF. I'm an associate professor from the University of Scranton in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I am the leader and founder of the Hamsai, Ham Radio Science Citizen Investigation Collaborative, and we're a collective that allows university researchers to collaborate with the amateur radio community in scientific investigations. And so we have 3 objectives. One is to advance scientific research and understanding through amateur radio activities. 2 is to encourage the development of new technologies to support this research. And 3 is to provide educational opportunities for the amateur radio community and the general public. And so I'm from the University of Scranton, and so we're the lead institution for Hamsai, and we have many collaborators, especially Case Western, Reserve University, W8EDU. We have the University of Alabama, New Jersey Institute of Technology, MIT Haystack, Tapper. I know we have Dartmouth. We have many others as well. And we're very grateful for our funding from the National Science Foundation, NASA, and especially ARDC. So Hamsai now has over 1,300 members, and so you can join by visiting hamsai.org, and you can click this blue Join Hamsai button, and you'll find out information on how to join our Google group. We have a main Google group. We have some sub-Google groups. You can read that information there. We also have a number of weekly telecons where you can just hop on to Zoom. The links are right there. You hop on in either Monday night or Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon Eastern time, and you can talk with us live, and you can be part of a Hamsai Tapper technical session, a Hamsai Personal Space Weather Station Operations Telecon, or part of the regular Ham Science seminar, weekly program. We really do have a vibrant community. Here are some of our members gathered at the Hamsai booth this morning at Hamsai. And once again, I'd like to welcome our ARRL Collegiate Amateur Radio Program members who are also here. And I think at the end of tonight, you're going to do a special announcement. Yes, so right towards the end, you're going to do that. And so for today, we have 4 excellent speakers that will talk to you either about how you can be involved in Hamsai or some scientific results of Hamsai projects or some new developments that some of our Hamsai members are doing. So I'd like to first welcome Gary McKeaton, AFAA, who's going to talk about Hamsai's personal space weather station, Hosts Wanted. Please welcome Gary.
Great, thank you, Nathaniel. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Gary McKeaton. My call sign, Alpha Foxtrot 8 Alpha, which I've had since 1978. Yep. Oh, we get the preview off there, good. Technical difficulties. There you go. Great, thank you. So I'm one of the many volunteers that provides Hamsai help and assistance moving forward in the missions that Nathaniel mentioned, advancing scientific research, developing new research tools, providing educational opportunities for the amateur radio community and for the general public. One of my roles as the amateur radio community coordinator is to find and engage science-minded individuals interested in joining the network of personal space weather stations. So today, I'd like to cover the what, the why, and the how of the Hamsai PSWS network. Simply put, a network, in our terms, is what we call a distributed array of small instruments, DASI, DAISY. That's a definition used by one of our chief funders, the National Science Foundation. So let's get into the details about what that means is to be a DAISY. The PSWS network is an interconnected system of instruments, all making frequent measurements while spread across a wide geographic area.
So why build it? In a nutshell, the PSWS network will help us better understand the local, regional, and global scale processes that influence the ionosphere. The impact to hams, I can think of at least one example, a better understanding of how and why radio waves propagate over great distances. That's one of our goals. An earlier slide mentioned expanding our network. That implies we have an existing network and experience running it. The answer to yes is both. Hamsai developed and deployed the GRAPE series of WWV and CHU receivers beginning about 4 years ago. They functioned quite well during the 2023 and 2024 solar eclipses, and that has left us eager to do more, much, much more actually. So let's get back to our definition and break it down a bit, beginning with that term that says frequent measurements. Hamsai's current existing GRAPE Doppler receivers are highly capable. They're recording data, the reception data, at 1 second intervals. That's roughly 86,000 data points per day for every GRAPE instrument. We found that more than adequate to observe and identify some very interesting ionospheric phenomena, as you'll hear about from the next speaker. But keep in mind that we have somewhere around 50 GRAPEs running, collecting data and uploading to a server on a daily basis. That's roughly 4.3 million data points being collected each and every day. And I suppose, I'm not sure what this sign here, but if you squint, that's a data snippet out of my own GRAPE that I have at home. If you can see, the left-hand column shows the timestamps of the data collected in 1 second increments. As for geographic coverage, that is something we can always improve by expanding our network, and that's why I'm here to talk. We'll come back to this map later, but just for now, I know that our primary focus for our new instruments is the United States, as you would probably expect, because we're funded by the NSF and ultimately the United States taxpayer. So thanks to all the taxpayers in the audience. Note that we have a number of GRAPE stations, some in Canada, some in Europe, and we truly welcome participation from stations anywhere in the world. I'm going to step back a minute from the GRAPEs and I do want to mention WHISPER, the Weak Signal Propagation Reporter Network. WHISPER is a key data source for Hamsai's research. The WHISPER network is very much a worldwide network. If you check the WHISPER databases online, you'll see activity all the way from Canada's frozen north, literally all the way down to the South Pole. This Hamsai community is very involved in high, mid, and low latitude WHISPER efforts. So the key elements to an expanded network, what are they? Well, number one, we would like each of these host stations, as we're calling them, to be running 3 pieces of hardware. A wideband SDR, a software-defined radio, listening between 6 and 160 meters, and of course an antenna to go along with it, a VLF receiver and signal processor, and a ground magnetometer to measure variations in the Earth's magnetic field. All 3 of those instruments are designed to collect data 24/7, 365, uploading to a central server on a daily basis. So the receiving hardware, what does it look like? Well, we're in the process of kind of finalizing our definition and developing the key pieces of the PSWS. Some, like the WHISPER Demon GRAPE pictured here on the left, is running now. They're running quite well in at least a dozen locations. HF antenna investigations underway. What's the ideal antenna to receive across this wide frequency range? The ground magnetometer is a mature design, and you can purchase most of what you need one from the Tapper booth over there in Building 5, or go to tapper.org. A prototype of the VLF system, which looks a lot like this, has been running very well for nearly 3 years, so we think success there is reasonably certain to be able to reproduce that in quantity. Now, a side note, a little bit of a damper. The WHISPER Demon GRAPE is built with an RX-888 software-defined receiver at its core. The RX-888 is manufactured in China. So given the current geopolitical situation, that's a bit of a problem. So we're trying to work through supply chain issues at Hamsai, just like everyone else. And so please wish us luck on that one. Okay, so really here's the bottom line for the PSW network. We want to expand it. We need people willing and able to host all 3 instruments. You need a fair amount of property. I consider, maybe a semi-rural or a rural location. Now, where do we want to put these instruments? It's not as simple as throwing darts at a map and seeing what sticks. We want to find high-quality sites, those having a suitable electromagnetic environment. But what does that mean exactly? Well, herein lies the challenge. If you're going to put a software-defined receiver out, listening between 6 and 160 meters, you want those sites to give us the best opportunity to hear the most signals. Ideally, they'll be RF quiet on the HF bands. Of course, no site is perfect, given the explosive proliferation of RF sources, both intentional and unintentional radiators. We'd like to minimize their impact, and we'd like the HF receiver to hear as much as possible between 6 and 160 meters. VLF has its own challenges. I'll just say for the moment that it's not easy to receive signals at 8 kilohertz. There's a lot of requirements on how you would want to site a VLF antenna. I don't have time to go into them all, but there's a lot of details on the Hamsai website. As I said earlier, the ground magnetometer is a very sensitive instrument, given its 10 nanotesla resolution. For instance, if I mounted in my suburban lot, if I put a ground magnetometer in my backyard, every time I pulled my car in and out of the garage, it would register motion. And that's not too helpful in trying to study the Earth. So you need, again, a lot of space. So we talk about, we've looked at a few sites where people have installed these. We can actually remote into their systems in some cases. And what have we seen on those sites? Here's a spectrogram from 0 to 30 megahertz from Missouri, AC0G's QTH. And what do you see? Unfortunately, a lot of noise. This is the output of an RX-888. And there's a lot of going on here. I'm not going to go into in detail. Some of those are desired signals. We want to receive them, and some are not. I'd like to point out a couple of suspicious signals. This red circle down there in the far left end, that's at about 2 megahertz. That's a pretty common signature of a switch mode power supply, AKA a wall wart. I think a lot of you have probably had issues or seen interference problems from wall warts, and hopefully you've been able to mitigate it with some type 43 ferrite or doing something similar. But anyhow, the first step in solving a problem is recognizing it, and that's what we've got an example of here. To give you another example from Mike's QTH, these red arrows are showing mixing products from a nearby FM broadcast transmitter mixing with the sampling clock of the receiver. That can be mitigated with a quality low-pass filter on the front end of the radio, but again, you got to see it before you can fix it. So the bottom line is, obviously, less noise is more signals, and that's what we're after. Hamsai is willing to help find the best sites to mitigate problems and work with people when problems come up, so we could all be receiving signals of interest rather than just plain interference. And a side note to the folks from CARP, this is a great project, any of these PSWS components for a university or a college station. The trick is, at least in my alma mater, Case Western Reserve was in the middle of a city. And you talk about RF noise between the engineering building and the 2 or 3 hospital systems around us and everything else in a very dense area. It was hard to succeed. What I would recommend, if your university has a remote site, Case has a place called Squire Valley View Farm way out in the country, that might be an option for the college stations. So give it some thought. But to talk about, I've been talking a lot about receiving and whatnot via HF, VLF, or this ground magnetometer. There's also a personal space weather station project need and opportunity for people transmitting signals. And the people that transmit whisper signals will be very important contributors to the science we hope to accomplish. So on the next slide, I'm going to introduce something called a whisper sign. It's an 8-band GPS discipline whisper transmitter. If you've been in Building 5 at the Tapper booth, you would have seen Paul, WB6CXC, demonstrating that. He developed it, he's pretty clever, and he's also manufacturing it. So that's what the whisper sound looks like. It actually can transmit whisper on 8 bands simultaneously. You hook it up to something like an 80-meter end-fed half wave. You can get most of those bands onto that antenna and transmit successfully. So I don't really have enough time to talk about whisper in detail. Just know that it's a low-power digital mode. It was originally developed by the Joe Taylor team as part of the WSJT suite, I think, back in 2010. Very precise, very low power, like in the milliwatt range. Signals are transmitted pretty much on a continuous basis and then decoded by receiving stations around the world. The received data is sent to a website called Whisper Night and a lot of other mirrored sites that some of you may be familiar with. About a dozen of these are out there. Not quite all of them are on the air, but we hope to deploy another 10. So we are looking for sites to deploy those 10 instruments. So I'll get back to the minute, and here's my purpose for my talk today. We're asking for your support. Time for the big ask. We need to fill out this map. I know you can't see a lot of detail from out there, but these red and orange stars are places where we would like to site these instruments around the continental United States. Puerto Rico's on there and Alaska as well. So before I'm done, I'm going to provide you a link to the interested host forum on hamsai.org. Perhaps you'd like to sign up. It doesn't obligate you anything, but it helps us in our planning and communicating our project status and maybe bring your interest in the project along. So one thing I really haven't mentioned yet is, well, why do we want to do all this stuff? Why do we want to go through all this effort, and why would you want to be a host? According to the PIs like Nathaniel, the principal investigators in these projects, we will be breaking ground by co-locating 3 instruments, HF, VLF, and magnetometer, on single sites, but all for a common purpose, for space weather research. How many of you like to be recognized as a citizen scientist, playing investigating in a part of a role of a local, regional, and continental space weather events? That would be something to brag about on a local net or at the local club meeting, being part of such a big project. Also, let's not forget about solar cycles. Beginning with solar cycle number 1, generally recognized as having begun like in 1755. So here we are in 2025, continuing a 270-year tradition of science-based solar observation, and we think we are employing very novel methodologies as we do so. So how to participate? Hopefully you visited our booth this weekend or even yet on Sunday morning to learn a little bit more about these projects. Another point, earlier I mentioned the National Science Foundation and grants. Essentially, that's a bank account we can draw money on to build and deploy these instruments. These grant monies to a number of universities cover the cost of expanding and operating our network. That means that it's possible that some of the hosts may receive financial support, or we would basically pay for and build this equipment, hand it over to you for installation and operation at no charge. Other expenses would be borne by the hosts, putting up an antenna maybe, your internet subscription every month, and so on and so forth. Basically it's just kind of a shared burden when we all contribute a little bit. But of course, if anyone wants to self-fund and install the equipment themselves, doing a great deed for science, that would be most welcome. So there's a lot of places to learn more, places to ask questions, and how we're going to execute this network. So again, hamsai.org, one of our banners across the top is always about the personal space weather station. There's a QR code here that takes you to the page about the PSWS and how to sign up and so on and so forth. So one more thing before I get the hook. Nathaniel mentioned some of the participating universities and our funding from the NSF, and I definitely also wanted to recognize them. And for that, I've got some parting words. 73, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the Hamfest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate it. So yes, please go sign up, and we are looking forward to having more hosts for the personal space weather station. And next we have Dr. Kuldeep Pandey from the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He's a postdoc funded by some of our grants. And this is a really important key part of the Hamsai program. Unlike many other, or I don't know, many other, but I think one thing that sets us apart is we actually have full-time funded PhD level researchers analyzing the data on our projects. And the Solar Eclipse QSO party is just one example of that. So how many people here participated in the Solar Eclipse QSO party in some way, shape, or form? So now you're going to get to see some of the results of this analysis, which is on its way towards preparing it towards a peer-reviewed publication. So Kuldeep, please come on up. And that is not working. I had this mirroring before. I keep updating the Mac software. There we go. Dr. Kuldeep Pandey.
Thanks a lot. Wonderful, Hams. Okay, you can see the mouse.
Mouse is right there, and you can use that button.
Yeah,
too.
I wanted the mouse.
It's right there.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming. And thanks a lot for participating in the Solar Eclipse QSO parties and future ham radio related experiments. So as Nathaniel said, I will be presenting some of the results which we have from the Solar Eclipse QSO parties of 2023 and 2024 eclipses. And these are the tracks which Solar Eclipse has. 2023 was an annular eclipse. So we had it from the western side going to the east, Brazil. And the 2024 eclipse started from the oceans and went almost close to European sector. The timings were nearly same, around say 16 to 20 UT. If you go back and subtract 5 hours, you will be having somewhat the eastern time of US. Now, what I will be presenting are the results from only a limited data set, which utilizes the coordinates of the transmit receive locations. So a ham, when they operate, they also report their logs on different networks, PSK reporter, WhisperNet, or RBN. And that's where, from which we get the time of the call, the transmit and receive grid signs, which gives us the latitude, longitude, the frequency over which they talked or their automated stations recorded these communications, the path length between a transmit receiver location, so a grid circle distance between the transmitter and the receiver, and then the midpoint. So essentially the geographic coordinates of the transmit receive locations, the distance between them, and what is the midpoint. Midpoint is really important because, as you know, the ionospheric reflection happens. So if we have the radio wave, it goes up and then reflects back from the ionosphere. So that's where the midpoint. Now, we are blessed with the hams and the science part of it, which combines to form a ham radio citizen science investigations. And for that, we really need all of you who participates in the eclipse parties or the upcoming Meteor scatter parties. And that gives us a really good database. And we also learn a lot from you. Like when I started, I was learning a lot about the different modes through which the ham radio operators operate and different signals which we get. So thanks. Now, these are some of the results which we have from 2023 and 2024 eclipse. On the x-axis, bottom side, we have the UT time from 0 to 24 hours. And on the y-axis, we have distance between the transmitter location and the receiver location. It's a great circle distance between the two pair. The color in each panel represents how strongly or poorly they were connected. So the brighter the color, which means the connectivity was much more intense. More hams were connected at this distance. Suppose here, around 2000 kilometers, the connectivity was much more stronger. So many people were able to talk to each other, say within 2000 kilometers, around 12 UT at 1.8 megahertz. Now, in the different panels from bottom to top, I give the frequencies 1.8 megahertz, 3.5, all the way up to 28. In wavelength, it is reverse. So the maximum wavelength is at the bottom and the minimum wavelength is at the top. The box highlights the interval of the solar eclipse. Now, if you see, the 2023 solar eclipse was an annular one, and 24 was a total solar eclipse. Now, we expect a total solar eclipse to have a bigger impact over the ionosphere and radio propagations as respect to 2024. And that's what you see from here also. Now, 23 solar eclipse, this, if you are able to see my cursor, yes. So here we have a little bump or increase in the range of communications, say at 7 megahertz. And then that increase is also observed at 28 megahertz. It is also visible at different frequencies. But the range increase or the intensity of the color increase is much stronger if you go to 2024 solar eclipse, which was a totality. Now it happens at all the frequencies right away from 1.8 megahertz to 28 megahertz, all the frequencies or wavelength bands. A way we approach the data to visualize it better is align all the transmit receive grid circle distances with respect to the eclipse time rather than the UT time. So now in this figure, the central point is the time with respect to the solar eclipse. And the left-hand side is 2 hours before the eclipse. This is the eclipse totality, and then what happens later. Now you can see it from here, 3.5 megahertz and 7 megahertz, they opened up, or the connectivity increased. So once you were talking to someone at 3.5 or 7 megahertz, suddenly when the solar eclipse came, because of the shadow, the D region got depleted, and the strength of the signal or the range of the communications increased. So you were able to talk to someone who was at a farther distance when the eclipse was happening. And this is what it tells from the data. At 21 and 28 megahertz, it is slightly visible from here, but in a different color scale, I will have more figures which will be more pronounced effects. Now, the data which I showed was taken for the contiguous US, which all of you have participated. We have hams operated around the globe, and maximum around US and European continent. So if we include all the ham data around the globe, we get a second channel of communications, which is mostly below the communications below 4,000 kilometers are within continuous US, and the channels which are, say, 4,000 kilometers and above are US to Europe connections. Now, there was a symmetric response in the US continental with respect to the eclipse. There was an increase and then the decrease. But if you look in terms of the US to Europe contacts, it is asymmetric. There is no response. Then you have a 7 megahertz response, which means suddenly you were able to talk to European guys during the eclipse. And then there is a blip, and then it comes back. With your experience, you know that in the night or when the evening happens, the channel app opens between US and Europe, but eclipse added a second strength to it, which was happening much earlier. Now, these are symmetrical responses in the lower range and asymmetrical responses in the higher range. But it is not truly the fact. If you look at 21 megahertz, the symmetric response happens even at the higher ranges. So US to Europe is also again symmetric. So there are different behaviors which happen at different frequencies, and that allows us to probe the ionospheric behavior, what was happening in terms of the density. We do that with some modeling. Like, we know that the radio waves, once you transmit a radio wave, it goes to the ionosphere and it can come back. It can reach a receiver through a one bounce, that's it, or it can bounce twice and reach a receiver, or it can bounce thrice and reach a receiver. So these we call multiple hops. So 1 hop, 2 hop, or 3 hop communications. Now, what we did is, we did the modeling of radio propagations between US and Europe, because this is where the maximum ham radio stations are. And the black and red are the transmitters and receivers. We do it with 2 different physics-based models of the ionosphere. They are called Symmetry and Wacom-X Symmetry. So 2 different models, but giving the same output of the ionosphere. Now, this is in terms of the data bundle comparison, how good we are able to reproduce it, or how the data and model are consistent or not, and which model performs better, what are the inferences we can do from the data, and what informations can we get from it. So here I saw only 7 megahertz and 21 megahertz. On the left-hand side, we have the data. Top panel, bottom panel are same for the data. This is epoch analysis. So central point is the totality. This is 2 hours before, this is 2 hours later. On the top, we have symmetry outputs, which is one model. On the bottom, we have the other model output. Now, in the 7 megahertz, when the band opens up, stronger color means the band opens up. It also happens in the modeling part, but for the rays which are coming back a lot higher, say, the apogee of the radio waves is beyond 125 kilometer, which we call E region. So E region, within the E region or up to 125 kilometer, the response is nearly limited to 4,000 kilometer, but the rays which went above 125 kilometer or the F region, say 400 or 300 kilometers, they were the ones which responded here. Now, that's why apogee greater than 125 kilometers. So this response is captured in the Symmetry model or in the bottom one, both. Now, if you look at the 21 megahertz, since the frequency is so high, it goes directly to the F region. There is almost no bounce from the E region or below 125 kilometer. That's why my middle panel is blank here. And the right-hand side panel says, okay, there was a depletion in the contacts, which we see from this model output also, and the other model output also performs similarly. So the change in the contrast of the color says there was more activity and then the less activity. Now, I said about this happening with respect to the solar eclipse, but what we noticed from the Ham data, because we had a good number of participation, so the data quality and the gridded or the density was higher, so we could go deeper into it. Now, when we looked at the 21 or 7 megahertz, the examples which I showed, what we saw was the changes which were happening because of the eclipse, they were more pronounced when it was in the later phase, around 1930. This time, the vertical dotted white line, you see the color change here and you see the color change here, which was not the case for the no eclipse day or the next day. So the eclipse impact was more pronounced in the later phase, not throughout the eclipse, which is here. The eclipse was from 16 to 20 UT, but the maximum impact was around 1930. If we try to control the model outputs, we can have the model outputs with eclipse and without eclipse, and that can tell us what was happening. Now, on the left-hand side, we have the eclipse scenario, and on the right-hand side, we have the no eclipse scenario. And the top row is the data, and the bottom two rows are two different models. You can see the change in the color gradient, which happens at 7 megahertz, and then a blip. This is captured in the model output also. So this part is represented only in the left-hand panel. This pillar kind of or tower kind of thing appears in the model output of this eclipse, but not on the no eclipse scenario. Since these are controlled runs, so we say this is eclipse only. Now, why it could be? Why the later phase of the eclipse was more impactful than the earlier phase of the eclipse? One of the possible reasons which we argue is, you see this totality, solar eclipse totality, which is with the reddish color, and we see the day-night terminator. The night side is darker, day side brighter. So European sector was already in the evening or nighties, and the, say, New York somewhere was under the totality. Now, this channel of solar eclipse shadow and the evening forms a much broader tunnel kind of scenario where the radio waves or the ionospheric impact is elongated over a longer region, a broader region. And that's why the effects are more pronounced around 1930 when it was in the eastern side. There are changes when it was in the central region also, but the maximum impact came around 1930 when it was here. So this was possible because of the ham radio data and the simulations. What we saw was the lower frequencies, say about 1.8 to 7 megahertz, 160 meter to 40 meter, they responded symmetric to the eclipse. If the eclipse came, the range of communication increased, which you might have experienced. But at higher frequencies, say 14 to 28 megahertz, the range of communication had an asymmetric response. When the eclipse came, 7 megahertz got opened, but 21 megahertz was diminished. If you were operating out those frequencies, you would have experienced it. Now, the range of communications when we have between US and Europe, that shows us what we in the Hamsai community we have popular as gray line propagation. So the evening side with the solar eclipse formed an extended region which made the ionospheric more impactful around later phase of the eclipse. And the modeling output and the ham radio data are consistent. we will have more information and more analysis on it. And that's what the results we have. And what I have presented is a very limited data which we analyzed. I used only the coordinates of the ham radio stations, transmitter receivers. I did not go into the signal part of it. I did not go into different Doppler receivers. And once we include all of that, the rich data set which ham provide or ham radio operators have can give us wonderful results and understanding and improve our ionospheric changes, response, and both radio propagation. So thank you to all of you and our funding agencies.
Thank you so much, Kuldeep. It's really gratifying to see such nice results come out of these experiments. And now we are going to hear from Ed Efchek, and he's going to talk about another opportunity for people to get on the air and actually participate in an experiment. And this one is neat because it was actually, this Meteor Scatter QSO party was the idea of one of our undergraduate volunteers, Mackenzie Denton, KG4 OLN. What? All right, Mackenzie Denton at Old Dominion University. I will let Ed take it away.
Perfect. Yeah. So, hi everybody. So, and thanks for staying with us on a late afternoon, right? So, I want to talk to you about something that's a little bit different from hard data to something that we're really looking at in terms of, I guess, would be scientific opportunity. And that's really the 2025, what we're calling the 2025 Meteor Scatter QSO Party, a citizen science amateur radio propagation experiment that really creates, I think, a global opportunity for us to study a relatively uncharted area of ionospheric science. So if I can make this work, I can. A little bit of background, okay? Meteor scatter propagation has long been a subject of interest in both the amateur radio and scientific communities. Just going back, I guess, to some of your, I guess, earlier ham radio examinations is that, you know, when meteors enter the Earth's atmosphere, they create ionized trails that reflect radio signals that enables communication over long distances. While meteor scatter has been extensively studied in the VHF bands, for example, 2 meters, and also extensively in 6, its potential on the HF bands below 30 megahertz remains relatively unexplored. What we're proposing in Hamsai is that we're proposing an experiment that aims to fill this gap by leveraging the MSK 144 mode in SJTX software, which is well suited for short duration meteor scatter contacts due to its extremely short transmission bursts and fast transmission cycles. The FCC has recently permitted a bandwidth rule change, which now allows MSK 144 on 10 meters. Previously, it's been prohibited, but now it's perfectly legal. And from our standpoint, the result creates scientific opportunity. So what we're proposing, again, is the 2025 Hamsai Meteor Scatter QSO Party, or MSQP. What do we hope to learn, okay, by doing these experiments? Well, first of all, is to look at what's the geographic extent of propagation experiments due to meteor scatter at HF frequencies, first and foremost. Secondly, what's the typical duration of useful HF meteor scatter reflections at 10 meters? Are there any differences in propagation between the VHF layers and the HF layers? Is there any correlation between propagation enhancement and meteor size or meteor velocity? Unknown, okay, at this point. What other factors might influence the strength of HF meteor scatter reflections? And an interesting sidebar that's come up in some of our earlier discussions is what can we possibly learn as well between what the astronomical community and the amateur radio observations that we're finding? Is there anything that we might have in common that we can share and be able to grow from? Now, a little bit more, okay? Meteor scatter propagation has been long a subject of interest in ham radio. Meteor scatter propagation goes back to the 1950s. There were a couple of people who stopped by the booth over the last day or so. And I guess one of the earlier references goes back to QST in 1957, okay, in a conference where it was actually discussed for the first time. Most of the study, again, as I mentioned before, has been in 6 meters and above. There's been very little study in the literature on the HF bands. So we think that there's an opportunity to create an experimental baseline on the use of 10 meters for meteor scatter. The technology has improved. Again, going back, MSK 144 was prohibited in the HF bands earlier. But obviously, the MSK 144 and the WSJTX suite is now can be used as a useful study in 10 meters for meteor scatter experimentation. There's also a solar cycle opportunity. Obviously, we're sort of at the peak, or perhaps just starting to come off the peak of cycle 25. And if we can get some reasonably accurate data, meaningful data, in terms of what we're proposing, it gives us an opportunity to take us into 2026 and beyond as cycle 25 begins to decline, and gives us an opportunity to look at 10 meters from an entirely different perspective. And then lastly is obviously the opportunity of citizen science, why you're here, why I'm here as a volunteer. It's the ability to rally the amateur radio community to assist science in looking at an ionospheric study. So again, just in terms of looking at the when, obviously if you've dabbled in astronomy, and I know most of us have, is that there are many meteor showers over the course of the year. Okay, and obviously whether you look at, these are the major ones, over the course of a year. We want to just focus on 2 of them for the remainder of 2025. And let's be specific here, and that's looking at the Perseids, okay, on August 11th, okay, from midnight UTC to 2400 UTC, and then the Geminids on December 12th, again from midnight UTC until 2400 UTC. Where we're focusing specifically on 10 meters on one frequency, 28.145, okay? You write it down, okay, if you're going to be participating. We're also going to be using the 6 meter band as a control, 50.260. You can play in both bands. We're interested, obviously, in terms of specifically looking at 10 meters and the opportunity that 10 meters affords to us. Who's going to play in terms of looking at this QSO party is that we think there are a number of interested segments, okay, that might be interested in terms of working with us. First and foremost is that there are obviously a number of amateurs who are regular meteor scatter chasers, okay, seasoned veterans, I think we would call them. Secondly, there's people like yourself, like myself, who are new hams to the meteor scatter community that are interested in the science, interested in the technology, and interested in the challenge of helping to make a scientific contribution to this experiment. Really and truly citizen science. I'm not a scientist. I'm a marketing guy, okay? But I'm really interested in the subject as a ham in terms of being able to learn more about it. Okay, researchers such as yourself and others, okay, who participate in the Solar Eclipse QSO party, which we just heard a bit about. And also others who may be interested in comparing and contrasting results with and from the astronomical community. Again, an interesting sidebar that might come out of this in terms of looking at the overall data. Now, preparing, how do you prepare for the Meteor Scatter QSO party? Sort of getting in shape, right? Heading to the gym to do Meteor Scattered QSO. What do I need to play? First off, how many people have a rig? Hello, it's, I know it's late in the afternoon. How many people have a PC? Great, okay, sound card. Well, a lot of hands, thank you. Antenna, beam or dipole? Okay, a lot of people have asked this, do I need anything special? If you have a beam, if you have an antenna, okay, you can be able to do this. Okay, and obviously, how many people are running WSJTX? How many have used MSK 144? For a lot of you, this is the opportunity. I know how I haven't. This is a good opportunity to learn a different mode, okay, and looking at WSJTX. And obviously here, the format, if you've never seen it, never clicked on the mode button, okay, and sort of moved it around, is identical, nearly identical to that of using FT8 or FT4, okay? Yeah, here's again, looking at a sample, okay, of meteor scatter in terms of looking at MSK 144. We're looking in terms of gathering data. If you go to the site, you'll see a little bit more detail. Okay, in terms of looking at the audio files and screenshots that we're looking. And obviously in the red is a little bit of the exchange in terms of looking at meteor scatter. Not all that different, okay, from what we're used to using in FT8 and FT4. Hints in terms of preparing, again, if you're going to participate, and we hope you do, that's the purpose of my talk here today, is what do you need to do to prepare prior to the QSO party? Is get on the air, get on 28.145 specifically, and just watch and listen to the activity, okay? Sort of get familiar with how the software works and how the band, performs for you, okay, on the days that you're listening. You need to be active early in the morning as a suggestion. I don't know if you're not an early bird, you're going to sort of turn off here, but we need you to get up from between 0500 to 0900 local time, when 10 meter F2 propagation is not occurring on a usual basis. 10 meters isn't that active, right? Particularly as the band starts to go down. And meteors are moving favorable to your QTH, okay? A lot of that is in our website in terms of sort of explaining what's going on. You need to open your transceiver filters as wide as you can go, 3,000 hertz if you can. Okay, directional antennas are a plus, but again, a dipole will work. Power counts, we're looking at about 100 watt minimums. This is not necessarily a QRP experiment. So, Useful tools, okay? And I'll point you out to a couple of things here. And if you're novices and if you're taking notes, again, this is a lot of stuff that's on the Hamsai website. Is obviously pingjockeysentral.com. How many of you have heard Ping Jockey Central? Okay. For the rest of you, if you're interested in helping us, this is really the source in terms of understanding what's going on a daily basis, on a real-time basis, okay, in terms of meteor scatter. Pingjockey.net to help listen, these people listen and coordinate contacts, setting up schedules so that you can obviously pitch and catch in terms of looking at understanding, what's going on in terms of meteor activity that day. The Front Range 6 Meter group on listserv, okay, which is I guess a group of I'm calling them a gaggle of meteor scatter aficionados, okay, are really into meteor scatter. And if you're on their listserv, they certainly provide a great deal of valuable information. DX Maps, okay, a lot of us use DX Maps to look at spots, look for blue contacts because those are meteor scatter contacts. The Virgo application is popular for a projection of the sky, which is tailored to your QTH. And it shows you sort of where meteor scatter activity is coming from. And it's available for Windows, Linux, and there's a Java applet. Stellarium.web for MS Windows to provide a geographic visualization of past, current, and also future meteor showers. Two other items that really become specifically germane to us at Hamsai is to join, and I know Gary's mentioned it, to join the weekly Hamsai, and Thanja's mentioned regarding the weekly Hamsai group session, which is at 4 p.m. Eastern time on Thursdays. Okay, and we're looking to set up a meteor scatter workshop, okay, prior to the August event. To answer Q&A, again, refamiliarize ourselves with this presentation and what we're learning, prior to the experiments, and join in and play. So the useful tools, I guess, is just the Hamsai Zoom. This is our website, okay, in terms of looking at the weekly Zoom meeting that we do. So there are rules. Yes, there are rules. These are the rules. But you have to download the QR code or go to the website to find them out. So we don't necessarily have enough time to talk about them today. Really simple, again, but they're really designed to get you to participate in the QSO party. Just basically in terms of looking at data collection, what we're going to be looking for. If you've participated in the Solar Eclipse QSO party, if you've done other contests, this should not be strange to you. Okay, all logs should contain a call sign for the contacted station, a grid square for the contacted station, your station's call sign and grid square, the date and UTC time of the QSO, and the frequency or band or mode used, okay, which obviously should be 128, 145, or if you're working on 6, okay, that frequency should be reported again. But again, the mode should only be for MSK 144. How to collect the data, download, or if you don't already have it, WSJTX version 2.6 plus, configured with the correct 6-digit Maidenhead grid operating in the MSK 144 mode. When you go into your menus, you need to enable the auto sequence and ensure that the transmit receive sequence is set at 15 seconds. The default is usually 15 seconds, as my memory sort of serves. You need to upload decoded signals to PSK Reporter because obviously we're interested in gathering the data for real-time signal mapping and for data aggregation. And if you're using both, if you're going to be working in both 6 meter and in 10 meter, alternate bands, you can just alternate your bands every 20 minutes to highlight the differences in the bands, much as we talked about, I guess, in terms of looking at the Solar Eclipse QSO party. So in summary, and I guess one other point too, before I jump to the summary, is that we're also looking for monitors. A lot of people said, well, can I just listen, okay? And how many of you started here as sort of AM band DXers, shortwave DXers, that type of thing? This is sort of, I guess, in many respects, a blast from the past because we're looking for monitors, okay, who can just sort of listen, gather the data, okay, and also capture the audio files. So you don't necessarily have to transmit, but we're interested in seeing what your screens have and capturing that data, okay? And obviously that'll also be part of the website when you take a look at it. Go to, obviously go to hamsai.org and look for Meteor Scatter QSO Party. But I guess just basically to sum up is that, this is really in a sense the first global experiment, we think, in 10 meter HF meteor scatter propagation as a purely scientific study. We want to establish some scientific baselines. We're looking at ongoing data gathering. Hopefully, again, as I mentioned earlier, that we can take this into 2026 and beyond. We want to compare it with prior VHF studies, of which there's a lot of scientific literature. We want to create a systematic program of studying meteor scatter propagation. We want to provide a baseline for future HF experiments in this field, and obviously provide a potential for study for other digital modes. And the basis for this association is obviously a continuing model for citizen science cooperation. So with that, hopefully we'll get you on board. Okay, there's any questions, just go to the website, or pick up some of the literature. We have a card. Hopefully when you walk by the booth, we put one in your hand. Okay, and there's also a flyer. Okay, if give you a little head start in terms of going to the website. But that's, hopefully that's what we're looking to do. And a thanks in advance for all of you, to all of you for participating. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Ed. I hope all of you join our Meteor Scatter QSO party. And our final speaker today is a very special guest. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Christina Collins, KD8OXT, who is very distinguished. She is distinguished in being she started with Hamsai as being an undergraduate. She is the first person to earn a PhD on a Hamsai project, has gone on to win a NSF Office of Polar Programs postdoctoral fellowship, which is very highly competitive. She is going to be joining us again on the Personal Space Weather Station project for the DAISY-2, now as a chief operations scientist. And now she is especially distinguished now because she is the Hamvention 2025 Technical Achievement Award winner. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Christina Collins.
Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Let's see. Good moment here, folks. There we go. KD8OXT testing. All right. Thank you. All right, I have a live demo for you guys today, so anything that can go wrong will. Thank you very much to Nathaniel and to Hamsai and to the National Science Foundation and all of our wonderful friends who are here today, particularly to the W8EDU crowd over there in the back. Hi, guys. And it's lovely to see you all, and hopefully we'll have some fun talking about open space and visualization. Oh, good, the HDMI is working. Okay, you are here. Got that? All right. So start with that. All right, keep track. So open space, you can find more information about it at openspaceproject.org, is a piece of software that's been in development since 2003. As the name suggests, it is open source, it is free to use. Everything I'm going to show you in this demo today is running entirely on my laptop. And it's developed by the American Museum of Natural History, Linköping University, and, dangerous freelance intellectual software developers like you. It's all on GitHub. You can get at all of the code, and you can create your own assets, which I'm hoping people from this community will consider doing. Its original purpose is to be used in planetariums. So everything that you can do on a laptop with it, you can also do in a planetarium dome. And it does require a pretty good graphics card, but it'll run smoothly. And it can visualize the entire known universe and any data in it at sort of arbitrary time and scale. I was really glad that Ed brought up the idea of using Stellarium to visualize meteor showers over the course of the coming year, because I think that there's a disconnect for us as scientists between gathering our data and visualizing the actual things that we're looking at. Electrical engineers, we joke all the time about the invisibility of what we work with. So here we are at the cosmic microwave background. Carl Sagan fans, finish this quote. "If we wish to make an apple pie from scratch, we must first invent the universe." Close enough, I'm taking it. All right. So let's zoom back. You remember where you are? Let's zoom back in. Whee! All right, there's everything in the Sloan survey, Virgo supercluster coming up. Okay. Yeah, so the one of the current things that I'm working on is enhancing some of the aspects of this software to be able to incorporate sonification and other ways of integrating. We have lots of different instruments, and we're really at the point where we need many instruments at once to be able to make sense of things. So being able to easily visualize all of that with spatial and temporal fidelity has a lot of value. So here we are, almost home. And we're just going to see what the ISS is up to, and you'll get to witness my not very good piloting skills. All right. There it is. Hopefully, all of the satellite people are thinking some things right now about how you might want to use this for your own work. All right, what's for a little bit? Current time, right now it's 1 second per second. Speed that up to 60 seconds per second. All right, that's pretty good. So, quick course in how I'm piloting this. I'm just using the control key in my mouse, but there are several other functions that I can use. Things to pause time and restart time to display constellations, for example. Right now we're centered on the ISS as sort of our home thing, and so all of my revolving occurs around it. Let's unpause that. And then the other thing that you can do with that is it's very easy to change the device that you're using to navigate in this software if you feel like getting fancy. So I've been using MIDI lately. I have a piano and I play on it, and it's a very silly way to do it, but it's very fun. So yes, we can change the rate of time there. The reason that I'm so excited about this is because I think that when we're doing our visualization, we discover our data, and the tools that we use to explain our data being the same tools. I think there's something to be said for that. This is what happens when we look at a graph, right? You have all of your data and you have it in a table, and when you make it into a graph, you look at it, identify the trends, and it can begin to make sense to you. So I think having more integrated visualization for both of those things is a worthy goal for scientists and also for hams and people who want to just see what's going on. Let's take a look at another event here. I'm going to go back to having Earth be our centerpiece. Just going to zoom out. Yep. Let's turn a few things on and off here while we're at it. So if you look at these clouds, these are all being downloaded from NOAA servers right now. So that's why there's only clouds on half of it. You can actually see the stripes of the satellite passes. Okay, so we're in now. Everything that's happening now is happening now, but we're going to go back to then, 2024. Sorry. Going to go to April. And let's go to April 7th. So I think people here remember what happened the next day. All right, let's see. I want to get to approximately the right area of the globe. Oh yeah, there it is. All right. This is what I mean by, there we go. It's what, 5 minutes per, yeah, all right. Having the entire, simulation system all agree on what's going on at any given time. You should be able to see the eclipse pass through here. There we go. Very nice, right? You can see the shadow of the moon. We can rewind it. We can go back a little bit. And I can also go into my scene here. This is like a game engine without, most of the interactive elements. And I can say, well, we're at that. Can you give me the simulated path of totality just overlaid? So these are the tools that we have here. We'll let the eclipse get out of our way. We still want it to be daytime. Pause. And I'm going to turn on our model for where the PSWS stations are. So each of these is one of the current PSWS nodes that are registered according to a particular CSV file. And now that we have as of this past Friday, we have the API from Bill AB4EJ and the gang at University of Alabama will be able to pull these data live. There's two different, there's sort of 4 categories as marked by 2 different things. So imagine a quad chart. Assets in open space can either be static or they can be temporal. So either you put it on there and it just stays on there, or it will change with time as you change the time in the system. And they can be local on your computer, or they can be synchronized, so pulled from online. Any of those combinations will work. And so this would be an example of an asset that is static and synchronized with online data, as opposed to these clouds from NOAA, which are temporal and synced with online data. You can see the cloud cover on any given day. Okay. I'll show you one more thing here, because this is one of the, I think one of the most important things to talk about. And then that'll be about the last bit of it. Let's see here, Earth. I'm going to show Earth's magnetosphere. And I want to turn on some satellites. So here's all of the amateur radio satellites at their respective points in time. We can restart time. Time's running backwards right now, so you'll see the satellite trails are also moving backwards. Just fix that. And let's jump to the present day. So you can have all of these visualizations in here. Now, at present, we don't have the same types of individual visualizations for each of those AMSAT satellites as we have for the ISS. But we can go back to the ISS, and here it makes it very, very easy to see different heights of different orbits and things like that. And this is one of the reasons that I'm so excited about this as a visualization solution, is that the scale of the geospace system, the scale of the geospace system is so counterintuitive. What's the height of the F layer? Pop quiz. Somebody give me a number in the right range, right? How many kilometers up? Sorry? Okay, we got somebody who said 350. That was really confident. We'll take that. All right. How many kilometers deep is the Mariana Trench, deepest point in the ocean? 11. So it's big, right? And then the sun is very, very far away. And, you can go into that. But the point is, being able to see all of that at some fairly arbitrary scale and to have all of it happening in one place is a valuable tool. So I'm looking forward, as we get better at creating these assets and gathering these data, putting our simulations in the same ecosystem as our collected data and our station locations. Being able to visualize things like traveling ionospheric disturbances at the scale that they exist, so that we can all develop a stronger intuitive sense of what it is that we're measuring and what we're looking for and expecting to see in the geospace system. And I think that that will be very useful for geospace scientists within Hamsai, hopefully very useful for other open source communities, including AMSAT and LibreSpace and other communities within sort of the Dayton umbrella, and also just very fun for everyone to play with in general. So with that, I'll close it out here, and thank you very much, Ferry 7-3.
Thank you so much, Christina. I'm really looking forward to seeing all that amateur radio data and models be put into this system. So before we go, I think Carp